protocols, not security. Okay, and then we'll get started.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And now I will do a roll call. I will start with committee members. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
And Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
We're also joined in chambers this morning by Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And I see, oh, sorry, I missed him. Mayor Sohi's joining us virtually online.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I'm going to just quickly check if there's any other councillors joining online. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. And that
Good morning, Councillor Rutherford. I'm on the phone.
And Councillor Knack is on the phone. Good morning. Okay, I would just turn to my colleague for adoption of the agenda.
I'll move. Hang on here. I'll move the adoption of the agenda. Sorry, there's some echo. Yeah, I'll move that the February 10th, 2025 Community Public Services Committee meeting agenda be adopted.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Would you like to do the minutes?
I'll move the approval of the minutes from the January 20th, 2025 Community Public Services Committee meeting.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. There are no protocol items today that we have, and we have one item for debate, and we have speakers on it, so I'll select item 7.1 for expediency. No reports were not selected. And now, because you'll hear a lot of my voice today, I'm going to ask Councillor Stevenson if she wants to read the names into record. And then after you finish reading in these names, just please check with the clerk if there's any additional names to add before we vote.
Great, thank you very much. I'll move that Committee and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate on item 7.1. In panel 1, Alexander Dowsey, Renee Vajoie, Judith Garber, Christopher Martin, Heather Thompson, Cheryl Watson, Robert Kritchner, David Kahane, Linda Hubescher, Alex Haritsu, Harper Paranich, Katie McDonald, Kaya Haru, Jane Sampson, Tristan Dell, Sky Mikla, Lisa Baroldi, Hannah Gelderman, Judith Gale, Jeremiah Levine. On panel 2, we'll hear from Shelby Falconer, Renee Macbeth, Katie Ingram, Lou Schmunk, Ian O'Donnell, Claire Piran, Tess Chappelle, Ahmed Faiz, Harun Ali, Nadine Shalifu, Christine Kwalchuk, Raquel Farrow, Peggy Morton, Kimberly Fath, Marin Edwards, Earth from Bear Claw Beaver Hills House, Lindsay Moon, Fiona Locock, Brandon Smith, and Jay McKenna. In panel 3, Rochelle Gladu, Joanne Zhu, Yaru Yan, Faith Tabladio, Darren McEwen, Rowan Hanf, Ben Migalink, Al Young, Sherry Heschuk, David Plamoden, Eric Estrada, Abdullah Zood, Jacob Cardinal, Mary Joyce. Any others to add at this time?
Yes, we've had one other registration, Sandra Durr.
And Sandra Doer.
Thank you, and I'd like to highlight to my committee colleagues that this was discussed at Agenda Review Committee, so I'd like to close off any further speakers, so because we have a list right now, so that was discussed. So I want to make that publicly known that we're closing off speakers now for this item. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And I just want to add to that, if you wanted to speak and haven't registered thus far, please know that you can always still correspond with council through email or voicemail. Those are all provided to us as well. Thank you. Requests to speak, we've gone through. Requests for time specific on the agenda, none. Council inquiries, I didn't get any notices of council inquiries. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Requests to reschedule reports, none. Unfinished business, none. And we will move on to public reports, but in the chaos of this morning and some of the conversations, I got distracted and I apologize. I do want to go back before we start the presentation from admin, and at this time acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I'll just go through the process for today for anybody that's new, joining, hasn't been in this process before. So for this item, administration is going to provide opening remarks on the presentation and go through that. Then members of the public who have registered to speak will be invited to make their presentations. And as you've seen so far, we have 3 panels for that. So they'll be in panels for each of that, and each speaker will be given 5 minutes. We are scheduled till 9 p.m. tonight, but I will be pretty judicious on the 5-minute mark so that we can make sure everybody has the same amount of time to speak. The clerks will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has presented, members of council may ask you questions from any of those panel members, you or any of those panel members. And for this reason, you may wish to remain at the meeting until the questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raised hand function, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it is your turn to speak. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions, and for those in the room, you would have heard those right at the beginning, but definitely they will guide you if there is a need to evacuate and to a muster point. So that's all, and we will begin with turning it over to administration for their presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee. My name is Michelle Pliff, Chief People Officer and City Solicitor. Presenting with me here today are Michael Gunther, Deputy City Solicitor and Branch Manager of Legal Services, Kelly Buckley, Director of Respect in the Workplace. We do not have David Jones with us. John Wilson, I forget your title. John Wilson will maybe introduce himself when he gets to his slides. Jessica Lamar, Director of Safe Mobility, and we have other members of administration from City Operations, Community Services, and Urban Planning and Economy on the call available for questions. So as you know, we're here today to present a revised draft of Bylaw 20700, Public Spaces Bylaw. Following administration's initial presentation of the draft bylaw in February of last year, Council passed a referral motion directing further analysis, refined recommendations, as well as specific changes. In our presentation today, we will walk you through the analysis work that was completed, as well as a decision-making process and rationale which led to administration's recommendations for the revised draft. Next slide, please. Go a little bit through some background in terms of where we have been. So beginning in 2022, administration initiated a public spaces bylaws review project to review and revise existing bylaws governing the use of public spaces. While the city's current primary public space bylaws are the Public Places Bylaw, Parkland Bylaw, and Conduct of Transit Passengers Bylaw, there's also regulations in the Traffic Bylaw, unauthorized use of Parkland Bylaw, Animal Control Bylaw, and other regulations. Consultation used to develop the first draft of the bylaw was extensive and summarized in a What We Heard report, which is included as Attachment 3 in the current Council report. In addition to the feedback received directly from Edmontonians through online surveys and tools, the team had direct consultations with nonprofit, equity-serving social service agencies, and business groups. We believe that the first round of engagement was fair and inclusive representation of the broad views of all Edmontonians. As Council is aware, in February 2024, we presented the first draft of the bylaw at a non-statutory public hearing. There was feedback from both public speakers and council members, and ultimately, council passed a referral motion directing specific changes to the bylaw, as well as an analysis and revised recommendations. That brings us to today's meeting, where we have brought forward a council report which includes a summary of all the analyses and a revised draft bylaw for council's consideration. Next slide, please. Shown here is part 1 of the referral motion, which was passed following the initial presentation of the bylaw. These items requested further analysis and refined recommendations relating to equity, climate, environmental stewardship, fines, and charter rights. Our presentation today will focus on the GBA Plus work, but all of the analyses are provided in the attachments to the council report. Our takeaway from this referral motion was that Council wanted us to do further work on potential impacts, jurisdictional scans, and rationale for certain provisions. We have taken the past year to do this work in a thoughtful and fulsome manner. Our report and presentation today detail our findings, provide rationale for administration's recommendations, and present options for consideration by Council. We are recommending evidence-based decisions based on feedback, research, and data. We believe we have come up with a draft bylaw that is legally sound, inclusive, and well-positioned to meet the needs of all Edmontonians. Next slide, please. This is the second part of the referral motion requesting specific changes to the bylaw. Administration has incorporated all of these requests into the bylaw, and aside from item 2J relating to bicycles on sidewalks. The city's safe mobility team has raised serious safety concerns with regard to this recommendation, and later in the presentation, we will discuss administration's recommendation for this item as well as supporting evidence. Next slide, please. Before we get into the draft bylaw, I wanted to take the opportunity to remind Council of where the Public Spaces Bylaw Initiative fits in with the city's broader strategic framework. Connect Edmonton and the city plan provide the values and the high-level long-term vision for where we should be heading as a city. These strategic documents inform all of administration's work. With regard to bylaw spaces, administration looked to City Plan Outcome 2.1, which states that Edmontonians feel safe and secure in their communities and benefit from public spaces and infrastructure that support health and well-being. The Anti-Black Racism Action Plan, the Indigenous Framework, and other policies such as the Art of Inclusion provide further guidance on our vision for an equitable and inclusive Edmonton. Anti-racism and reconciliation require intentional, concerted efforts to realize progress and these initiatives help coordinate and align these efforts. Finally, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy outlines the how. As a funded body of work, CSWB outlines the actions the City of Edmonton is taking to advance the values, vision, and goals of Connect Edmonton, the City Plan, and other guiding strategies. CSWB emphasizes that issues like poverty, racism, and violence require collective responses and can only be fully addressed through the collaboration of all orders of government, service sectors, and communities. Administration recently released the CSWB 2022 to 2024 progress report. I wanted to take a brief moment to highlight a small sample of the work that's been completed over this time. Between 2022 and 2024, CSWB has invested approximately $77 million to support 30 new or enhanced strategic initiatives that address root causes, support proactive solutions, and strengthen collaboration across multiple sectors. Further highlights from that period include over 70,000 calls were responded to by Crisis Diversion and 211 with support from CSWB funding. Peace officers responded to over 4,700 drug-related incidents and administered over 1,000 Narcan deployments. Canada's first Indigenous ceremonial site hosted 5 cultural camps and interfaith exchanges. Over 500 community outreach transit team clients were referred to agencies or services. Peace officer use of force statistics were published on edmonton.ca to enhance public accountability. And a comprehensive training audit for peace officers was conducted, embedded equity and updating standards. The Public Spaces Bylaw is just one item under the umbrella of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy and is not intended by itself to address the complex and persistent social issues of houselessness, mental health, and addiction. The Public Spaces Bylaw is, however, a necessary tool to ensure the city plan outcome that Edmontonians feel safe and secure in their communities and benefit from public spaces and infrastructure that support health and well-being. Once passed, the bylaw will do this by regulating permissible behaviors and by taking into account all of the complementary city strategies and initiatives. Administration has ensured that the bylaw balances the needs and interests of all Edmontonians, including those of equity-deserving groups. No legislation can perfectly address the enormously diverse needs of Edmontonians, but administration believes that the revised draft bylaw presented to Council today offers a reasonably balanced, simplified, and harmonized set of regulations, which, if passed by Council, can be implemented through thoughtful enforcement practices that minimize unnecessary and unintended impacts on equity-deserving groups. Next slide, please. As I previously mentioned, over the past year, administration has completed the analysis work directed by Council's referral motion. Our colleagues in the Respect in the Workplace team have led the completion of a comprehensive GBA Plus report, which is included as attachment 4 of the Council report. Kelly Buckley will walk you through this work momentarily. The Environment and Climate Resilience team has completed a climate review of the bylaw, which highlights climate interactions and options to better support environmental stewardship in public spaces. This review is included as attachment 5 of the Council report. Our team of legal experts has completed a review and jurisdictional scan of fine amounts, as well as a review of the provisions that relate to gatherings and use of amplification devices. This work is captured in attachments 6 and 7 of the report, and we'll discuss the recommendations later in this presentation. Also, as I previously mentioned, we have updated the draft bylaw to include changes directed in Part 2 of City Council's motion, with the exception of Part J, which we will discuss later. Finally, to help ensure a shared understanding of all of administration's recommendations and our rationale, over the past few weeks, we've completed a series of information sessions with members of Council, the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, as well as city-affiliated council advisory groups, including the Accessibility Advisory Committee, Women's Advocacy Voice of Edmonton, the City of Edmonton Youth Council, and the Community Services Advisory Board. I'll now pass it over to Kelly Buckley to discuss the GBA Plus report.
Thank you, Michelle, and good morning, committee members. On the screen is the GBA Plus process, a tool used across administration to identify equity considerations for city services, programs, policies, and council reports. In this case, for the Public Spaces Bylaw, the overall GBA Plus process was led by the Respect in the Workplace team in close cooperation with legal services and with input from a wide range of subject matter experts providing input on specific aspects of the bylaw from across the corporation. The core project team used the GBA Plus process to guide reflections, discussions, research and engagement, and to develop finding and recommendations. The resulting GBA Plus report in Attachment 4 lays a foundation on a way forward that considers safety and dignity of everyone within our communities while also understanding legal and practical impacts. The Public Spaces Bylaw project team engaged in formal reflection and conversation throughout the course of the project as new data, feedback, and nuances within the scope of the bylaw came to light. For the research element, the GBA Plus report authors used qualitative, academic, community-based publications, community advocacy reports, and jurisdictional research to enable an understanding of impacts on equity-deserving groups and to determine leading practices for the City of Edmonton. For engagement, we developed a modified engagement strategy using GBA Plus methodology to ensure that the feedback of equity-deserving groups was captured and, where feasible, incorporated into the revised draft Public Spaces Bylaw. Further details on this modified engagement approach are discussed on the next slide. Next slide, please. GBA Plus work for a bylaw of this significance must involve engagement, especially with groups or community members who are or could be unintentionally and disproportionately impacted by provisions of the bylaw. GBA Plus methodology requires that we approach engagement thoughtfully and intentionally without perpetuating harms or damaging relationships with equity-deserving groups. Our modified engagement process collected engagement findings from 1, the Public Spaces Bylaw 2023 What We Heard report. The initial round of engagement outlined in the 2023 What We Heard report provided findings and includes equity-deserving identity-related data and insights. This report provides solid baseline engagement findings. 2, public feedback received at the February public hearing. On February 14th, 2024, a public hearing was held where impacted persons had an opportunity to express feedback on the initial draft of the bylaw and share their experiences. The team conducted a thorough review of the feedback received from members of the public, including those who attended the public hearing to speak and those who provided written feedback. The commentary received on the first draft of the bylaw was extensive and included feedback from a wide range of public health and policy experts, community organizations who service equity-deserving groups, representatives from the business community, people with lived experience, as well as council advisory groups, including the Accessibility Advisory Committee, Women's Advocacy Voice of Edmonton, the City of Edmonton Youth Council, and the Community Services Advisory Board. As Michelle mentioned, we also reconnected with these council advisory groups to provide an opportunity to inform their understanding of how their feedback was considered and incorporated, and where not incorporated, why. 3, previous city engagements. In addition, the team reviewed findings from other completed city engagement projects on related topics. And 4, frontline staff. We engaged with our own public-facing employees in city operations and community services who frequently interact with equity-deserving groups and people with lived experience through the regular course of their work. Specific employee roles we connected with included peace officers, transit supervisors, community safety liaisons, fire rescue service employees, employees from encampment response teams, recreation center employees, civic event employees, and more. We believe that the modified engagement process strikes a balance that allows for meaningful engagement findings and robust, defensible recommendations. Moreover, this approach minimized harm through engagement fatigue and by not unduly raising the expectations of prospective engagees by soliciting feedback on issues that are outside of the city's jurisdiction. In addition, during the February 14th, 2024 City Council Public Hearing Council discussions in relation to the referral motion, it was confirmed that council members were also not seeking a lengthy secondary round of external engagement. We also hope that any groups who were not specifically engaged with have an opportunity to speak at committee today so that their voices can be heard. Next slide, please. Once we completed our research and modified engagement approach, we analyzed all the data to determine the GBA Plus findings and recommendations. Our recommendations are in two distinct categories as laid out in the GBA Plus report. Focus areas were identified as having the most potential disproportionate impact on equity-deserving Edmontonians. The first category outlines leading practice recommendations, highlighting the best practice or policy irrespective of any bylaw or municipal authority context. These broader recommendations generally align with the overarching goals in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy, and as Michelle mentioned earlier, the City of Edmonton will continue to implement actions within CSWB to address the root causes of complex social issues, which includes advocacy to higher orders of government. The second category of recommendations are ones that can be actioned within the scope of the Public Spaces Bylaw. This category leans on the first category of best practice recommendations and also considers the scope of municipal regulatory authority. This was done with advice from our colleagues in legal services. I'll now turn it back over to Michelle and Michael to discuss how GBA Plus recommendations were balanced alongside other inputs to form administration's overall recommendations for the focus areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. As mentioned, administration formulated our final recommendations for the current version of the Public Spaces Bylaw with three major considerations in mind. The concerns of Edmontonians identified in the initial round of engagement for the bylaw, the findings and recommendations from the GBA Plus report, and the legal, research, and practical context. Findings from all three areas of input were brought together to inform the revised draft bylaw that is before you today. Balancing competing priorities is challenging. Sometimes these priorities cannot be reconciled. In other cases, the best approaches are outside what can be achieved by a bylaw alone. As an example, the recommendations from the GBA Plus report and feedback we heard from many groups indicated a preference for public health approaches for visible drug use offenses and housing first policies for sheltering and encampments in public spaces. To be clear, administration does support these policies over punitive measures, but as council is aware, healthcare and sheltering are beyond the abilities of a municipal bylaw as well as municipal jurisdiction generally. As mentioned, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy is administration's umbrella program to advance progress in these areas. In the meantime, Edmontonians continue to experience the consequences that result from these concurrent crises, many of which have safety impacts that play out in public spaces. The Public Spaces Bylaw is designed to ensure that public spaces remain safe and viable as these complex social issues continue to persist, while mitigating impacts to equity-deserving Edmontonians. Over the next several slides, Michael Gunther will discuss administration's recommendations on key provisions within the bylaw that are likely to impact equity-deserving groups or provisions in the initial draft of the bylaw that garnered particular attention.
Thank you, Michelle. At this point, what we would like to do is take committee through a number of the key policy issues that were looked at as part of this work. We're not going to be covering everything or every change that's set out in the bylaw, but what we've tried to focus on are those things that we've heard both from council as part of our GBA Plus work and from the folks who have provided feedback. Even in the last several weeks, we've continued to evolve this presentation to ensure that we're speaking to the issues that appear to be most concerning or matter the most to members of the public and to council. The first of these issues is the issue of regulation of visible drug use in public spaces. You'll recall that last year at the public hearing, February 14th, 2024, the recommendation put forward by administration was that public space visible drug use would be regulated through the bylaw. If we could move the slide forward. This is an issue that the project team has examined in significant detail. And these are the inputs, going back to the slide that Michelle displayed a moment ago, that went into the considerations moving forward on administration's recommendation. We've heard that this issue is the #1 concern among surveyed Edmontonians. 89% of Edmontonians surveyed identified that they were either extremely concerned or very concerned with visible drug use occurring in public spaces. The GBA Plus report, however, recommends a public health approach to addressing the use of drugs in public spaces, and recommended that visible drug use regulation occur only where there are significant impacts, such as transit spaces or areas that are intended and designed for the use of children. Overlaying all these considerations, though, is the legal recognition that substances identified in the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act federally have a heavy level of regulation, criminal regulation, and significant regulations on when they can be used and under what circumstances. Balancing all these considerations, it was determined that the regulatory enforcement approach, maintaining a regulation in the bylaw, would add an additional tool, a tool that, excuse me, would not involve a criminal penalty for this conduct, but another alternative enforcement tool that could be used for peace officers responding to this issue in a way that they hadn't already had an opportunity to do. Moving over the slide, our primary reason for this recommendation is legally and practically based. Regardless of our bylaw, visible drug use remains a criminal offense in Canada. In the current state, as it is right now, if a city peace officer observes drug use occurring in a public space, EPS has to be engaged. The criminal law has to be engaged. It's our view, and on consultation with our enforcement teams, that this is not a good use of EPS resources when peace officers employed by the city can be trained and are often the first folks in this space to intervene in a situation that is causing concern. There's an opportunity for this conduct to be addressed as a regulatory matter instead of through the criminal law. You'll hear in the presentation later to follow that administration will be recommending that a $25 fine be associated with this offense. And given the interplay legally in terms of how $25 tickets can be issued, it would allow these peace officers, if they feel the need to enforce, to deal with this in the same way that a parking ticket is dealt with, as opposed to having an individual, perhaps a vulnerable individual, enter into the criminal justice system as the only enforcement tool to be used. Based on the GBA Plus report, a punitive approach is not recommended. The nominal fine that is proposed mitigates the impact on equity-deserving people and can be applied through the lens of the bylaw officer's escalating 4E enforcement approach, which sees fines, bylaw fines, even nominal fines, as the enforcement of last approach. We hear and acknowledge the concerns that have been raised that regulation of visible drug use could lead folks to use drugs in spaces that are not as visible, creating the risk of harm. But on the other hand, regulation at the bylaw level of visible drug use allows and enables peace officers to be lawfully placed to intervene. And we are confident that we did examine several other options, including limiting public space drug regulation at the bylaw level only to those places such as transit spaces or places where children are present, as well as no regulation at all. And we would be happy to speak to those further if those are options that the council has questions about later. Moving over the slide, the second issue that we've heard a great deal about, both from the public as well as in feedback and from council, is the regulation of large events on city lands. The current state, which actually I believe dates back to the 1960s, is a requirement that if there's a gathering of more than 50 people on parkland, that there needs to be a permit that is obtained before that gathering occurs. The draft bylaw put forth in February 2024 expanded that requirement to all lands that were city-owned or operated, with a requirement of a 50-person threshold. What we have seen as we've worked through this exercise and undertook the analysis to ensure that any charter rights or fundamental freedoms were not impaired, to the extent that this provision could be used or might apply to a protest gathering, we've addressed on the next slide. This is a low to moderate concern for Edmontonians in terms of large gatherings. The concern primarily stems from the third category here, and that is the legal obligations for municipalities to maintain their public spaces in an orderly state of repair, and in some public spaces to maintain a threshold of safety for those who might be using those public spaces. Practically speaking, a predictable permitting system allows administration to ensure a level of safety, security, and ultimately the proper use of city assets. The GBA findings, however, noted that the way this provision was drafted, it could expand in a way that could be served to address protest, and that protest gatherings do provide a method for all voices, but in particular voices who have historically been unheard, to be advanced, and that we must be cautious not to impair the fundamental freedom to protest. Our recommendation on the next slide is born out of a consideration of these three factors. And ultimately, what you'll see as recommended in the bylaw is that for special events, the recommended policy approach, firstly, is to increase the number or the threshold to 100 persons. The rationale for that is because we want to ensure that spontaneous activism, small protests, or even small social gatherings are not inadvertently captured within the confines of this bylaw. Those are not the events that create security concerns, safety concerns, and quite frankly, when we look at protest or spontaneous protest in the community, it would be an exceptional event where we have more than 100 people spontaneously gathering to protest. That's not to say that wouldn't occur, but we're confident that by increasing that threshold, it would ensure most events were not unnecessarily captured. We've also added language into the bylaw, however, that speaks to a permit not to be unreasonably withheld or refused. Legally speaking, there's significance to that language. And what that language means is that, first and foremost, if there is to be a refusal of a permit, there has to be a lawful reason. There has to be a legal reason for that refusal. And secondly, if that refusal occurs, there has to be reasons given as to why that would occur. I've been asked for a few examples in various consultations of when this power might be used, and a couple examples that I've been able to come up with that would provide a legal justification would be if we have credible evidence that a gathering was being used to spread hate speech. Another example would be if there was an event that was going to be organized for the River Valley, say an athletic event, and there was some environmental damage that was at risk, given if it was a trail run or a number of people in a place that was inappropriate from an environmental perspective. As well, you'll see the wording, the permit not being unreasonably withheld. Withheld and not unreasonably withheld just references to the expediency which we would expect these permits to be granted. We've heard some concerns that there are large events that have happened in the city before where it might take 6 weeks in order to get a permit, or that there might be significant insurance obligations. In order to make sure that these delays don't occur, if it was a protest for a public event that has some immediacy to it, we've used the word withheld to ensure that that can be expedited. We also note this provision addresses the valid municipal concerns of event management, and it is limited to city-owned and operated lands. So this is not something that would apply, for example, to the legislature grounds, only those lands that are owned and operated by the city. Moving over to the next slide, sound amplification is amongst one of the most divisive issues that we received feedback on as administration worked through the various policy concerns in this project. Right now in the bylaw, amplification, it's an unregulated behavior. And we actually brought forward in February of last year a proposal to regulate amplification. What we heard, however, in response to that, and as our team worked through the GBA Plus report, was really a recognition that amplification can provide a method for voices that are historically unheard to be advanced or to be heard loudly. And that when considering the fact that as a municipality we're very limited in terms of regulating the content of the amplified message. So for example, we cannot say as a municipality, well, this message is inclusive and supportive. This message, on the other hand, is divisive and controversial. From a charter perspective, we have to be very cautious that we are not purporting to regulate the content of the message, subject, of course, to other laws that may exist, such as the hate speech criminal code provisions or harassment provisions. We've given some thought to how we can address this balancing of considerations in a way that is thoughtful and ultimately make sure that no one whose voice should be heard is left unheard. If we could move the slide forward, though. And what we have come back with is a recommendation that is revised, and that is not to regulate amplification. No change from the current state as the bylaws state right now. We found that the prohibition of amplification does and can prevent the amplification of speech that is hurtful and divisive, but does not meet the threshold for hate speech. But on the other hand, it does risk curtailing lawful speech that is being used to advance a message. We note, however, that in terms of decibel thresholds, and there has been some concern about excess noise, for example, in the downtown core or White Avenue, that there does remain a noise bylaw. There also remains a harassment bylaw that would allow enforcement to take place if a message, whether amplified or not, is harassing towards an individual or a protected group of individuals. We finally note that, legally speaking, the courts have been clear that a municipality may regulate this subject matter. It's not offside the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but it needs to be for noise purposes, and it needs to be consistent in terms of how it regulates, not picking and choosing which messages it seeks to regulate. Moving forward to the next slide, and we're going to touch a little bit on a discussion on temporary shelters. The temporary shelter provisions that were included in the last version of the draft bylaw were not a policy shift or a shift to the city's encampment response. The city's encampment response processes are built on a framework where the starting point is that this is not a permissible activity in the city of Edmonton, but that certain positive steps, and when I say positive, I mean positive actions or actual steps taken, are taken by our social services providers, the city of Edmonton, our enforcement staff, in order to ensure that no one needs to be in a situation where they find themselves in temporary shelters or encampments. We were able, through the GBA Plus process and the survey, to find some insightful information about how Edmontonians feel about temporary sheltering in public spaces, as well as where concerns were with our current process. This is also one of the most legally nuanced of the different issues we're dealing with today, so we've had to be very intentional in terms of how we have worked through some of these issues. We do know that 71% of Edmontonians polled are extremely concerned or very concerned with public spaces being used for people sleeping at night. We also know, however, that a lot of the work and considerations on encampments are outside the scope of what can be achieved through a bylaw. We're fortunate in Edmonton that we do have inclusive shelter space such as Indigenous-led, women-only, LGBTQ plus inclusive spaces, low barrier spaces, and those that are accommodating of people who use drugs, which is not the case in many municipalities elsewhere in Canada. We have shelters as well that can scale up capacity immediately as needed, and we have continued to receive assurances from both the Government of Alberta as well as the shelter providers that no one who needs an indoor shelter space will be left without one in the City of Edmonton. Moving to the next slide. Our recommendation is set out as follows to maintain the current policy in the bylaw. Our view is that it is more practical to address housing inequities and measures identified in the GBA Plus report through encampment response and standard operating procedures for bylaw enforcement officers and other social service providers. Temporary outdoor sheltering, the data show, is not a safe or sustainable approach to managing homelessness, and that outdoor sheltering, particularly in Edmonton's climate, is exceptionally dangerous to an unhoused person. Depending on the temperature, can be an immediate life-threatening emergency situation. By starting with, and I'll just ask that the slide go over one, by starting with a general prohibition and working from there to ensure that those who are unhoused do not need to find themselves in an encampment or in a temporary shelter, our recommendation is that the starting point is a broad prohibition on outdoor sheltering, and that a transparent approach to site closures is combined with an integrated support system to ensure harms are minimized. We've also noted, and we refer to this as a lawful placement offense. And by lawful placement offense, what we mean is the most important consideration when dealing with folks who are sheltering outdoors is an opportunity to intervene where the need arises, not to impose punitive measures or to punish someone who may believe they have no other options. As a result of that, administration is providing or is recommending a nominal fine be associated with this offense of only $25, and that only be in the case where all other enforcement or education or social service opportunities have been exhausted and the enforcement officer feels that they need to take an enforcement step. We'll move on to a brief conversation about what we've heard about the use of transit property. And we know from Edmontonians that transit property and transit facilities and transit generally are very important to a number of Edmontonians. What we have heard is that, and I'll start at the top here, the current state of the bylaws regulate behavior that can reasonably expected to interfere with, the wording is safety and comfort of others, and that remaining on transit property while engaging in behaviors other than those related to transit is unacceptable under the bylaw. Some wording was put forward in February 2024. We heard a significant amount of feedback from both members of the public as well as through our engagement about the proper or improper use of transit spaces. If we could go to the next slide, we'll explain a little bit about how administration has worked through and tried to balance some of the issues in this context. We heard that transit spaces and the safety of transit spaces are a particular concern for many in the community. Transit riders, transit employees, even members of council. We also know that transit issues are equity issues. There is a broad cross-section of Edmontonians that use Edmonton Transit. We know that transit is used disproportionately by folks who are new Canadians, by people who work, who don't have access to a vehicle, even those who are experiencing lower than median incomes in the City of Edmonton. People with disabilities use transit. Children, teenagers going to school use transit, as well as seniors and newcomers. Moving to the next slide. It is our recommendation as administration that although we maintain provisions in the bylaw that can be used to reinforce safety for all people who use transit, that ultimately and the phrase that we've used internally is to ensure there's no intended consequences and smooth the rough edges. And in doing so, what we have done is we have changed the word from comfort and reference to enjoyment or safety and comfort to maintaining physical and psychological safety. And for those who and looking at the bylaw in terms of what is found in the bylaw, there's a list of items that are not or would interfere with those physical and psychological safety of others, just to provide some certainty and clarity as to what that term means. It can be a broad term, but we want to ensure that it's predictable in terms of what that term means. There was also a provision that we heard a lot about at last year's public hearing, and we've looked into more closely. That was the deeming provision that essentially made it an offense or a presumptive offense if someone remained on a transit vehicle for more than one lap, if you will, of a transit route, as well if they stay in a transit station for more than one pass of the transit vehicle for their intended route. We have removed that and no longer recommend that that be included in the bylaw moving forward. The final issue that we are going to speak to is another one that we heard a great deal about at last year's Public Spaces Bylaw public hearing, and that is the issue of the use of bicycles on sidewalks. Now, Council's direction from this time last year was to make some revisions to the draft bylaw to allow a provision that allowed the use of these items, both bicycles as well as some other mobility or transportation devices, where there was no active transportation infrastructure. During consultations, what we heard was primarily enforcement concerns in relation to these provisions, not necessarily the technical concerns or the practical concerns associated with the safety of using bicycles or similar devices on sidewalks. And in light of that, and in light of the significant amount of technical data that is actually available on the safe use of bicycling in urban areas or particularly adjacent to busy roads, we have some more information, and we've brought Jessica Lamar with us today. Jessica is the Director of Safe Mobility at the City of Edmonton, and she's here to discuss safety analysis and speak to some of the research on these issues to ensure that Council has the best available information that we have when deciding what to do on this particular policy issue. Jessica?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Good morning, everyone. This is a tricky subject, and there's no perfect solution. Edmonton has made incredible progress advancing our active transportation goals, especially given the investment this council has made in rapidly advancing cycling infrastructure. While we will have substantial coverage throughout Edmonton at the conclusion of the work funded through the 23 to 26 budget, there will still be spaces where it feels like there's no ideal space for cyclists. It's not uncommon for people to feel that riding on sidewalks is a safer alternative to roadways, given that it creates a physical separation that's similar to the experience of a protected bike lane. I'm sure many of us who cycle have felt this way from time to time. If you've had a positive experience riding on sidewalks and through intersections, I'm so pleased to hear that and that you haven't had to face a tragic outcome. That particular experience has created a false sense of safety, and it's not what the data tells us is a much more likely outcome. Cyclists in Edmonton are already being hit by drivers in intersections in greater numbers when they enter the intersection from the sidewalk versus from the roadway. Drivers are less able to quickly respond to fast-moving cyclists entering intersections from sidewalks. This conflict risk is represented in the graphics you see on the screen. Sightlines and visibility, essentially the geometry of an intersection, are key factors. All road users are required to exert a higher level of labor in an intersection. There's so many moving parts, and the risk of conflict is high. In fact, the higher the speed limit, the more risk there is with cyclists entering intersections from sidewalks. If you'll indulge me for a second, let's just picture ourselves driving a car, waiting to turn in a high-volume, high-speed intersection. We've all had that feeling. You're waiting for the gap in traffic. You're trying to make sure that you're being safe in your movements and keeping all of the other moving parts around you in your line of sight as you're making your move. The gap shows up. You're ready to make your turn, and just as you're completing that turn, a cyclist that you didn't see in advance has entered the intersection from the sidewalk. I know I've been there. I've been there on both sides of it, quite frankly. And this scenario can happen even with pedestrians. We've all likely had this issue come up with pedestrians, but the great news is that the lower speed of a pedestrian Walking often turns the situation into a near miss rather than a tragic outcome. This is not often the case for cycling. Given the high level of risk for cyclists sidewalk riding, the recommendation we're putting forth today takes into account the crash realities that we already know are taking place in Edmonton, research on the spectrum of safety for cyclists over a variety of different road types, speeds, and types of infrastructure. It leverages the rapid advancement of our active transportation network, and it proposes a location-based approach to increase safety for all users. Next slide, please. So we took a look at collision data in Edmonton from 2017 to 2023, and there's a few important notes that stand out from that analysis. Cycling on sidewalks significantly increases the risk of a cyclist being struck by someone who's driving a vehicle and turning right. Over 50% of collisions citywide involve cyclists and e-scooters in a crosswalk or riding from a sidewalk, including 44% of riders who were struck by right-turning vehicles. This is compared with 12% of cyclists who were on the roadway. So a significant disparity between where they were located in that intersection. The type of road does matter. The majority of crashes between cyclists and vehicles occur on arterial roads as compared to other roadway types. So you'll notice when we get to our recommendation, we talk about low-speed roads, 30 and 40 kilometers, not needing to necessarily have the same set of rules as in those higher speed locations. The location does not impact the severity of the injury. So 15% of cyclists or e-scooter crashes resulted in a fatality or a major injury. The severity of those crashes is similar for sidewalks and roads. So coming from a sidewalk doesn't result in a less serious crash than it does if you were on the roadway. 70% of cyclists and e-scooter crashes in Edmonton occurred along those arterial roads. 60% of those crashes occurred when a cyclist was leaving the sidewalk or in a crosswalk. There's been multiple surveys conducted by the University of British Columbia, Simon Fraser University, that shows that the collision risk on sidewalks is 5.3 to 16.3 times higher when taking into account ridership frequencies and volumes. Again, this can seem really counterintuitive. It feels like it's going to be safer on the sidewalk than the roadway. The difference in this situation is that falls and injuries for cyclists on sidewalks are 4 times more frequent due to the fact that they're sharing very limited space with pedestrians and with unmovable objects like signage, benches, boxes, etc., as well as uneven surfaces. So there are a lot of hazards that are in the way on a sidewalk, and we put into risk pedestrians as well. Equity and engineering considerations indicate that permitting fast-moving cyclists and e-scooters within pedestrian spaces compromises the safety and livability of all sidewalk users and creates further inequities for pedestrians who rely on the limited space that are offered by sidewalks for foot travel. Edmonton sidewalk widths and sightlines are designed primarily for pedestrian usage, and at 1.8 meters, they're too narrow to accommodate bikes and e-scooters, in contrast with the 3 meters that we put into place for shared use paths, which are geared towards accommodating multiple modes. I'm going to ask you again to picture another likely familiar experience. Walking on a sidewalk and a cyclist, e-scooter rider, or e-bike rider is weaving through people at a much higher speed than those who are walking. It can be unnerving, uncomfortable, and it's dangerous. Many don't think that a tragedy is likely in that kind of a situation, but the speed and weight of the vehicles we're talking about hitting an unprotected pedestrian can be catastrophic, and it even resulted in a pedestrian fatality in 2024. Our commitment to Vision Zero means looking at the data and isolating the very best options for improving safety and preventing these kinds of tragedies. Next slide, please. Given all that, we still hear and acknowledge concerns that cycling infrastructure is not available in all parts of the city. To ensure that we were working with the full picture, our analysis included a review of Edmonton's road network to determine the percentage of current and planned future bike infrastructure coverage. This allowed us to see what coverage gaps may exist once construction under the bike plan is complete by the end of 26. Based on the analysis shown in the table on the screen, by 2026, 83% of Edmonton's road network will feature dedicated bike infrastructure or be adjacent to dedicated bike infrastructure within the bike plan's prescribed buffer zone of 200 meters, or have a speed limit of 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. As I mentioned previously, this is important because low-speed, low-volume roadways are considered safer for cycling without dedicated bike infrastructure than other road types. The results show that by the end of 2026, the network coverage available for cycling and e-scooter use along lower-speed Edmonton roads and through dedicated bike infrastructure will be substantial. The bike network continues to provide increased coverage and addresses most missing network links over the next couple of years. Given what we know about the crash risk in intersections, we recommend not enabling sidewalk riding through the public spaces bylaw. Instead, administration is prepared to undertake a location-based, data-informed review and analysis to improve safety for cyclists and e-scooters riding at the remaining 17% of roads identified that will not have efficient access to bike infrastructure. This work will be completed through existing safe mobility programs and funding allocated through the 23 to 26 budget, and it will allow for a customized approach that takes into account the unique context of each location. If substantial and additional work is required beyond the scope that we have available to us now, it will be identified through this analysis and will be considered and brought forward in the next budget cycle.
Thank you, Jessica. Based on safety and equity data and analysis of the current bike network, it's our recommendation that the bylaw be amended to allow any child 14 and under to ride on the sidewalk in the city of Edmonton, but ultimately that it remain an offense under the bylaw to ride a bicycle on a sidewalk. I'll now turn it over to John Wilson, who can discuss the peace officers' training and bylaw enforcement.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Wilson. I'm a Deputy Bylaw Enforcement Officer Chief with the Community Standards Branch at the City of Edmonton. I'm here today on behalf of David Jones, who is unfortunately ill, but hopes to join us remotely to answer any questions later in the day. Before I begin, I would like to put one caveat on my portion of the presentation today. I am representing the city's enforcement staff and their efforts in the following slides. Our colleagues at the Edmonton Police Service will interpret and apply municipal bylaws according to their own legal advice, policies, and practices. The Community Standards Branch is committed to protecting collective community standards and enabling thriving public spaces. In order to provide an effective bylaw and Provincial Act enforcement service to Edmontonians, we invest heavily in training, focus on building trust and understanding with community members. We are intentional in our hiring practices and aim to hire officers who represent and understand our community. All of our new officers undergo a 9-week onboarding and training process, which is a blend of training that is mandated by the province and additional training specific to City of Edmonton needs. Ongoing CSWB funding has allowed us to create dedicated training positions and to embed equity practices into our recruiting, hiring, and training. There are 59 mandatory training courses for peace officers, and we offer additional supplementary community-led programs. Many of our peace officer training courses are listed online for public reference, and we are constantly exploring other training options to ensure we meet the needs of Edmontonians, including new options to support this proposed bylaw. Next slide, please. Once staff have successfully completed their onboarding training, they are ready to serve Edmontonians. Edmonton's bylaw and enforcement services are delivered by committed employees who are dedicated to serving our community. These employees work proactively to identify and address potential issues before they escalate, whilst also responding to community concerns and complaints. Our 4 E's approach, engaging, educating, encouraging, and enforcing, guides the interactions between officers and the public. Our officers strive to understand and address community concerns with empathy and respect, whilst also ensuring that bylaw and regulations are followed. Enforcement action is only taken as a last resort, prioritizing personal and public safety. both proactive and reactive enforcement are employed by the enforcement teams. You've heard David Jones talk in the past about the importance of proactive enforcement work, and we continue to make this a priority as we balance demand pressures across the community with the efforts to prevent issues before they occur. We instill within our teams the need to earn public trust and support by respecting community principles as outlined in the bylaws and authorities they have. Proactive enforcement focuses on preventing undesirable behaviors by maintaining a visible presence in areas where it is most needed. The success of this approach is measured by the absence of crime and disorder and the resulting sense of safety within the community. Reactive enforcement, on the other hand, is initiated in response to specific complaints from the community. Next slide, please. In total, Community Standards Branch responded to just over 240,000 occurrences in our community, including public complaints and officer-initiated investigations via proactive work. The statistics on this slide are for the peace officer teams in our branch. In keeping with the 4 E's, as I've just described, you can see that many more warnings are issued for offences committed in public spaces than tickets. Overall, in 2024, of the nearly 89,000 offences committed addressed by the peace officers, only roughly 17,000 tickets were issued. That's a ticketing rate of only 90% of the detected offences. Not only does this demonstrate that our officers are following our 4E practices overall, but I'd like to point at some further statistics to help highlight our discretionary approach to enforcement. I'd like to dig into our ticketing data a bit further for 2 offences about which we've had a number of conversations and which are historically disproportionately committed by those experiencing homelessness. Our ticketing rate for transit fare evasion in 2024 was 7%, and only 6% for inappropriate behaviour in transit, both significantly lower than our overall average for branch-wide ticketing for detected offences. To me, this is a clear demonstration of the transit peace officers using officer discretion when over 90% of these offences are dealt with by solutions other than ticketing. As you can see by the slide, our team also continues to support life and safety in public places by administering Narcan. Although this is a medical response, we have leaned in to support other first responder teams and the public by including Narcan administration in our overall first aid provision. The Transit Peace Officer team still administered Narcan more than once a day in 2024, despite the overall reduction from the prior year. As mentioned, we carefully track use of force incidents and have been reporting on these to Council and publicly for some time. As you can see, our overall use of force rate is quite low. 4 event types account for almost 80% of all use of force incidents: assault at 33%, trespassing 23%, obstruction of a peace officer at 13%, and trouble with persons at 8%. It's important that we track and report on use of force for legislative and public legitimacy purposes, but also to see what we can learn in order to improve our staff health and safety needs. With this, I'll pass the mic back to Michael. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'd just like to briefly speak to fines in municipal legislation, just to provide an understanding of what the framework looks like and how this bylaw would be enforced in the event that an enforcement officer determines it's appropriate to issue a fine. For a bylaw infraction to be enforceable, it must be explicitly prohibited and have a defined penalty. While the Municipal Government Act allows for fines to be up to $10,000 in Alberta and include up to a year in jail, provincial regulations now allow for bylaw tickets that are $1,000 or less to be issued as what's called a Part 3 ticket. The significance of that is that Part 3 tickets are like parking tickets in that there's no path for non-payment of a Part 3 ticket to end up as a warrant or to end up with someone in default in incarceration. This is significant as it allows us to enforce our bylaws, but particularly when dealing with someone who is vulnerable or unhoused, ensure that it's not simply contributing to a cycle of poverty or incarceration, but rather allows the enforcement officer to be lawfully placed to intervene at the outset. We've also looked at fines in terms of fine amounts. We've benchmarked in the attachment with Calgary and Winnipeg. We have looked at a number of other municipalities, but Calgary being subject to the same legislation provincially and Manitoba's legislation being very similar, those were the two most comparable in terms of comparing apples to apples. On the next slide, we talk about how fines are selected, or what the best practice is for selecting fines in a bylaw. Fines aim to deter and penalize unlawful behavior. Bylaw infractions range from things that are intentional or reckless, such as the regulation on fireworks, such as unintentional things like a dog being at large, or actions that are very dangerous to the individual, like walking on the river when it's frozen or on a storm pond. Some have broader consequences, like permitting provisions, and others, like temporary sheltering or roadway panhandling, prioritize intervention and safety to the individual and the public over penalizing the conduct in question. Of course, these are generalizations. In addition to these factors, we've tried to, when setting fines, reflect what other municipalities in Canada are doing, as well as lumping together similar offenses where the fines provide some consistency where we can do so. We also speak here to this idea on the next slide of nominal fines being imposed in some cases. There are 3 offenses in the bylaw that we have identified as administration that meet both of the criteria on this slide, and that is that firstly, the primary reason that that offense occurs in the bylaw is to ensure that enforcement officers have lawful authority to intervene and immediately discontinue the conduct, and that through the GBA Plus report, as well as the feedback and the work that we've done, there's a recognition that the provision in question could have the impact disproportionately on a vulnerable person or group. On these 3 offenses, which is the visible drug use in public offense, the temporary sheltering provision, as well as roadway panhandling, administration's recommendation is that a nominal fine be associated with the offense in question. I'm going to turn it back over to Michelle to speak to the next steps.
Thank you, Michael. The recommended bylaw before you represents the best information and advice from administration. The final draft of the bylaw is the culmination of hours of research, analysis, and engagement. Through our presentation, we have aimed to show you the great lengths and avenues we have explored to produce a draft bylaw that is balanced and effective. We hope that we have been able to explain our rationale and reasoning for administration's recommendations. Procedurally, in order to pass the bylaw, committee must make a recommendation to council that the bylaw receive the appropriate readings. If passed, the bylaw is proposed to come into force in May 2025 to allow time for peace officer training and a public education campaign. This work will begin if and when the bylaw is passed. Also, communications will include a 2-phased media campaign, social media, advertising, earned media, that will educate the public about the bylaw. An initial awareness campaign immediately following approval, followed by a second phase coinciding with spring implementation. This is the end of our presentation. We are happy to take your questions after you have heard from the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Before we get to speakers, I do just have one correction to make. The city clerk flagged for me that one name was missed in panel 2, I believe. Can you just let me know that name again?
Yes, it was Shiza Wazi.
Sorry, what?
Shiza Wazi.
Shiza Wazi?
Yes.
Okay, so can we move to hear from Shiza Wazi in panel 2?
So moved.
Okay, please vote to hear from that speaker.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. and that is carried. Okay, and before we call down panel one, I'm going to read this before every panel, just for people that are popping in and out, and just with experiences we've had before. So before we begin our discussion, I just want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person attendees and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions and that exist within our community. As the meeting chair, I have the responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in this behavior. The type of behaviors that will result in removal from this meeting include making disrespectful comments directed at individuals, members of the public, or staff members, or using profane language. Responsive behaviors like showing support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat emoji functions in the Google Meet, are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but ensure that the chamber behaviors are maintained to support safe, respectful, and place for my colleagues, city employees, and the public alike. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. So now I will like to call the first panel. If you are here, if you hear your name and you're remote, if you could just let me know if you're here. If you are in person, we'll guide you to the appropriate spot over here. Alexander Dowsey.
Present.
Thank you. Renee Vargas.
Bourgeois, yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. Judith Garber.
I'm here.
Thank you. Christopher Martin.
Present.
Present, and you're virtual?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Heather Thompson.
She's also present and just logging in.
Okay, she'll be remote as well. Okay.
Yes.
Cheryl Watson, Downtown Revitalization Coalition.
Present.
Thank you. Robert Kirshner.
Present.
David Kahane.
Present.
Thank you. Linda Huberscher. Okay, thank you. Just head on over that way. The clerks will direct you to your spot. Alex Harithu.
Good morning.
Morning. Harper Paranich. Here, okay, same thing. Just head on over that way. Katie McDonald.
Present.
Thank you. Kaya Hiru. In person or remote? Okay, we'll circle back when we come to panelist 13. Jane Sampson. Tristan Dell.
Morning.
Good morning. Sky Mikla. Sky Mikla. Okay. Lisa Baroldi. Please head on down. Hannah Gelderman.
Present.
Thank you. Judith Gale. Please head on down. Yep. And Jeremiah Levine.
Yeah, present.
Perfect, thank you so much. And for anybody that I didn't hear present, I will still call out your name when it's your time to speak. So if you need any help logging in or having technical difficulties, please contact the city clerk at let me just reference that actual email so I don't give you the wrong email address. City.clerk@edmonton.ca. Okay, and again, I will be pretty firm on 5 minutes speaking time, just so that we can get through and hear from all the voices that have registered to speak to, and we want to make sure we hear from everybody today. So we will start now with Alexander. You have 5 minutes. Are you ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Yep, please go ahead.
All right, well, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I think it's quite telling what's been preserved in the public spaces bylaw proposal based on the overwhelming criticism of it the last time that we were all here. The last time that I was here speaking to this committee, I criticized the proposal for its inclusion of fines for individuals staying in transit spaces, both for its extremely specific criteria, fining people for staying in transit spaces when more than one bus or train had departed, and also for the broader ill-defined offense of unrelated use of transit space. I was frankly not surprised, but still deeply disappointed to see that the new proposal preserves fines for behaviors and activities unrelated to the use of Edmonton Transit Service. And I'm here again to speak against the inclusion of fines that are clearly targeted at individuals who are experiencing visible poverty. You know, when I was talking with my mom about this earlier, she brought up a valuable insight. She often has to wait in transit spaces for taxis or rides from friends in the wintertime. She has visual impairment and can't always get to where she needs to go to on foot. So she often has to wait in transit spaces in extreme weather. Will she get fined for unrelated use of transit space? Probably not, but someone who might be struggling with their mental health or might be unhoused, someone who could be sitting right next to her, that person would probably be targeted by fines like this in an instant, and that's not okay. History tells us that the inclusion of laws that intentionally leave appropriate behavior undefined leads to selective enforcement that disproportionately targets minority communities every single time. And that's what language like this is supposed to do. We need only look to state governments south of us to see how verbiage like appropriate behavior is intentionally included in laws to give a pass to enforcement officers to target minority communities based off of nothing but prejudice and profiling. It's not all right there, and it's not all right here. And in any city that claims to be committed to equality, the mere whiff that a law has been crafted to enable profiling visible minorities of any kind should be instantly disqualifying. You know, we've heard before that what enforcement wanted was clarity and focus when it comes to bylaws around people's behavior in public spaces. And there's a wide range of specific and focused bylaws around behavior in this package, from spitting, riding bicycles inside, harassing transit users, blocking doors. Specifics abound, staying in when your proof of payment is expired, so on and so on. But obviously that's not what's really desired, and the inclusion of a rubber stamp fine like this is clearly intended to enable enforcement officers to profile and fine transit users based off of their own biases, because that's what laws like this do. While there seems to be a selected group of powerful people who seem to think that the first point of contact for a person who's struggling should be a shakedown that comes with a side of fines, I do not. Fines and incarceration are not going to make things better for Edmontonians. Everyone knows that we don't just have a problem, we have a crisis. We've had a crisis for years now. I'm asking you, the people with the power, to stop facilitating this, to stop. We're entering what, year 5, year 6, where the people of this city who have nowhere else to go are repeatedly kicked in the gut. We know there aren't enough safe shelter spaces for people. We know there aren't enough support services for people. And yet over and over and over, the city's chosen to kick down harder, all the while pretending like the constant sweeps and fines and arrests are making things better, despite the fact that things are very clearly getting worse for everyone. You know, the city has created a cycle of violence alongside Edmonton Police Service. There's no words to describe how vile it's been to see the willingness to deny the humanity of our neighbors based off of their housing status, let alone the actual acts of violence that the city and police policy has facilitated in my community. I lament every single day that I've lived to see the day when police officers are beating elders with batons in the community where I live. I lament that I've lived to see people with frostbitten limbs because they've been kicked out onto the street when it's 40 below zero. And I lament that I live to see city institutions explain it all away as necessary, compassionate, balancing safety concerns when it comes at the expense of the lives of my friends and neighbors every single time. City Council needs to think long and hard about whether or not it wants to deepen that cycle of violence violence by including bylaws that facilitate profiling and discrimination into the way that our public spaces are going to operate for years to come. All Edmontonians deserve safety. All Edmontonians deserve to be treated like human beings, full stop. It shouldn't be conditional. So make the right choice. Stop enabling discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee?
Hi, good morning, everyone. First, I just want to thank you very much for the opportunity to highlight some thoughts and reflections, recommendations regarding the proposed public spaces bylaws. And while the bylaw aims to create safe, vibrant, and equitable public spaces, I think its current form risks reinforcing some systemic harm and creating administrative inefficiencies, as well as overburdening our bylaw enforcement. So I think by integrating some more community-based feedback and adopting a more compassionate, sustainable solutions, the city has an opportunity to address the underlying issues affecting public spaces while fostering trust and dignity. I hope my remarks today provide some food for thought for consideration in the movement of this work. These are my reflections upon review of the bylaws and the methodologies. I have, unfortunately, 13 areas of note, which I'll move through quickly, and this is a lot. There's a lot that this bylaw covers, and I think the concern is there's maybe too much being covered in this bylaw to allow for good debate. So my first one is interactions with bylaw enforcement. So, you know, the current concern is the reliance on enforcement through fines and peace officer discretion disproportionately affects marginalized individuals. And I'm sure you're going to hear that over and over today, including those who are unhoused, those living with disabilities, or facing mental health challenges. So even minor fines, like the $25 fine, can trigger trauma, escalate tensions, create distrust. And additionally, these interactions place our peace officers in high pressure situations, which also increases their stress and potential for conflict. Recommendation here, recognizing municipal jurisdictional barriers, but the need for investment and advocacy in community-based alternatives, such as trauma-informed outreach workers, mental health teams, and public facilities to reduce the frequency and impact of enforcement interactions. This will not only alleviate harm to vulnerable individuals, but also reduce the strain on officers, allowing them to focus on the situations where their skills are most needed. Now, in relation to permits for public gatherings, the requirement for permits for gatherings of over 100 people poses a barrier to spontaneous civic engagement and freedom of assembly, and this will disproportionately impact grassroots organizations and marginalized individuals and communities. Requiring permits not only delays potential gatherings, but risks creating a chilling effect where communities feel discouraged from organizing altogether due to fear of fines or legal repercussions. But the burden doesn't stop there. It extends to the municipality as well. The fining culture really creates an administrative burden that requires resources for processing fines, managing disputes, enforcing collections. And I wonder if it's the most effective use of our resources. And maybe something to consider there is replacing a permit requirement with a simple event registration process to ensure public awareness without restricting participation or adding administrative burdens. To be at a risk to attend somebody else's event, not knowing that whether they have a permit, and be at risk of being fined yourself is problematic. I notice my time is moving, so I'm gonna actually send this document that I have here in the chat so you have it. Other things to recognize, the commercial activity and vending. I think the bylaw really misses an opportunity to provide space for low-income individuals or people who are unhoused to sell their crafts and art. Something to consider is a license-free vending zone, which has been piloted in other communities to support and address root cause. The definitions of harassment in the bylaw, the notion of someone feeling tormented, troubled, or badgers are really subjective and have I think a risk of being misused or leading to kind of over enforcement. So I think there's need for kind of clear definitions there to really minimize conflicts also as well between the public and law enforcement. Access to public washrooms, I think, is another piece of this. I think the $500 fine for public urination, defecation are punitive, especially when access to public restrooms is limited. And this will not only disproportionately affect unhoused seniors, individuals, but also others like seniors, new mothers, and people with disabilities, especially gastrointestinal issues. So I think that continued investment in public washrooms and hygiene facilities, which Edmonton has been doing, please stay on that track. It's such an important track. The temporary shelters, yes, you're going to hear a lot of concerns about that. One of my suggestions, and maybe a compromise, is something like designated temporary shelters 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. There are models where this happens, so maybe officers could be guided by clear protocols to avoid removing shelters during those times, creating a safer, more predictable environment for individuals. And then I'll just say too, the public space fixtures, prohibiting posters is a real concern. I think that we need to make sure in the city that we're amplifying and creating more accessible bulletin boards and high traffic spaces to encourage that civic engagement. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll send this.
Yeah, thank you. And just to be clear, the chat function is not open for guests, so please send that to city.clerk@edmonton.ca. That would be the best place, correct, Madam Clerk, for it to be circulated with committee and council?
That is correct. City.clerk@edmonton.ca.
Thank you. Okay, and we will now go to Judith. Judith Garber.
I didn't know I could unmute myself.
That's okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
I hope everyone can hear me, and thank you for this opportunity to speak before the committee. There are lots of things I could say about the bylaw, and other people will say them. Some of them have already been said. I want to make some kind of bigger picture comments about the bylaw that are criticisms of and concerns about the bylaw. I want to focus on the notable mismatches between administration's rationales for bylaw provisions, explanations of bylaw provisions, even how bylaw provisions are worded in the documents, the attachments, and the report that were provided as background and basis for the bylaw, and in the edifying presentations today. There's a lot of language that makes the bylaw sound more benign than it is, in fact, and makes the changes in the bylaw over the past year seem more responsive to the concerns that were expressed last year before council, concerns about overregulation and stigmatization. They sound more responsive than the changes in the bylaw actually are. So I want to point out a couple of areas that really have me concerned. And one is a factual question that comes up a couple of times in the administration's supporting materials and what people said today, administration said today. There is at least one really big smoking gun in this bylaw that required me to do legal research to understand. And that's the word ordinarily. It's the claim that ordinarily these bylaw offenses will be treated as offenses under Part 2 of the Provincial Offenses Procedures Act. Part 3, which cannot result in criminal charges, cannot result in imprisonment. But buried in attachment 4 to the bylaw on page 6, and this is the EDA plus report. There's a section on criminalization versus regulation. The report says this is not criminalization. The city does not have the authority to criminalize. That's true. Through the Municipal Government Act, does have the authority, and the Provincial Offences Procedures Act does have the authority to regulate behaviors through bylaws. But higher fines can be issued for more serious conduct. Ordinarily, these fines will be assessed under Part 3 of the Provincial Offences Procedures Act, less serious. For example, though, if a bicyclist riding on a sidewalk leads to serious, have I used up my 5 minutes? Yes.
Yes, thank you for being mindful, Judith, and oftentimes I know my colleagues will ask somebody if they didn't get time to finish when they have the chance to question.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. Christopher Martin, please go ahead.
Councillor Rutherford, may I request that Heather Thompson speak before me?
Sure.
She's next to the list.
Sure, yep. Please go ahead, Heather. Are you there?
Awesome. Yes, sorry. Good morning, members of the community and Public Services Committee. My name is Heather Thompson. I am the Vice President of Economy Engagement at the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here today to express Edmonton Chamber's strong support for the proposed bylaw of 20700. I just want to underscore that the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce does represent nearly 2,000 businesses here in the city of Edmonton. And I just want to, again, highlight that because I know it seems like I'm one person, but I am speaking on behalf of thousands of Edmontonians. So really there's 3 things I want to highlight on behalf of the Chamber's members with regards to this bylaw. So the first thing is really around protecting public safety and space accessibility. So while the bylaw does include enforcement measures, its intent, as we understand it, is to create safer and more functional public spaces for everyone, including vulnerable populations. It does not seek to criminalize survival activities, but to manage the spaces in a way that respects everyone's rights. The bylaw provides clear regulations that can be applied equitably with room for context and overall compassion in its enforcement. The second point here is that we really feel like we need to balance the needs of all residents, and we just don't feel like that's happening right now. The bylaw is designed to balance the safety for both housed and unhoused individuals. It acknowledges the need for public spaces to be inclusive, but also aims to create environments where everyone and all individualized, marginalized or not, feel safe and respected. This is something to highlight that we are hearing from our members consistently and constantly. They are spending thousands and thousands on security and their staff do not feel safe. And my third point here is that they are encouraging positive public engagement and not suppression. So this bylaw does not restrict political protests or public gatherings, but encourages organized and respectful use of public spaces. Permits and guidelines are not intended to stifle free expression, but they are there to ensure that large events and all events are just safe and well managed and do not disrupt public order. I think our letter that we sent over has a lot of data with regards to the bylaw and what we're hearing from the business community. And I would like to just again highlight some of these points around not implementing this bylaw is just not a solution. And I think that we really need solutions right now as Edmontonians. We cannot maintain the status quo with regards to public spaces. It's just not working right now. When businesses and customers feel safe in public spaces, they are more likely to engage with and invest in this area, which it boosts economic activity. And safer environments foster growth of businesses and supports enterprises. I think that Edmonton is at a really critical intersection of losing our economic power and supporting all residents. The truth is that we need a business community to do well, and we also need the business community to make money. And when that happens, the tax base will grow, more people will be employed, and the vibrancy will be restored, and ultimately, Edmontonians are taken care of. All Edmontonians are taken care of. So in closing, the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce strongly supports the objectives bylaw 20700 public spaces bylaw. We look forward to continued collaboration to strengthen our city's public spaces and economy, and we really appreciate any opportunity to share and support this important bylaw. And we really appreciate your time and attention, and thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I will go to Christopher Martin, who's also online. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Community and Public Services Committee. My name is Christopher Martin. I'm the Director of Policy and Government Relations at the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce. Just a few moments ago, you heard my colleague Heather Thompson explain why the Edmonton Chamber supports the public spaces bylaw. And I just want to add to Heather's comments and more so focus on some of the feedback we frequently hear from our members and local businesses regarding public safety. To start, for many business owners, public safety and social disorder are not just abstract ideas. They're something that are becoming everyday challenges that affect themselves, their staff, customers, and even their ability to stay open. At a high level, some of the themes that we're hearing from businesses routinely are related to their feeling of feeling lost. You know, many of businesses do feel compassionate about those that are experiencing things such as houselessness, mental health, addictions, even ongoing unemployment. And at the same time, they're not sure how they can actually support them, given the issue is growing in nature. Their employees often feel unsafe coming to work, especially at night. Some workers have noted being harassed, followed to their cars, or face unsafe conditions near their workspaces. They're also noticing it's harder to hire and keep staff. Some businesses are losing employees because they no longer feel comfortable working in certain areas. Other businesses are telling us that their customers are just avoiding coming to their businesses altogether, even ones that have come to their stores, especially restaurants, bars, cafes, and storefronts downtown, for example. Their customers are staying away because they feel unsafe. Businesses also deal with quite a bit of theft, vandalism, and other issues around their storefronts. They're seeing that the storefronts are being damaged, merchandise is routinely being stolen, property is being destroyed, and it's becoming very expensive to repair and maintain. I'd also say that many of our businesses note there is strong support for having some sort of governance around public behavior. The city's own survey, which over 6,000 Edmontonians participated in, noted that some of the behaviors, such as open-air drug use, etc., were highlighted as some of the largest concerns that they have. And also our businesses are saying this really isn't just a downtown issue. We have members who are businesses on White Avenue that are reporting this, in commercial districts across the city, and even in the suburbs that are noticing the same challenges. To give another example, when people think about businesses, they often picture big corporations with lots of money. But the fact is that over 90% of Edmonton's businesses are small businesses, those with fewer than 100 employees, and most of those are even micro businesses with between 1 and 4 or scaling size businesses with up to 20 employees. These businesses are family-owned shops, local restaurants, small service providers. They aren't looking to make huge profits. They just want to support their families, serve their customers, and help build a better city. Many business owners also care deeply about the people in their community. They understand that homelessness, addictions, and mental health challenges are complex issues. And at the same time, they're becoming increasingly frustrated with the lack of progress that has been made in improving public safety and supporting the most vulnerable people of our population. They want to be part of a city that finds solutions. And that's why many of them see the public spaces bylaw as one of many tools needed to improve safety. Not the only solution, but an important step. And I'm hoping Council will prioritize its approval starting today. With my last few moments, I just want to provide an example of a call I had last week with a local business owner. As mentioned, the Edmonton Chamber has about 2,000 businesses, and I would say that we frequently hear public safety being the top concern from our members. Just last week, I spoke with a local restaurant manager who runs multiple locations in Edmonton. They're starting to question whether or not Edmonton really will be their home for the long term. The individuals operated a business in Edmonton since 2011. They told me that public safety issues really started getting worse during the COVID-19 pandemic, but they've only gotten worse over the recent years. Some of the issues that they faced over the last 2 years include frequent property break-ins and thefts. The restaurant's had its front windows smashed multiple times over the past year. Each time it costs thousands of dollars to repair, and within weeks it happens again. They recently had to install roller windows, which cost them about $10,000 at one of their 4 locations, which reduces the attractiveness of their property. They've also had employees have car windows smashed on a regular basis. They face vandalism and public defacement on a regular basis, especially during the summer where there's graffiti or property stolen from patios. They often witness violence and drug use in their own washrooms. Many times people come in from the street and use a washroom and they aren't concerned about that. But then the individuals use substances and have a health emergency or leave behind used needles. When staff ask them to leave, some become aggressive, yelling, throwing objects, and threaten employees. Overall, the notion of public safety is becoming an increasing concern for businesses. And public safety isn't just a social challenge, it's an economic issue. When businesses succeed, communities also succeed. As the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, we really do believe that safe and well-managed public spaces will help businesses attract customers, keep employees safe, and help businesses stay open. That's why this bylaw matters. In conclusion, the Edmonton Chamber will keep pushing for balanced, practical solutions that improve safety while helping businesses succeed. We encourage committee to approve this bylaw today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I go to Cheryl Watson, online.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi, councillors, and fellow citizens. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of Bylaw 20700, an important step towards ensuring that Edmonton's public spaces are safe and welcoming for everyone. I'm speaking today as the chair of the Downtown Revitalization Coalition on behalf of more than 35 steering committee members and the thousands of supporters of our advocacy work. I also bring the perspective of a downtown employer. I have experienced firsthand how the state of our public spaces impact employees, businesses, and the overall economic viability of our city. While many investments have been made to address safety issues in the core, there remains an urgent need for stronger expectations of behavior and subsequent enforcement. The reality is, my employees and many others working downtown have been negatively impacted by unchecked behaviors that compromise both their safety and their ability to navigate our city streets. This bylaw provides a much needed framework to ensure that our public spaces serve their intended purposes, places where people can gather, commute, and work without fear. Key measures such as addressing visible drug use and ensuring transit spaces are used properly are essential steps towards restoring confidence and pride in our downtown. One area of concern that I urge Council to revisit is the issue of sound amplification in public spaces. The disruption caused by excessive noise, particularly from downtown street preachers, creates an unwelcoming environment that discourages foot traffic and negatively impacts businesses. A reasonable restriction on amplification near business entrances would strike a fair balance between free speech and maintaining a livable, enjoyable downtown. At its core, Bylaw 2700 is about setting clear, enforceable expectations for behavior in public spaces, expectations that reflect basic standards of respect and decency. Employees, residents, and visitors should not have to navigate an environment where public disorder is tolerated as the status quo. If we want businesses to thrive, people to feel safe, and investments to continue flowing into our downtown, we must be willing to take action. I urge City Council to pass this bylaw and ensure that Edmonton's public spaces remain places of opportunity, connection, and economic growth, not spaces of disorder and insecurity. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go to Robert Kirschner. Please go ahead.
Hello, good morning, and thank you. My name is Robert Asher Kirschner, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Edmonton chapter of Independent Jewish Voices Canada. We're a Jewish organization that advocates for justice and peace for all in Israel-Palestine and opposes all forms of racism, including here in Canada. My fellow IJV member, Jeremiah Levine, will be speaking later to various details of the revised public spaces bylaw that threaten Indigenous, unhoused people, and other marginalized Edmontonians. I will be focusing on bylaw provisions that abrogate the right to peaceably assemble. For the last year and a half, our members have been participating in weekly Palestinian-led rallies and marches to protest Canada's complicity in Israeli genocidal aggression against Palestinians in Gaza and elsewhere, and to stand in solidarity with our Palestinian Edmontonian neighbors, many of whom have lost family members to that genocide. And many of these gatherings have exceeded the 100-person level that the bylaw targets. As Jews, we strongly believe that never again means never again for anybody. These demonstrations have been unfailingly peaceful. As Jews, we are sensitive to anti-Semitism, but these demonstrations have been entirely free of anti-Semitic expressions or any other form of hate speech. Claims to the contrary are coming from people who A, weren't there, and B, refuse to distinguish between actual anti-Semitism versus human rights-based criticism of the Israeli government. This revised public spaces bylaw prohibits Edmontonians from organizing or participating in a gathering of more than 100 people in any publicly accessible space except by prior permission of the city manager. The permit application process, however, requires 6 weeks advance notice with proof of a minimum $2 million liability insurance coverage. Despite vague assurances by administration this morning about permits not being unreasonably withheld, those assurances do not remove these barriers. If the administration intends to remove the barriers, it must do so explicitly. Moreover, the city manager may attach any further conditions they choose to the permit, including the imposition of crippling fees on the organizers and restriction to out-of-the-way zones that would, in effect, make the demonstration pointless. We recognize the change in language from from comfort to psychological safety, but this change, this term is undefined, and so the change may be merely cosmetic. The bylaw also includes ambiguous language restricting the format of signs and banners that protesters may carry, and the unclearness of the language means that decisions about what signs are or are not allowed will be largely down to the whim of law enforcement officers. The bylaw dresses itself up in the language of public safety, but it repeatedly blurs the line between actual safety considerations on one hand versus the supposed desire of ordinary Edmontonians not to be inconvenienced or discomforted by political opinions they disagree with or by issues they don't want to be bothered to think about, like the large number of fellow Edmontonians who can't afford housing. In sum, the bylaw seems to conceive of the general public merely as a collection of obedient consumers who must not be distracted from their primary purpose in life, namely shopping, not as full participants in a democratic society. But that is not how things are supposed to work in Canada. The right to peaceably assemble is enshrined absolutely and unconditionally in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This bylaw flagrantly violates the Charter, and it must therefore be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go on to David Kane. Kahane. I apologize for any mispronunciations. Are you there, David?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. So I'm David Kahane. I'm a professor of political science at the University of Alberta, and for the last 35 years, I've been a researcher on public involvement, as well as broader issues of state power and public mobilization. In February, I spoke before council, and I drew on this expertise to strongly urge that administration do deeper public engagement on the proposed bylaw, given its many problematic aspects. Better public engagement would have been co-designed with those most affected, deliberative rather than top of the head, power informed, not just with the usual suspects, not just in the usual places, and not putting fundamental rights up for grabs. Administration didn't do any of that. They're still relying on surveys that sample top of head, uninformed opinions and that reproduce social prejudices and stereotypes about marginalized and stigmatized groups. The loudest voices, the most powerful voices, are the ones they're continuing to hear despite what may be their good intentions. The low quality of public engagement on this file and its marginalization of those affected by the bylaw are reason enough to kill it. We're better off with the offenses in the 3 bylaws it proposes to replace, and that it widens and widens and widens with this new bylaw. I also want to make 4 other quick points in favor of killing this bylaw now in committee. First, people have spoken about the fines. Fines are intrinsically discriminatory against poor people, As a middle-class person, if I get a $25 or a $500 fine, it may really ruin my day or my week or my month, but I can handle it. For poorer people, such fines may be a turning point in their life. It may compromise their ability to care for their loved ones, to eat, to remain housed. So, fines. Second, discretion. As John Wilson noted, there's no way that everyone who violates bylaws against riding on the sidewalk, marking public spaces, passing without ringing their bike bell, peeing in public is going to be fined. It's absolutely plain that what will happen instead is that these bylaws will be enforced based on powerful people's common sense about who's dangerous and who's not, who's threatening and who's not, whose life the complainer or enforcer identifies with, and whose life seems undesirable or less than fully human. Despite the careful rhetoric from administration, this bylaw will be used against the marginalized, guaranteed. Third, public demonstrations. So I'm a Jew who has been involved in demonstrations for Palestinian liberation over the past 15 months, tens of times, as well as demonstrations against racist policing. These demonstrations were disruptive. That's what demonstrations are in a democratic society. Many were organized on short notice in response to emerging events. I don't think any of them were permitted. The only danger I ever perceived in any of these well-run demonstrations in defense of marginalized groups and against an ongoing genocide was from sometimes aggressive policing. I would venture to say that very few of these demonstrations would have cleared the bar for public events under the proposed bylaw. If insurance is needed for a permit, these grassroots demos didn't have it. If lead time is required, they often didn't have it. If the city could have demanded that they cover the cost of policing, road closures, and so on, the demonstrators didn't have it. If accusations of hate speech adjudicated by a risk-averse administration are reasons to deny a permit, well, we've seen accusations of anti-Semitism used spuriously and again against Palestinian demonstrators and their allies. So what we will have if the public event provisions of this bylaw pass are many unpermitted demonstrations, just like now. But what will change is that bylaw officers and police will be able to levy $250 fines against as many participants as they want in demonstrations of over 100 people. If you don't think that this will repress unpopular speech, you're dreaming. The last thing I'll say is about the rise of authoritarianism and fascism. We're looking at that south of the border. We see it in Alberta. We see it in Canada, the US, the UK, Germany. Those of us who study the rise of authoritarianism and fascism know that liberals often lay down legal frameworks that are then further weaponized by populists and authoritarians. This law would be a classic case of massive new space for enforcement being created by a relatively centrist government that could provide the basis for massively increased repression of unpopular groups, marginalized groups, and the quashing of political speech as things swing right. The UCP has now brought us parties in municipal elections. We don't know what shape that will take. And so I ask that you please not put massive new tools of repression in the hands of future council administrations and police chiefs. Don't let that be your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Herbischer, there you go. Just make sure your mic is on, please.
Good morning. I'm here to address the committee on behalf of the Edmonton Rowing Club, specifically on Section 61 of the bylaw, which is regarding life jackets, and to request an exemption. We believe there will be an unintended consequence against the operations of the Edmonton Rowing Club should this provision continue. To explain, my name is Linda Herbischer. I've been a member of the Edmonton Rowing Club since 1996, and I'm currently the treasurer. I've also served as president of the Alberta Rowing Association, a board member of Rowing Canada Aviron, which is our national sport body. Next slide. The Edmonton Rowing Club is a nonprofit sport organization that has operated in the River Valley since 1972. We are grateful for the collaborative and supportive relationship we've had with the city over the years. We have enthusiastically promoted rowing in Edmonton. We have raised over $2 million for both Alberta Cancer and the Stollery Children's Hospital. In these campaigns, which spanned over 20 years, we launched between 500 to 1,000 people into rowing shells onto the North Saskatchewan River each summer. We've never had a drowning incident nor any other major safety episode. Next slide. The rowing stroke requires the athlete to do a compression of the torso and the movement of oar handles into the body and out to effectuate the movement of the rowing shell. Next slide. Section 61 of the bylaw requires a flotation device that adequately sustains the person in the water without effort or motion of any kind. This provision would conflict with the use of the inflatable waist belt PFDs that are currently used by the Edmonton Rowing Club. Next slide. The ERC operates under the provisions of Transport Canada small vessel regulations for rowing shells. The regulation requires that a coach or safety boat be present carrying life jackets for the rowing shell with the most persons on board. Should rowers be on the water when a coach or safety boat is not present, they are required to wear a Transport Canada approved inflatable waist belt, PFD, or fanny pack life jacket. And I brought one along just for illustrative purposes. The various programs that are offered by the ERC provide a certified coach trained in safety protocols and rescue procedures to supervise rowers while they are on the water. As well, rowing shell manufacturers make the capsized shell its own flotation device. We train our rowers to remain with the capsized shell. Next slide. The difficulty with having to use a full life jacket when we are on the water, they are bulky. They limit the rower's ability to fully extend their arms and rotate or properly compress their torso, which is essential for an efficient stroke. The flotation material in standard life jackets forces the rower into an unnatural sitting position, preventing proper engagement of the legs, core, and arms during the stroke. As well, the added bulk and improper weight distribution can throw off balance, which makes it harder to maintain stability in the narrow rowing shell, especially in competitive or high-performance training settings. Next slide. On the water, ERC coach boat drivers wear life jackets. Our coach boat drivers carry life jackets, first aid kits, and blankets to rescue rowers should there be a capsize. As well, we continuously monitor the water conditions and river flows, as well as the weather conditions, to ensure that we keep all of our participants safe. Next slide. The ERC is asking for an exemption based on having had a flawless safety record, and we believe that mandating life jackets that restrict movement would threaten our ability to provide our programs to the community. We are committed to working with the city to ensure safety without compromising our sport. We are concerned there could be a major operational impact and risk of closure should there not be some consideration to our concerns. Next slide. I have discussed those. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee has. Next slide. Next slide. I've included the appendices, which I have been referring to the Transport Canada as well as the Rowing Canada safety guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will go on to Alex Ritsu, remote.
Good morning.
Please go ahead.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, can you guys hear me? I'm just double checking.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome, thanks. So I'm here on behalf of the Downtown Revitalization Coalition as past chair. I just want to recognize I no longer serve as chair, but all of the engagement and work around this bylaw did occur while I was chair. And so I'm pleased to speak to it today and express strong support. This bylaw represents an important step forward in ensuring downtown Edmonton remains a safe, vibrant, and welcoming place for residents, businesses, and visitors. The process leading up to this bylaw has been thorough and inclusive and extensive, lasting well over a year and a half, and incorporating a jurisdictional scan to learn from best practices, extensive public engagement to capture diverse perspectives, and alignment with broader objectives of safety, administrative efficiency, and equitable access to public spaces. The result is a cohesive framework that replaces fragmented bylaws with clear, consistent expectations for behavior in public spaces. And I'd really like to thank and commend administration for their diligent effort in drafting and then redrafting this. This bylaw addresses critical safety concerns while maintaining public spaces as an inclusive and welcoming environment. And some of those key provisions include regulating visible drug use, ensuring transit spaces remain safe and functional, consolidating enforcement tools to improve consistency across the city, and strengthening the foundation for downtown investment, business development, and public vibrancy. Despite significant investment in safety, ongoing challenges persist, and ensuring that people feel safe downtown is essential for economic recovery. Having worked with many of you over the last 2 years, I know there's frustration with what tools you have at your disposal to address these issues. You cannot direct EPS, you cannot solve the root causes, many of which are provincial jurisdiction, but you can improve the day-to-day experience of the hundreds of thousands of people moving through our city by clearly directing peace officers through this bylaw. It's a crucial step in strengthening downtown's recovery and reinforcing Edmonton's reputation as an inclusive, dynamic, and livable city. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we have Harper. Yes, please make sure your mic is on. And are you ready?
Yep.
Please go ahead. Your 5 minutes starts now.
All right. My name is Harper Peranich. I agree with Judith, David, and Asher regarding the language and legal issues. Based on things stated today, I've revised my statement since coming in, so please bear with me. This committee claimed this bylaw is evidence-based. After reading this bylaw and hearing what you believe about this bylaw, I will be so bold as to say that I believe that this committee either does not have access to or has not applied the professional expertise and competency needed to engage with applicable, relevant, and tenable evidence to create this type of social policy. For all the buzzwords used, this bylaw is ambiguous and overstretched to the point of being actively harmful to the public for the reasons already mentioned by other speakers today. This bylaw, in my opinion, is a series of NIMBY threats issued to the Edmonton public packaged in policy speak. I have serious doubts about the extent to which this bylaw is evidence-based. The evidence that I'm aware of points in a completely different direction. I'm currently on the tail end of a master's in legal anthropology, and there is no tenable evidence that I am aware of that supports both the bylaw and the claims made about the morality and social life of this bylaw in the opening statements today. My experience is with impact assessment and community consultation in major industrial projects, public health, and clinical medicine. This bylaw takes on way too much, and the result of the bylaw is just fines on fines on fines on fines. You are teaching people how to continue behaviors in a secretive way. You are putting undue strain on the relationship of government and public in an increasingly tense political climate. This bylaw is an offensively lazy approach that ignores not only the spirit of the revisions of City Council and your explicit mandate, but the realities of the daily lives of the people who are directly threatened by this bylaw. With all the talk of changing the status quo, this bylaw creates an environment that actively reinforces it. Unfortunately, I believe you are just passing the buck to the Edmonton Police Service, and this bylaw actively works against any other long-term solution that the city is working on in ways people have already talked about today. I believe that EPS already has a trending negative public relationship with marginalized communities that I do not believe your method of surveying has any chance to reflect. This bylaw stands to worsen that relationship for reasons already stated by others today. This bylaw has deeply concerning implications in regards to empowering classism, racism, homophobia, transphobia, and many other forms of xenophobia towards marginalized communities in public. I do not believe that this bylaw has the capacity to cope with what you want it to address and what business owners want it to address as well. Issuing fines will not make people respect their public spaces or storefronts. Fines do not deter vandalism. It will teach people how to vandalize more evasively and secretively. Evidence from across Canada, North America, and the globe, quite literally, show that regulations like this bylaw ultimately and repeatedly fail, often worsening the circumstances of people targeted and deteriorating relationships between communities. I am afraid that the concerns voiced by the supporters of this bylaw will not be alleviated in any meaningful way, according to the evidence. This bylaw adds more red tape to an already overburdened and inefficient bureaucracy, and it exacerbates the deteriorating relationship between marginalized people and EPS. Invoking evidence-based, to me, is offensive. This bylaw is thoroughly bad in its repetition of historical failures, and you, I believe, as public servants, need to do better.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here. Katie McDonald, you are next. Katie?
Thank you so much. I couldn't get my camera working.
That's fine. We can hear you loud and
yeah.
clear. Please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. So my name is Katie McDonald. I use pronouns she, her, and I'm happy to be here and be able to speak to these proposed bylaws today. I'm a settler here in Amiskouche, Waskagigan, and I live in the Alberta Avenue area. I'm an associate professor at Athabasca University, and my research focuses on housing justice and social and affordable housing. I want to begin by thanking other community members who took the time to be here today and express how harmful these bylaws are and naming really specific ways that they'll impact people and how they disproportionately impact people who are poor and unhoused, as well as community members who have already been marginalized by the systems we have, and concerningly limit free speech in a time of increasing authoritarianism. When I was imagining what I could say today to the committee that would be helpful, I thought about how many people would be speaking to how these bylaws will harm. In the presentation that was given at the start of this meeting, the proposed bylaws were described as, quote, helping Edmontonians feel safe and secure in their communities, end quote. I wonder which Edmontonians are being considered here, whose safety and security is being addressed. As a researcher, when I hear that the top concern for surveyed Edmontonians is, for example, visible drug use, my first question is, which Edmontonians? Can you tell me about your sample of only 6,000 Edmontonians and who's being considered in these numbers? This morning, I was reading an article that examined the influence of moral panic in response to immigration, looking at a resolution that was passed by the city of Edmonton to prohibit the settlement of Black people in 1911. A moral panic is a widespread fear that a person or thing is a threat to society's values. In these proposed bylaws, I am seeing moral panic. The values that are being challenged right now and responded to by these bylaws are housing as a commodity, colonial ideas of public and private space, and colonial uses of land. While the presentation said that solutions mentioned by those they talked to, such as housing first and harm reduction, are supposedly beyond the city's abilities, these bylaws still respond to the consequences of these problems, but with punishment and silencing, a much different framework than housing first and harm reduction take up. What does it mean for us to live in a city where people are unhoused and we see the rates of people being unhoused going up, where people are dying of drug poisoning? Much like the immigration policy in the article that I mentioned earlier, those policies which impact people in our city in ways that are collective and caring feel like they sit at other levels of government. When social housing policy and funding are largely legislated at the provincial and federal levels, how can a city respond? Much like the article I mentioned, these bylaws are an attempt to do something about the concerns of the elite. In the case that is examined in the article, the concerns are with Black settlement in the early 1900s, and in the case before us, expressed by these proposed bylaws, they're about unhoused people. These bylaws are intended to further marginalize people who are unhoused and invisibilize them, because it definitely isn't providing housing or safe spaces or access to public bathrooms. We know that systems are broken. The priority list for the largest social housing provider in Edmonton is bigger than the number of units that they currently have. If somehow they double their available units, they would still not be able to house all the people on their wait list. And this, of course, doesn't include those not on the list. The moral panic here in these proposed bylaws that I see is in response to the housing crisis, which many have argued is deepening but is not new. Ricardo Tranjan, a Canadian housing researcher and political economist, in his book, The Tenant Class, suggests that the housing crisis is built into the housing system through the commodification of housing. The underlying message of these bylaws remains, you do not belong here, a position that is particularly offensive given that many unhoused people are Indigenous and the city of Edmonton exists on Indigenous land, as evidenced by the land acknowledgement in the opening. The settler state of housing system is not working. So again, what is a city to do? I urge the members of the committee today to consider how we might respond to what is in front of us. This is not a time to turn to punitive measures, nor is it a time to limit political protest and gathering. The city is making moves to address housing issues like identifying surplus sites or building some public bathrooms, but these bylaws emerge from a framework of punishment, surveillance, and harm rather than care. Not every Edmontonian will be equally subject to surveillance and enforcement. The bylaw will become a way of pushing unpopular and less powerful groups out of public spaces where they trouble or annoy the powerful, thus moral panic. I urge the committee to reject these proposed bylaws and consider what it might look for us as people on Treaty 6 territory to have public space bylaws that center care for all community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Kea, I am going to call you again. I know, are you here in person? Or remotely? Going once? Okay, we'll circle back at the end of the panel. Jane Sampson, are you online? Okay, not seeing that. We again circle back at the end. So we will go now to Tristan Dell.
Hey.
I'm
Hi,
sorry, just a
everyone.
sec, Tristan.
Oh,
So I just don't want to start your time and just hear you. Go ahead, please go ahead. Thank you.
all right. Thanks for having me. So I'm a member of Edmonton Youth for Climate and a student at the University of Alberta. I speak today as an activist, a student, and a daily transit rider. The last time my group spoke to council was to support the zoning bylaw renewal, but this time, due to the considerable number of problematic provisions, I'm here to speak in opposition to the current public spaces bylaw proposal. The first sentence of the bylaw's webpage states that its goal is to create safer, more inclusive public spaces for all. And yet, as I read this document, I see pages upon pages of rules that would harm and exclude at-risk members of our city's population within both the proposed provisions and the existing rules that the bylaw has the opportunity to address. For instance, the provision on temporary shelters is really problematic. We're getting temperatures below -30 and wind chills below -40. And these rules would make it impossible to survive legally as an unhoused person. No temporary shelters like tents, starting fires, or use of drugs in public, no using a transit shelter to stay warm, and much more, which pretty much could all be rephrased as, we better not catch you being homeless. It seems that the most lawful things an unhoused person can do under this framework are to freeze to death or die of withdrawal. If you don't have housing, your entire life is lived in public spaces, and even with a car, excessive overnight parking rules threaten people who just want to have a safe place to sleep. A lot of the justification right now around the $25 ticketing system has involved avoiding criminal outcomes, but this does nothing to address the root of the problem. And at the end of the day, it's just more palatable wording for punishing unhoused existence. To make matters worse, a lot of the fines handed out on transit are blatantly discriminatory. In 2022, 60% of transit tickets were given to Indigenous people, despite only 6% of Edmonton's population being Indigenous. What we need right now is to have more compassion and to do more for the well-being of minorities and underprivileged people, and not punish them for existing. I've had several flat broke student summers in Edmonton, so I know pretty well how treacherous it can be to walk long distance across the city. And trying to survive a trek like that in windy -30 weather, because doing otherwise would make you a lawbreaker or a pest, is not something that unhoused people should be subjected to. As a daily transit rider for years now, the vast majority of people I've seen sheltering on transit do nothing to interfere with myself or others. People don't sleep in a corner of a transit station because they want to terrorize someone. They do it because they're desperate for warmth and have no other realistic place within a short distance of them to be. These issues might not be quite so bad if the city shelters, as I alluded to, weren't in such a dire state. Like every single time I've walked by a shelter, I've seen overflowing lines stretch blocks wide. So punishing every possible alternative to going to a shelter isn't going to help the situation we're in at all if shelters continue to lack the capacity to accommodate the people who are being funneled toward them. And on the topic of drug use, the only 3 supervised consumption sites in the city exist within a very close radius to each other. So if somebody with an addiction lives anywhere else in the city, it's not feasible at all for them to reach those locations. Especially because many of the people who would benefit from using those consumption sites are the exact same folks being pushed further away from transit by this bylaw proposal. You can't just take a train to one of these sites if you're not allowed to take a train. When people are struggling that badly, one of the only ways for their voices to be heard is through protest. So these provisions raising obstacles for protesters would only function to muzzle dissent. Protest is the backbone of democracy, and a permit requirement serves both to slow down public organization in response to unjust policy and allows those responsible for issuing the permits, as well as those enforcing the permit, to shut down protests for causes that they disagree with. And we shouldn't have to ask permission and pay to exercise our freedom of expression and assembly. This concern stems not only in the potential for future discriminatory responses to peaceful protest, but also double standards been demonstrated by Edmonton Police in the past. In 2022, the city obtained an injunction against the Freedom Convoy for their enormous disruptions downtown, and yet the police did nothing to enforce it. They were even shaking hands and sharing smiles, all the while planning for counter-protesters against the convoy, who had, by the way, received no such injunction. Fast forward to last year, when Edmonton police used excessive violent force on my fellow students during their protest against U of A's contribution to the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. So let me repeat, people using semi-trucks to blast Edmontonians with noise and disrupting traffic were met with handshakes, despite legal responsibility by the police to respond, while unintrusive protesters were beaten up. The police enforcement statistics given during this hearing have raised the point that per capita uses of force in 2024 were lower than past years, but conveniently left out the fact that in just the first half of 2024, force was employed by Edmonton police more than the prior 2 years combined. This bylaw hasn't even passed. Oh, is that my 5?
It is your 5 minutes, and like I said, I was being very judicious today on the timing. But again, councillors may circle back for you to finish your points there when we come to questions. I will go to Sky. Are you here or online? Sky Mikla? Okay. I will move on to Lisa Baroldi. Did I say that right? Please go ahead with, yes, thank you. Please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you to those sharing their perspectives. I represent BOMA's thousands of members. BOMA stands for Building Owners and Managers Association. Our members are employees of cleaning companies, maintenance and construction workers, security workers, and building managers and operators, to name a few. These are people with boots on the ground. They work in and around public spaces 24/7. Many are marginalized people and low-income people who have had terribly unsafe experiences in our public spaces. They, like all of us, would like to be safe getting to and from work and to be safe while on the job. There are clear safety protocols and codes of conduct within private spaces. The city needs to take leadership with respect to public spaces. Excuse me. Public spaces are for everyone. Everyone should feel safe and know what the clear parameters are for conduct in these spaces. It should be clear. Whether you're a single mom dropping your kids off via bus in the morning to get to work, or a suburban kid making your way to the big city mall, a vulnerable person on our streets, or an office worker, you have the right to safety. You also have a responsibility. You have a responsibility to act in accordance with basic codes of conduct. We all have rights and responsibilities. I understand this bylaw is imperfect. Some will say it goes too far, while others will say it doesn't go far enough. It's our position at BOMA that the status quo is not working and we need to try new things. That's why we support this bylaw. It provides the clarity that we need right now. We, of course, cannot put the brakes on other social and economic measures and supports for vulnerable people, workers, and businesses. This bylaw should be coupled with those other tools, and we, BOMA, would work with anyone in this room to make that happen. In June 2024, we conducted our annual Downtown Safety and Vibrancy Survey of the general public and of the business community. Not to pick on downtown, but I wanted to share some insights with you. First, we learned that the general public in Western Canada wants to see more security personnel to enhance safety and security. But they also want to see greater collaboration with community organizations by business and governments, especially on open drug use, mental health and addictions, and homelessness. So I implore the City of Edmonton to take a greater leadership role in bridging divides and bringing us all together to collaborate on solutions. Second, from the survey, we learned at the local level that among businesses, well, we learned the following. 71% of businesses surveyed said that incidents of open drug use increased from 2023. 73% said that incidents of social disorder, example dumpster diving, indecent behavior, and panhandling, increased since last year as well. And finally, 48% said that 911 calls increased. When asked where these incidents occur, respondents indicated the following from highest to lowest. First sidewalks, then alleyways, streets near properties, pedways, and connection to transit. In other words, public spaces. We commend you for taking a step in the right direction with this bylaw. We hope that it will be monitored and evaluated regularly and transparently so that we can determine if it is working and if it is fair for everyone. Again, we at BOMA support this bylaw and ask you to please pass it to make public spaces better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And I am aware we are almost at our lunch break at this point, and so I'm going to just pause here. So this means that we're kind of midway through the first panel. Any panelists that have already spoken, I would recommend coming back after lunch at 1:30 for questions, if you can. If not, thank you for being here and taking the time to be with us this morning. We have a couple more speakers that we'll start with immediately when we get back from lunch, and then we'll go into questions of our first panel. So with that though, I did want to just do a check-in with the clerk. We're probably going to spend the remainder of the day listening to speakers throughout the three panels, but I also know that myself and my colleagues, both on committee and on council, have many questions for administration. So you mentioned that there was potential for an overflow day or something, so I didn't know if you wanted to talk about that now or we wait till later in the evening.
We could talk about that over the break, and we can sort that out when we come back from
Okay,
lunch.
that would be great. So just flagging that to my colleagues that is potentially, because if we just refer this up to council without amendments or the debate at committee, I really worry that we're not going to give it the time and consideration and due diligence it really needs. So that would be what we'll discuss first. After the first panel, we'll do a time check and sort that out. Thank you. And with that, we are recessed until 1:30. We will be back. Thank you, everyone. And I also just want to commend everybody for really being respectful and keeping that decorum in place that we mentioned at the beginning. It's been really great to hear and allow space for all perspectives to be heard today. Thank you. Joined by many colleagues, council colleagues, but I'm just going to focus on committee members for right now, just to make sure we have quorum. Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Stevenson. And Mayor Sohi. So we have quorum with 3, correct?
That's correct.
Yep. Okay, so we will get started and we will be resuming with our panel, but before we do, we are joined by City Hall or a class with that's doing the mock council and a tour of City Hall today. So we are joined by Glenora Elementary grade 6 class. Hello. With their teacher, Miss Walczak? Yeah, there we go. And you're with Ward Nakota Iska. And I know that Councillor Knack, he's away at a conference right now, but he was joining by phone this morning. So, Councillor Knack, are you online? He is not, but he is usually always around unless something takes him away. And so you're doing a mock council, and do you have your mayor selected? Oh. Would you like to come down to the podium for a sec? So I know it may be confusing because I'm the one with the mic and the mayor is here. But it's because we're in a committee and I'm the chair of that committee, that the mayor gets to have the ability to join any committee membership as a voting member. So that's the power that the mayor has there. So what is your name? That's the only power he has, he said. What is your name?
My name is Vahid.
Rahid, nice to meet you. Welcome to City Hall.
Thanks.
Have you been here before? Is this your first time?
Yeah, this is my first time.
And so what is your overall impression? Has anything surprised you about City Hall?
I mean, it's a lot bigger than I think I thought it would be.
A lot bigger.
It's a lot bigger. I think considering that it hasn't been renovated, it looks really good.
It has not been renovated since the 1991, I believe, when it opened, and the design has stood the test of time, is what I'm hearing.
Yep.
So what are you debating? Have you already done your debate?
We haven't done it yet.
What are you going to be debating?
Right now we're gonna be debating to drop the voting age to 16.
To drop the voting age to 16.
Yep.
We've had a few classes come and debate that, so make sure you get your teacher or the City Hall tour person to let us know what the outcome is of the debate this afternoon, okay? Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. And now we are midway through. We just finished, just to recap, we were midway through panel 1. We had finished with speaker 17, and we are on to Hannah. Are you still with us online? Hannah Gelderman?
Yeah.
Okay, please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. Well, hello, everybody, councillor and mayor and councillors and students. So my name is Hannah Gelderman. I live in Ward Métis, and I'm a volunteer organizer with Climate Justice Edmonton. And I'm here to speak against the revised public spaces bylaw. I just have my little kiddo, so hopefully she stays quiet for the next few minutes here. So I'm going to speak to just 2 of the problematic areas of the proposed bylaw, which are parts 9 and 12. So part 9 on special events states that a person must not organize or participate in a special event with more than 100 people unless a permit has been issued for that special event. This proposed limit on public protest is deeply disturbing. It's unreasonable to ask that grassroots groups, such as Climate Justice Edmonton and others, seek permits 6 weeks in advance to have rallies, marches, and other protests, and to hold $2 million of liability insurance. Edmonton's biggest public protests in the past several years, including the recent ones against the genocide in Palestine and previous marches that were in favor of climate action, were responses to emergent global issues and movements, and those were organized often in a matter of days and certainly not like 6 weeks or months. Even when these permits might be expedited as administrative notice for emergent events, it's not a guarantee to get them on time, and that they could also, we're hearing, come with like limiting additional provisions. So restricting Edmontonians' abilities to collectively express our beliefs is an unjust limitation on participating in our democracy. And in their own GBA Plus analysis of the bylaw, administration recommended that to add a subsection that clarifies that charter or rights activities such as protest rallies and demonstrations do not require event permits, but they failed to actually add their own recommendation to the revised bylaw. So gathering for rallies, marches, and protests are a necessary part of social change movements. We're living in an era of extreme injustice. We are witnessing genocide, police brutality, climate crisis, corrupt leadership, rising fascism, so much more. And people who are organizing and attending these events are refusing to stand by and let these injustices continue to happen, and they're pushing for justice and change. So having threats of fines and additional policing are unnecessary stressors for event organizers and attendees who are working to change, working for social justice. Attendees who are seeing a call to show up to an event might not know that they are risking receiving a $250 fine, or if they're aware of that, it could heavily discourage people from attending events and exercising their rights. Furthermore, as others have mentioned, leaving bylaw enforcement to officer discretion results in unequal distribution, with Black, Indigenous, and other people of color being much more heavily surveyed, targeted, and fined. EPS would be much quicker to hand out fines to folks gathering to protest police brutality than other sorts of events, I'm sure. Adding restrictions to public protest increases opportunities for EPS to intimidate political and social movements. And there are numerous documented incidences of EPS pushing and shoving Palestinian solidarity organizers in the marches that took place over the last year. Another related section of the proposed bylaw is Part 12, which is signs and markings. That has potential to criminalize artistic and creative actions that are a necessary part of social change movements. For example, vibrant temporary street murals could be a safe, all-ages community event, and posters and signs play a crucial role in communicating information for social movements and causes. And so threatening and issuing fines for signs and markings unnecessarily stifles this creative and free expression that people are allowed. So instead of spending time and money attempting to address public safety through bylaws, penalization, and fines, Edmonton should be directing funds towards safe shelters, affordable housing, climate action, public services, good transit, and high-quality public spaces that everyone can enjoy. These are many of the things that those who are rallying on the streets are calling for in the first place. So I urge the members of this committee to vote against this bylaw to stop it from wasting even more time and money. And reforming and revising existing bylaws should really prioritize creating inclusive public spaces and instead of restricting charter rights and further harming the most marginalized and vulnerable in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Baby did well for their first appearance. I'm guessing their first appearance.
Yeah.
Judith, are you with us? Judith Gale? Okay, well, I will circle back. Jeremiah Levine? Levine?
Yeah, hello, present. Can you hear me?
Hello, yes, please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Excellent, thank you. Hello, I'm Jeremiah Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of Independent Jewish Voices of Edmonton. We are a collective of Jews who understand that all forms of racism are connected, so we will never eliminate anti-Semitism in our society without eliminating all forms of racism, including and especially anti-Palestinian racism, Islamophobia, and anti-Indigenous racism. You heard fellow IJV member Robert Kirshner speak earlier today about the effect this bylaw will have on the right to peaceful assembly in our city. Not only will this proposed bylaw target us and our Palestinian friends as we assemble peacefully, but it's going to target unhoused peoples who are poor, are often disabled, are often indigenous, are often 2S LGBTQ+, targeting them for doing the same things housed people would do, that anyone would do. Own tools, try to keep warm, try to cope with the realities of day-to-day life. The reason some people interpret this as disorder is because unhoused people are economically forced to live in public while being marginalized from all public life. This bylaw is not going to give people housing. So this bylaw is not going to secure the notion of order or public safety, which the city of Edmonton purports to be seeking. Just to pick a couple examples from the current rewrite of this bylaw, we see that many suggested changes do not solve the problems from previous draft. Section 34 changes phrasing from comfort to psychological safety. Even with the assurances given in the presentation this morning, psychological safety is still an ambiguous term. It can be interchangeable with the previous term, comfort. And so it's just as likely a phrase to be used with bias against unhoused people. Section 30.2 broadens the definition of a weapon to the point that people could be fined for carrying everyday objects that need to be sharp for utility. For unhoused people who need things like kitchen knives and axes for basic survival, like cooking and chopping firewood, they have no choice but to have all their belongings in public. They're unhoused. I live in a house and own all of the same equipment, and there's no problem here, no public danger, because the tools are not the problem. We don't need a bylaw targeting unhoused people for having tools. We need affordable long-term housing solutions. And look, I agree that public safety is key for growth of local businesses and safety of workers. But obviously, enforcement of this bylaw is not going to provide public safety. And please understand that giving peace officers more enforcement power will not provide people with psychological safety. In general, enforcement scares people. Enforcement traumatizes people. Enforcement violates psychological safety, let alone comfort. In particular, enforcement keeps unhoused people traumatized and dysregulated. And you think that's going to guarantee public safety? Enforcement is not the answer. This bylaw is not the answer. If we want order and public safety, we need to make sure people have the basic need of long-term shelter met. Guaranteed housing provides public safety. Guaranteed housing provides order. And I heard in the presentation this morning that council already understands this and agrees. If the city already knows what's right, why is the city still trying to pass a bylaw that is so obviously wrong? Having the right solution being outside of your jurisdiction on the provincial level is understandable, but it is in no way an excuse to do something you know is harmful to your own city on the municipal level. As such, I'm here to implore you to reject the public spaces bylaw. In doing so, I implore each of you to consider your own legacy. You all do incredibly important work here, guiding our city into the future. So what do you want your career legacy to be? A legacy of contributing to the status quo of marginalization of the poor, unhoused and disabled, the maltreatment towards indigenous peoples, the rise of fascism that we're already seeing in America? And are you going to contribute to all of that in the name of supporting local businesses? And then call that public safety? Or will you choose a legacy of political will and innovation, using your political position to lift people up and actually make this city safer for everyone, fighting for long-term housing solutions, which, yes, will be good for public safety, and yes, will be good for the economy too. Thank you so much for taking this into consideration. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Before we go to, I'll recall all of the speakers that were missed to see if they're here. I think I see one in attendance now. But before we do have another class joining us today. This is St. Elizabeth School grade 6 class. Woo! Hello. You've come on a very busy, we've got like, I don't know how many speakers, last count, probably almost 55 speakers speaking on the topic today on public safety, on our public spaces bylaw. So you're here for a good conversation, and they're with their teacher, Ms. Mann, and they're with Ward Garahio. And you are, who's your mayor? Do you have a mayor? Are you here for a tour? Mock debate? Yes, the mayor? Okay. Would you, yes, please come forward. I know we are short for time, but it's always a good reminder to hear from the kids, especially in times and conversations like this. I'll just ask you for your name, just your first name.
Goy.
Coy? Goy, nice to meet you. What is your class debating? What's the topic of debate?
Access to transit under 12.
Access to transit up to grade 12? Under grade 12. Oh, up to under age 12, not grade 12. Awesome. And is this your first time at City Hall?
Yes.
What are your thoughts on City Hall so far?
It's amazing.
Amazing. I like that. Yes. Well, thank you for being here. We're going to have to get back to some of the speakers that have been waiting so patiently all morning, but thank you so much for being here, everyone.
Thank you.
Enjoy your time at City Hall. Okay, and then I'll just go through the list in order. So again, I'll do my last call for Kea Heru. Are you here? No. Jane Sampson. Sky Mikla. Okay, and Judith Gale. Hi, Judith. Do you have your mic on?
Testing.
Yes.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you for showing up today, everybody. And our kids, our future, thank you for all being here. We appreciate you. So as an Indigenous person here on Treaty 6 territory, I find it really egregious that you are picking on our brothers and sisters. This bylaw, and when I'm talking, I understand that, the fine councillors and the mayor have showed up today. We so appreciate that. But really, I understand, it's been my understanding since I've been in this fight for our brothers and sisters, that really it's not the mayor and it's not the councillors that make the laws. Really, it comes down to the administrators, the people right here in this pit. They're the ones that come up with all of that. So I would like your full attention down there, you guys, if you can, stop reading your computers and listen from not only from your ears, but also from your heart. We are talking about real human beings here. And today I have a couple of real human beings with me who are stuck in the vicious cycle of being unhoused here in our fine city. Even though this province is the richest province in Canada, and we still have over 5,000 of our brothers and sisters without accommodations, without shelter, without being, they're disenfranchised from every aspect of society, even their family. So when this sort of stuff happens, this is when the good people of Edmonton must stand up in droves and say enough is enough. We have got to take care of our most vulnerable and stop treating them like untouchables.
Please refrain from snaps in the audience or you will be removed.
Just as Indigenous people of Canada can never be removed from our home territory, the unhoused community cannot be overlooked. And it's deplorable that our unhoused community make up 65 or more % of the unhoused community. In my mind, that's a genocide carried out on the street. And you good people have the means, have the ability to open up a safe consumption sites so that our brothers and sisters aren't using their drugs in open spaces in public view. We understand that we are in a drug poisoning epidemic right now, and our brothers and sisters need to be safe from this. We're in a time of history where fentanyl is 100 times more addicting than any other substance in history. Therefore, we cannot fault our brothers and sisters for falling into that hole and finding it hard to get out. What we have to do is extend a hand out and a help out. You know, so we need to be able to give our brothers and sisters the ability, the chance to turn around their lives. And every time that we kick them out of public spaces, that's not giving them a good feeling to be a part of society. You know, and we want our brothers and sisters to be a part of society, contributing. They are just as deserving as every citizen that you guys represent. You know, I've heard that word today all morning, deserving. Well, our brothers and sisters are just as deserving. They are here for a good reason, and it's not up to us to say that they cannot be here. What we need is more affordable housing for our brothers and sisters. We need more to reopen the safe consumption sites. We need to you know, we're in a David and Goliath fight. And our brothers and sisters, you know, if we were to go to court against that, oh gosh, sorry about that, I'm done.
Thank you. No, appreciate that.
I could have said more, but okay, thank you.
I think anybody that has 5, even up here, sometimes we have 5-minute timers too to ask questions to administration or to do our final comments. We also would sometimes like more than 5 minutes, so I get it.
Yeah. And I do appreciate that there were so many beautiful business people here today that were talking about
just if there's questions, Gail, I do want to respect. Judith, oh my God. I went with your last name, I apologize, Judith. I do want to just respect that there might be questions, but I was really hard on the clock with others, so I'm gonna be hard as well here. Okay. And now we will go to, and there may be some speakers, I've heard from a few speakers that couldn't make it back this afternoon, so if my colleagues have any questions, given, again, we have a lot to get through today, my guidance or my hope for my colleagues is that you absolutely ask questions, but try to focus questions on anything you need clarification on or anything that will help with your decision-making process, and so we can make sure we hear from everybody today. Thank you. And I will go to Councillor Stevenson first for questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you very much to all of our speakers for bringing your thoughts and perspectives to the room today. I just want to follow up on a few really, really important points that were raised and just have a bit of dialogue and get some further thoughts. So I would go to Speaker Levine. Jeremiah, if you're still there. You know, I really appreciate your recognition of some of the limitations that we have at the municipal level. You know, again, we don't, even if we diverted all of our enforcement resources, you know, wouldn't necessarily have the capacity to provide the housing that's needed. You know, we don't have health jurisdiction for supervised consumption sites. So where I struggle is I represent a number of communities that are have many residents that are low income. So this is in Macaulay and Boyle Street. You know, they are housed. They may have that privilege, but may face other barriers and vulnerabilities. And they are impacted by some of the matters that we're talking about today. Also some equity-seeking business owners, for example, very small business owners. So just wondering how, given that we don't have the resources for the full solutions, again, what action you see the city being able to take to, again, recognizing that there are many folks that are impacted by these issues.
Thanks so much for your question. I'd be happy to like spitball some answers with you here, but like the clear, direct answer that I really hope that you and everyone present here today will take seriously is to simply reject this bylaw. This bylaw makes things worse. I could spend the next 3 minutes and 12 seconds trying to figure out some answers on the fly with you, but all of these answers will point to the same first step, which is reject this bylaw.
And making
I imagine people might have other questions for other speakers here, so I'd be tempted to leave it at that. But I mean, to give you a real quick answer, I think it would be really, really great if we could fully defund, or at the very least partially defund, Edmonton Police and move some of that funding towards job programs, towards more healthcare needs, mental health needs, employment needs that regular people have, especially low-income people who do happen to be housed.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just mindful of my time and had a couple other questions, so thank you for those thoughts. Maybe to Speaker Harper Pranich, just wanted to follow up on your comments around evidence, and I think that's an important point. I think some of the numbers that were shared today, just around the percentage of tickets that are issued. So I think the numbers we heard, it's about 1,000 tickets last year were issued for fare evasion, and then about 1,100 tickets for inappropriate behavior on transit. So for me, that does suggest that, again, out of, that represents about a 6 or 7% ticketing rate. So for me, that suggests that the bylaws, the existing bylaws on transit are being applied judiciously. What would you point to as some of the counter evidence to that?
I would not redirect, but I would note my comments within my statement. Again, I only had 5 minutes, less so now, to talk about the general capacity of the committee to handle a subject like this. Fines in general are proven to not work to solve social issues listed in this bylaw, and the bylaw is just fines. So even using ticketing statistics is bound by a lot of assumptions that is the only option, and there are a lot more variables that, again, having less than a minute now, it just wouldn't be.
And even less than a minute.
But considering that this has started in 2022, and I'm deeply concerned as to where all the resources went with looking at this as a social issue instead of just how many more tickets can we apply to people, because they'll just get smarter.
Okay, thank you for those thoughts. And then my last question, just to Speaker Hubescher. Just a very quick clarification, if you could. Were we understanding from your presentation that the sort of fanny pack style life jacket would not work for your athletes?
The way in which the bylaw has been written at this point, and that's the problem being that it must be worn in a way, in a condition capable of adequately sustaining the person in the water without effort or motion of any kind. The fanny pack, which I have one here, requires that you have to pull a tab to inflate the life jacket. So the way the wording of Section 61 currently is, this particular life jacket would not comply with that wording.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Sorry, Madam Chair.
That's okay. That was the question I'm going to remove myself now that I had. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I also had that question as well. And my apologies, I've been having a lot of technical difficulties with my laptop today, so please let me know if there's an issue. But just to follow up to the speaker on the personal flotation device, are you aware of accommodations made in other jurisdictions for similar rowing clubs? I can also ask administration this, but I just wanted to know if there was any other context that you had.
Well, the way these particular flotation devices have come about as a consultation between Rowing Canada, which is our national sport body, and Transport Canada. And they resulted in there being a very specific regulation that allows for this type of inflatable PFD to be used by rowers when they are on the water. And to the best of my knowledge, this is the approved PFD that, and it's used by rowing clubs all across Canada.
Okay, but you're not aware of it being exempted in any other bylaw, or there being any other kind of written exemption?
Unfortunately, no. I guess that would, I did not do a deep dive into what bylaws have been set up in other municipalities. The only thing I can say is that this has been the approved PFD that is used by clubs all across Canada.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that additional context. No further questions.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for joining this conversation and making your views or sharing your views. I'll start with the Renee Bourgeois. I know Renee is still online or not. Maybe not. Maybe I'll start with David Kahane. My question is related to public protests and the permitting requirements. Is David, are you there?
I am, yes.
Okay. So how do other municipalities deal with? Do they require permitting, or do they require some sort of notification or other mechanisms?
I think that there are probably a range of practices. I have not done a deep dive on intermunicipal comparisons, but I don't think that Edmonton is anomalous in its current situation of simply allowing public, non-violent public protests to be, providing where necessary, and I would editorialize that it's often been provided much more than necessary in Edmonton, traffic support, policing support, but not insisting on permitting.
Yeah, got it.
I mean, the insurance requirement rules out so many individuals and groups that organize protests of over 100 people.
So the insurance is a concern, the applying for permitting and how much time actually takes to get a permit. But in order for city to plan for, say, traffic management or other issues, if it's a crowd of 500 people, 400 people, you might have to close some roads. So that can be accommodated through more of a notification process.
Frankly, as someone who has been to a lot of public demonstrations in the last 15 months, I do not think, I think if there was a problem, it was over-policing. That most demonstrations that I've witnessed in Edmonton have marshals who are very competent at ensuring safety of participants and bystanders. Police are competent to close lanes, etc., as they deem necessary. I think adding the 6 weeks of notice, adding the insurance requirement, adding the ability to charge groups for costs incurred by the city, that will wipe out the possibility of some kinds of demonstrations, and the ability to place restrictions on demonstrations. The police would love, and often pushed physically very hard, to keep demonstrations on sidewalks, whereas they could safely take up a lane of traffic. So I think that many aspects of this bylaw would constrain demonstrations. And if I look at the probably 30 or 40 demonstrations I have witnessed in the past year, I would say most of them would not have taken place or would have been vulnerable to being fined by bylaw officers if this bylaw had been in place. It could have extreme effects. And the last point I made was that we don't know who will sit on the next council. We don't know how the political party provision is going to change council. We don't know what swings will take place toward the right. So don't put tools in the hands of future police chiefs, councils, and administrations to use this to both push poor and unhoused people out of public space, but also to shut down demonstrations they don't like.
No, thank you. We will definitely raise those questions to to administration. I want to follow up with Cheryl Watson. I don't know if Cheryl, you're still there. Cheryl, probably not there. Okay, maybe yeah, I'll stop here. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to all the speakers for being here today. I just wanted to follow up on the mayor's line of questioning. I was going to go to Renee as well, but maybe I'll just stick with David. You know, I was intrigued by Renee's suggestion of event registration as opposed to a permitting system. So, just I guess thoughts on that as a potential way forward. I'm planning to ask administration as well, so I wanted to get your perspective.
I don't think it's necessary. I think, I mean, as a counselor, I would ask very hard questions about what's wrong with how it's working now, specific examples of how public safety has been genuinely compromised by a system where, by being vigilant with social media, which we know our police force is, having boots on the street, keeping their eyes open, how that is not enough for them to show up and respond to demonstrations. Again, I would say quite forcefully, the only risk I have felt as someone participating in demonstrations of up to a couple of thousand people in the last 15 months has been from police officers themselves. And in jurisdictions where bylaw officers or police have the capacity to fine participants or organizers, it has been used to repress unpopular speech. And so I just don't think that's a power we should put in the hands of bylaw officers or EPS based on unjustified claims that it will improve public safety. I don't think there's a problem. It doesn't need to be fixed.
Thank you so much for that answer. That's helpful context. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador, and thank you again, everyone, for being here. And just as mentioned, just because you were not asked for further questions doesn't mean we haven't been. I've seen all my colleagues taking diligent notes, and we'll have lots of questions, I'm sure, for administration. Before we go to panel 2, I am just going to read again, for anybody that's new joining, our behavior expectations. And while overall was good this morning, I do just want to remind people of a couple other things. Please, you know, if you are in a panel and you're sitting beside or near someone that has a differing opinion, please don't make comments about their opinions. We need to make sure everybody feels safe here when we're doing that. So before we begin the second panel, I want to share my expectations to ensure that we have a safe and inclusive workplace, and these expectations apply equally to in-person and virtual attendees. A hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. This type of behavior will result in removal from the meeting, which includes disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers, or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet are also not permitted. And I feel like I was more lenient this morning, but I will not provide any additional warnings. And once removed, you will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. Again, I'd also like to highlight we need to be mindful of, while there's many differing opinions, please understand that our city administration does need to feel safe and needs to feel that we don't want to be calling out any city administration. If you have problems with the bylaw, be hard on the bylaw, not on the people that wrote the bylaw. Okay, so I will start with calling out panel 2. Shelby Falconer, are you online?
Present.
Thank you. We'll come back to you. Just going to do a roll call and then come back. Renee Macbeth, are you online? Okay, I'll come back. Kathy Ingram.
Katie, present.
Oh, Katie, sorry. I apologize. Thanks for the correction. Lou Schumunk. Ian O'Donnell. In person?
Present.
Oh, you're remote? Perfect.
I am now, yes.
Sorry. Claire Piran. Hi, okay, perfect. The clerk will guide you to your spot. Tess Chappell. Present, perfect, thank you. Ahmed Faiz. Remote, are you here, Ahmed? Okay, I'll come back. Haroon Ali.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nadine Shalafu. Come back. Christine Kowalchuk. Raquel Farrow. Peggy Morton.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, hi Peggy, thank you. Kimberly Fath. Kimberly? In person or remote? Maren Edwards. Earth, Bear Claw Beaver Hills House. In person?
Present.
Oh, you're online? Perfect, thank you.
Yes.
Lindsay Moon.
I'm here online.
Perfect, thank you. Fiona Lecoq. Oh, perfect, Fiona. If you want to just come down there from, I just want to make sure for accessibility. Brandon Smith. Brandon Smith?
I am here online. I wasn't able to make it in person.
That's okay. No, perfect. Just checking in. And Jay McKenna. Present. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So again, 5 minutes, and just try to be mindful to stay to those 5 minutes so that we can make sure everybody gets a chance to be heard this afternoon. And we will start with Shelby Falconer. Please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you for having me today. I'll get right into it. I'm here on behalf of the Edmonton Cold Weather Rescue Society. We've rescued over 1,500 cats off the streets of Edmonton in the last 4 years, spayed or neutered them, and found loving homes for over 1,100. We started this rescue because we were tired of seeing cats living on the streets, hungry, injured, and suffering. These are not wild animals. They are pets who have been abandoned or their offspring. Yet in all the rescues, fewer than 30 cats have had any identification or were returned to their owners who still wanted them. Our efforts have massive public support. Our Facebook group alone has 17,000 members, and last year alone, we raised over $200,000 for our rescue. The change to the public spaces bylaw, which reclassifies feral cats as wildlife and makes it a finable offense to feed or trap them in public spaces, is completely incomprehensible to us. While the bylaw allows for permits, the idea that we need permission to help suffering animals is absurd. We have our ears to the ground of this city, and we are unaware of any complaints, health concerns, or issues stemming from people feeding cats in public spaces. In reality, we don't know of any group or individual who regularly feeds cats in public parks or on public property. People feed these cats outside their own property or business properties, and we help homeowners to provide insulated shelters. Feral has become such a loaded word. Technically, it means in wild state after escape from domestication. But its usage is all over the place. Some people think that a cat is feral just because it hisses when afraid. A truly wild animal would attack humans and thrive outdoors. This is not what we are seeing. Domestic cats are not adapted to this climate. They are not lynxes, cougars, or mountain lions. In warmer regions, colonies of domestic cats could survive outdoors, but not in Edmonton. PetMD advises against letting owned cats out in temperatures below 7 degrees Celsius, which states that prolonged exposure to below freezing temperatures can lead to frostbite, hypothermia, and in severe cases, death. We don't call them feral, we call them outside cats. Or if they are particularly frightened of humans, we call them spicy. But even the spiciest cats can be socialized. Many have become lap cats. Others may not want to be petted, but they do still want to live indoors and they adapt well to life inside. They show no desire to go back outside once they've been rescued. By reclassifying these animals as wildlife, this bylaw is effectively sentencing them to death. Feeding outside cats is not the problem. The reason they are outside in the first place is the problem. Pet abandonment is rampant. People leave cats behind because they can't afford them, they can't pay their vet bills, or moving to a place that doesn't allow pets and are facing homelessness. At the end of the month, it's customary for us to get called about cats abandoned in empty apartments. Every year, we find kittens dumped in alleys or in dumpsters or in boxes. The city of Edmonton, if they really want to reduce the outdoor cat population, here's what we actually suggest. Increasing the fine for pet abandonment. Having a hefty fine sends a clear message that this behavior will not be tolerated. We know lots of people won't get caught, but it may make them think twice. A dedicated page on the City of Edmonton's website about pet abandonment, because public education is what matters. Supporting enhanced low-cost spay and neutering programs. We are aware that the city already has one in place, but enforcing it and enhancing it to serve more of our community would be very helpful. A bylaw allowing pets in apartments. The leading reason people give up their pets is housing restrictions, and something needs to be done about that. Restrictions to cats roaming. Edmonton is far too large and far too dangerous to have cats roaming on public and private property. Cats should be kept indoors where it's safe, or monitored in outside spaces as someone's own yard. We urge you to strongly consider this bylaw and oppose against it, removing feral cats from the wildlife category, and ensure feeding and rescue efforts remain legal without necessary permit restrictions, and focus on real solutions like penalizing pet abandonment and expanding spay and neuter access to everyone here in Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to Renee Macbeth. Are you online?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Hi.
Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Renee Macbeth. I'm a postdoctoral fellow in the Faculty of Medicine at the U of A and affiliated with the Inner City Health and Wellness Program. For 20 years, the team of doctors, nurses, and researchers and people with lived experience have been collaborating with people who use drugs in Edmonton's inner city. And many of whom who are unhoused. I've personally done similar work for 15 plus years. I really want to start by thanking those who raise serious concerns that persist in the new version of the bylaw. My presentation, though, will highlight what we heard last summer in interviews with 215 people who use drugs in central Edmonton, who shared their stories of recent experiences accessing services. And I quote, "The taking of our camps, how unjust and humane it was. People can't do this. You can't treat people like this. We're not dogs. We're not nothings. I don't walk into your house and tell you what you need. Our home may not have walls, but it's still our home, where we can have a sense of belonging. How can you take all of our stuff and expect us to get housed? The camp sweeps, they take our identity." End quote. This story and many others directly counter the assertion that the bylaw will create psychological safety for everyone. Research shows that displacing individuals from temporary shelters disconnects unhoused individuals from important relationships and produces health harms that are physical, psychological, and social, including fatal drug poisonings, destabilization, and trauma. Punitive bans on temporary sheltering and public drug use were described as one tool alongside public health approaches in the cities, which was the city's preferred solution per the presentation this morning. But the stories we heard in our study, and supported by the literature, demonstrates these are not complementary tools. These measures directly undermine the city's other more relational approaches. People are sheltering and using drugs outdoors because they have nowhere to go. Here's a story from a young person, aged 16 to 24. Last winter, I was walking in the middle of the night because it was cold. I came across a good friend of mine. She had no shoes, dead of winter. Her friend left her. I had nowhere to go. She had nowhere to go. But I had an idea about going to ... She couldn't walk because she had no shoes. So all the way from downtown, I dragged her in the wagon. It was a long walk. Snow was bad. Took almost 2 hours to get there. It was a bad night. We made it through with our fingers and toes. If there's a space that's needed, it's an emergency shelter. The city, it feels like they hate us. End quote. The city's assertion that there is sufficient shelter space is inaccurate. As noted by numerous study participants, there are not enough shelter spaces where individuals feel safe. The federal housing advocate has made it clear, in the absence of adequate shelter acceptable to those who need it, individuals must not be deprived of the means they have to self-shelter. Further, ticketing is being presented here as an alternative to a criminal law approach, but the bylaw is based on advancing alternative forms of criminalization. It is entirely focused on top-down enforcement and includes the potential for escalation and clearly targets people who use drugs and unhoused people. I'll close with a final quote about the experience of such measures for people who use drugs. Quote, "It feels like it's illegal to be outside." Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will go to Katie Ingram.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here today to speak in opposition to Bylaw 20700. I'm speaking today on behalf of Each and Every and personally as a concerned citizen. If you're unfamiliar with Each and Every, Businesses for Harm Reduction, we are a nonprofit organization founded in 2020 by a group of entrepreneurs, and to date, unite more than 250 businesses across Canada who employ thousands, as well as the thousands of community members who support our collaborative work. A large concentration of those member businesses are in Edmonton and Calgary. Each and Every aims to reduce preventable overdose deaths and help build a more fair and compassionate community by adding the voice of businesses to accelerate drug policy reform. I have many concerns with the proposed bylaw, but for the purpose of today's meeting, we'll focus on the provisions that encompass public drug use. Personally, I was moved to get involved with Each and Every after the public hearing on Bylaw 20700 last year. It was apparent that many who spoke in favor of the bylaw last year, as well as today, purport to speak for the broader business community. We see so-called business interests being weaponized by special interest groups to advance harmful policy in municipalities across the country, and Edmonton is no different. Harm reduction and economic recovery and vitality are not mutually exclusive, and more businesses are making it known that supportive, compassionate responses to social issues are what they want. Businesses cannot separate themselves from the environment in which they operate, making it critical to maintain positive interactions with members of the surrounding community, including people who use drugs. Each and Every strongly opposes punitive measures like the ones that are proposed in the bylaw for the consumption of substances and remain unchanged even after the GBA Plus report findings found that the measures would disproportionately affect those who are unhoused and or living in poverty. This does nothing to address root causes, but instead further perpetuate cycles of harm. We want to see municipal policy and policymakers that advocate for and support public health solutions that prioritize the health and well-being of people who use substances, as well as all Edmontonians. On this point, this needs to include adequate safe consumption services. Edmonton doesn't currently have any safe consumption services outside of the downtown area, or any for those who inhale their drugs as opposed to inject them. This was a point brought up by quite a few people and organizations last year, that the city should be doing more to advocate and work with the province for the public health needs of those who use drugs in Edmonton. This would also help address visible drug use without criminalizing and further marginalizing Edmontonians that use drugs. To date, there is no evidence that such advocacy has occurred or that there is an interest to do so, despite evidence in the GBA Plus report and subsequent analysis that a public health approach is what is needed to address this issue. In last year's meeting, Dr. Elaine Heischke offered to facilitate a meeting between admin and people who use drugs in Edmonton, which would provide firsthand accounts of their experiences and needs. It does not appear that admin took that opportunity and instead relied on evidence gleaned from speaking with those that interact with impacted populations, as opposed to speaking with those with lived experience directly. This is not the same thing and really calls into question the level of engagement on an issue that is flagged as being of the most concern to those surveyed in attachment number 3, which also did not directly include those who use substances, despite admin stating today that they use intentional and concerted efforts. In reviewing attachment 7, it appears that city administration implies their rationale for keeping punitive measures for public drug use as their own idea of harm reduction, cased as regulation versus criminalization. I want to be very clear that this is preposterous, actually, and we wholeheartedly reject this harmful framing and recommendation. Also in their rationale, administration frame proposed fines as rehabilitating offenders. There is no evidence presented in this report or otherwise that would support that assertion and brings into question the rationale in attachment 7 and how comprehensive it actually is. We recognize and acknowledge the valid concerns brought forward by the chamber representatives today, but based on admin's own analysis, reject the punitive measures will best resolve this issue and will instead perpetuate a cycle that keeps these issues negatively affecting marginalized populations and businesses alike in perpetuity. We ask you to wholeheartedly reject this bylaw in favor of work that allows businesses and their community neighbors to thrive together. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Lou Schumunk? Lou? Again, I'll call for you at the end for one more time. I'll move on to Ian O'Donnell.
Yes, good afternoon.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, councillors. I've been a resident of Edmonton for 38 years now, with over 20 years of that time living and working in the downtown. And I speak to you as both a resident and a worker in the downtown core who primarily walks or uses transit to get to and from places. Let me begin and be very clear that we must find support for those at risk, those unhoused, or those facing ongoing impacts of trauma. But the state of many of our core urban neighborhoods and public realms and those spaces are unfortunate and simply unacceptable in their current state. I'm here today to generally speak in favor of this proposed bylaw and will support those who value safe and inviting public spaces for us all to enjoy and use in a respectful, legal, and responsible way. This requires a variety of deterrents and tools officers can apply and must be adequate in the form to be real deterrents to a variety of situations and those in those situations. As such, a $25 fine does little to deter or help enforce anything. I would strongly recommend something more significant, approximately in the $250 range, similar to the one that the Downtown Edmonton Community League is recommending. But as mentioned, fines are not often the right or just approach, and we must hold each other to account. However, at times they serve a purpose and provide deterrence for some who choose to put others at risk. Recognizing this is a citywide issue, there are but a few examples that I'd like to share of some recent experiences, including my 8-year-old nephew, who is enamored with the new Valley Line LRT, fascinated about coming downtown to see where his uncle works, or to see where the Oilers play, or have a visit to one of the arts institutions. However, his family does not feel safe bringing him here because of the experiences that they've had on the trains and in stations that have had open drug use and aggressive behavior as a result. Neighbors in my building in the downtown, particularly female residents, are moving out of the area because they simply do not feel safe walking around the neighborhood, and that's wrong. My mom, who used to love coming downtown to our beloved arts district, to the Citadel and the Windspear, rarely attends performances in the downtown or goes shopping in Old Strathcona because of visible drug use and disorder resulting from it, and the lack of visible enforcement and presence and the care and attention to the public safety. A colleague who runs a professional consultancy is moving out of the downtown core because his employees do not feel safe going to and from work each day, and it's severely impacting their right to a feeling of safety and security. Even myself, as I am unable to simply walk down the stairs at one of our primary LRT stations at Bay ESQ due to active drug use on the stairs on a regular basis, which poses not only a health risk to myself and other transit users, but one of safety and absolutely impacts one's decision to return, and if they return at all, and what type of transportation choice they will choose in the future. I could go on and on about the negative and very disturbing experiences shared with me over the last few months by many, but I'm sure these are regular items in your inboxes and at community coffees. Bylaws should uphold a general feeling of safety and security that extends to the general public, and yet it feels as though we should simply accept this infringement on our health and well-being and experience simply by wanting to use public transit, walk Jasper Avenue, or visit the Windspear because of our reasonable expectation of safety for us, our coworkers, our families, and those visiting Edmonton. Navigating this is complex and requires a collaborative approach. It involves many stakeholders, orders of government, and resources. But enough is enough when it comes to the hesitation to work to improve the state of our collective public spaces, transit, and city as a whole. Edmontonians deserve better, all of us. These issues are not mutually exclusive and deserve parallel paths towards success. As such, today, we ask that you vote in favor of reasonability. Do not view this proposed bylaw as anything but inherently responsible to all Edmontonians who wish to have the opportunity to enjoy our fair city's places and spaces in a more reasonable and safe manner. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I will move on to Claire Piran, I believe in person. Just make sure your mic is on.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, please go ahead.
My name is Claire Perrin. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm here representing Pride Corner on White, an organization committed to fostering safer spaces in our community and challenging harmful anti-queer rhetoric from street preachers. When we first learned about the proposed bylaw to ban amplification systems, we hoped it would effectively curb the disruptive presence of street preachers who invade our public spaces with their damaging and homophobic messages. Businesses, residents, and the broader community on White Ave stand united in considering these preachers a public nuisance due to their noise and rhetoric. For almost 4 years, we have protested against their presence and have built a substantial network of support throughout the city and province. We've explored various avenues to prevent these preachers from using these systems, including filing noise complaints by concerned citizens and businesses. While the idea of silencing the street preachers is appealing, we are deeply concerned about how the amplification system aspect of the bylaw might restrict our right to peacefully protest. Obtaining permits for public gatherings is not always feasible or timely, and requiring such permits infringes on our fundamental right to gather peacefully when the need arises. We are currently facing unprecedented circumstances, both locally and globally, that bring communities together to advocate for important causes. Our freedom to speak should not be contingent upon obtaining a permit. We want to make it clear that we do not support the public spaces bylaw in its current form, and we urge the council to vote against it. Regarding the element of panhandling, is there substantial evidence that panhandling near roadways is becoming increasingly aggressive or distracting? Supporting this bylaw would also contradict the harm reduction approach advocated by frontline workers. There is no evidence to suggest that visible drug use poses a legitimate risk to the health and safety of Edmontonians. Limiting visible drug use without offering an alternative and supportive environment will likely push individuals towards more dangerous and isolated situations, increasing the likelihood of drug poisonings and related criminal activity. It is widely recognized that criminalizing drug use forces it into hidden spaces, and this approach fails to tackle the underlying issues, instead pushing drug consumption into more secluded areas, which poses even greater risks to the public health and safety. With fewer consumption sites available, individuals who use drugs often have no choice but to do so in public. The bylaw's restriction on access to warming centers and limits on bus rides further alienate vulnerable transit users. As we all know, Edmonton winters can plunge to minus 30 to 40 degrees Celsius for weeks at a time. At such temperatures, skin can freeze in less than 10 minutes. Hospitals frequently see a rise in amputation due to frostbite during these conditions, leading to costly, painful procedures that result in long-term disabilities and further disenfranchisement for affected individuals. We acknowledge that transit should not serve as a shelter, but it is evident that Edmonton lacks sufficient shelter space for everyone, a sentiment shared by members of City Council. Presence or absence of a house does not dictate whether one does drugs, as is backed by a recent study by Statista that around 17.4% of Canadians have used illegal substances in their lifetime as of 2019. Clearly, drug use is not limited to those who are living unhoused, so we ask if the City and Council will then be heavily investing in safe consumption sites and what the timeline for those facilities will be. This strategy could unintentionally reinforce systemic biases and further marginalize those who are already facing significant obstacles. Indigenous communities who are disproportionately represented among the unhoused are particularly vulnerable to increased surveillance, stigma, and potential criminal charges, compounding the effects of historical colonial practices and intergenerational trauma. The suggested changes do not address the root causes of homelessness, trauma, and substance use, and may inadvertently worsen the cycles of marginalization and exclusion that Indigenous individuals experience. While residents of Edmonton desire safety in public areas and share concerns about public drug use, it is essential to acknowledge that this issue often reflects broader societal injustices and human suffering, making it a complex and uncomfortable reality. Nevertheless, the proposed bylaw presents a one-dimensional solution. As Mayor Sohi emphasized last year, we must address the root cause rather than police the symptoms. This approach undermines the fundamental rights of the most vulnerable members of our community, those without safe places to rest, sleep, or gather, who are forced to remain out of sight. This will also impact others beyond the unhoused, including seniors and individuals struggling with mental health issues. This proposed bylaw is not rooted in enough lived experience or evidence to address the issues that are facing our city. The critical question remains, whose safety is prioritized, and does this approach promote equity for all?
Thank you very much. And now on to Tess. Chappelle? Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tess Chappell. My pronouns are they, them, and I am concerned about the public spaces bylaw. There are a lot of things in this bylaw that target marginalized communities. But for my time, I would like to focus specifically on the sections that target and fine groups larger than 50 people, or even the recommended increase of 100 people when protesting. Peaceful protesting is a protected right in Canada, as outlined in Section 2C of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I would like to note that there is nothing in this section stating a size limit when exercising this right. Silencing people by way of fines is taking away this important freedom that we share, especially when you consider that marginalized communities, the ones who are out there fighting for their rights and for the things they believe in, often do not have the same financial privileges that others may have for various socioeconomic reasons. Threats of fines simply for showing up will further silence the voices of those whose very rights in this province are being targeted. This can relate to a number of communities, but for clarity, my personal lived experience is as a trans Albertan. For the last year, I have been inundated with news about how the current provincial UCP government wants to strip away the rights of trans and gender diverse people. It has felt very dehumanizing. To those unaffected, it is easy to turn your head and look away. I do not have that privilege. Even if this didn't affect me personally, it affects so many people in my life that I love and care for. So what can I do as an individual? Change doesn't happen overnight, but it does happen when we stand up and fight back. And part of that is strength in numbers. I have been protesting for various causes that matter to me for over 20 years. It is important that my voice is heard. But on a personal note, along with fighting for change, being present at these protests also gives folks like me a very important sense of community, a sense of self-worth, and a sense of hope, which is so crucial at any point in time, but especially now. A couple weeks ago, 3 people stood on a corner in St. Albert protesting that immigrants are not welcome in Canada. I know this is a viewpoint that most Canadians do not believe in, but having those 3 people stand there sharing their message was a very scary sight. This dangerous rhetoric needed to be challenged immediately. So the following week, a group of us gathered on a very cold Sunday, sharing a positive message of inclusivity and love. We received so much community support and thanks. We estimate just over 100 people showed up that day. If there had been risk of a fine simply for showing up, many folks may not have been able to take that risk. We needed to all be there, for our own selves, and to show everyone watching that we welcome everyone. Our voices and our presence needed to be bigger in order for that to be a successful message, and it was. The activist groups that I've been a part of take safety seriously, and we protest peacefully. We do not encourage or condone violence. We are not blocking any public entranceways or infrastructure. We ensure the safety of those participating and observing. With that said, I do not understand why an arbitrary size like 100 people or 50 people is being targeted. If you look at the photos from February 2nd when we showed up in St. Albert, the public space we gathered in was more than sufficient for our size and safety, and there was no interference for anyone passing by. I hope you will reconsider the sections in this bylaw that unnecessarily target those most marginalized, whose voices need to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will call again for Ahmed Faiz. Ahmed, are you online? Okay, I will move on right now to Haroon Ali.
Yeah, thanks.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Haroon. I'm speaking today as a community organizer that's been organizing protests on the streets since the recent Edmonton police killing of 28-year-old Matthews Arcangelo, who was a young Black father. As most of you know, protests have been regularly occurring since late July 2024. Over the past few months, our team has organized countless protests in the rain, snow, and in the heat. In every protest, our team has taken the utmost importance to ensure that we're protecting our people and our surroundings, including moving out of the way for emergency vehicles. I want to read an excerpt from a FOIP that I did of the Edmonton Police Service, where they are talking about the protest. The September 7th event had the group attended the Northeast Police Division Police Station. Approximately 75 to 85 individuals attended the division. They brought tents, signage, loud hailers, and were mostly well-behaved, staying on the green space west of the station. The group marched to the medical center in the back. There were issues with the attendees parking in the divisional parking lot. Haroon Ali is the main organizer of the social media accounts. Ali has almost 8,000 followers and has been involved in several other events and has been an outspoken critic of police. The movement appears to be gaining momentum, and there's concern that if the group continues to add individuals, the sheer size could cause issues moving forward. Unlike the large Palestine events, the Matthews events are rife with anti-police rhetoric and have the potential to be much more confrontational. There is a possibility that the events could be similar to the Black Lives Matter movement. Continuing, that was just an excerpt from the FOIP of EPS where they were talking about the protest that we held on September 7th. Again, overall, throughout my organizing, I don't speak with the police when it comes to organizing protests, as I see no role for them in that space. In these protests, I've seen several councillors, MLAs, and other local community leaders join in support, which I appreciate. For the Arcangelo family, they didn't expect to be here last January. I didn't expect to be organizing protests either. Protests are a fundamental part of our country's history, and it's imperative that we keep the process of holding protests as simple as possible. In September, a city staffer reached out to me after EPS failed to get in contact with me and passed my contact details along. They advised me that I should apply for a permit for protests. I looked at the process, and the biggest red flags for me were the requirement for insurance and the possibility that we would be charged for EPS deploying officers. At each protest, we've made it a goal of our team to ensure that our marshal team is well trained and equipped to deal with crowd sizes. We also have a safety and wellness team as well. We've seen the Edmonton police over-police our protests, surveil our protests. Matter of fact, we've even seen Chief McPhee at the September 21st protest. I agree that handing more tools to the Edmonton Police Service to target organizers is a danger to those organizing against them and everyone. We have seen the Edmonton Police Service target our house neighbors with sweeps where they destroy their belongings. We have seen the EPS kill people, whether it's James Hanan, Stephen Nayoun, or Matthews Arcangelo. We have seen videos on social media of an officer running over an in-house woman and then denying it to bystanders who intervene to ensure the safety of the woman. We have seen EPS officers drag a man on his face down Jasper Avenue during an arrest. Just countless examples of abuse and harm. Like, we could sit here for hours just talking about this. A big issue with this bylaw is that the people the council's empowering here is the police. When we were all running for city council, the police were tracking my social media accounts for posts related to policing. For example, I posted this in January 21st. Do you believe that on January 21st, 2021, do you believe that the Edmonton Police Service needs reform? Yes or no? Someone asked, you keep saying words like reform. Can you expand on what you've done? I haven't seen anyone pro-police say nothing can be changed. You wanted to put safe injection sites across the city and abolish bylaws that protect users. That's hard to understand. I responded with, police reform will and needs to happen. Learn more at a link to my website where I talked about what I wanted to do. But again, they were tracking these posts. This council has repeatedly stated that they understand the issues with police, but it seems like this council is just determined to provide EPS with more tools to target organizers and the unhoused. Think of it from the perspective of you lost a brother, a son, a spouse, a father. There's a 25-minute protest, a video. You organize protests. The police cast doubts and targets those who speak out against death. You organize town hall. The police tracks it. You hold marches. The police watch you with helicopters. You sue the police. They have an endless reserve of money that this council keeps refilling. And now the city thinks it's a good idea to force people to wait 6 weeks to get a permission and a bill from the city. What would you like the community to do? We're being silenced at every single turn, whether it's through the media where they don't show the full video, the targeting of organizers, or those who speak out. For my final thought, Mayor Sohi, you put up a statement, and the response from the police association was stay in your lane. The best piece of advice I could provide to council is to start arming and giving the people, the police, the tools to target people. It's never worked out, and it's never going to work out. So please just reject the bylaw. This is the second time that this is back, and it's worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadine Shalafu, are you online? Okay, come back. Christine Kowalchuk. Raquel Furrow. Okay, I will go on to, and again, we'll do one last call at the end of the panels. If you were missed, you'll still have time to, I'll go circle back. Going on to Peggy Morton. Peggy? I know, I saw, she said yes when she was here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it just took me a minute to,
Oh, that's fine. Thank you very much. Please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
okay, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Edmonton Committee Against War and Racism. And much of what I have to say is repetitive, and I'm delighted that that's the case, because I do believe that council needs to hear it again. And I'm delighted to hear so many eloquent speakers against this bylaw. Speech is a human quality. A fundamental aim of rules established to govern the use of public spaces or commons must be to guarantee the human right to use our speech. Freedom of speech exists to the extent that people fight for it, and that's why we're here today, to fight for it. Despite what we heard from the report on the changes in the bylaw, the rallies, marches, and actions where people speak in their own name, make their claims on society, and affirm our right to participate in the decisions which affect our lives, including the all-important questions of war and peace, are still treated as a nuisance to be controlled and not facilitated, or even worse. So I want to be clear first that it's not the events office staff that we consider the problem. They do their best despite the ridiculous requirements which are put in place, and people have gone through them quite a few times. So I just remind everyone that the costs of extra police duty details, the $2 million in insurance, and the 6 weeks notice are the most egregious parts of this. Now, the extent to which they're now not being enforced is because many organizations, including ECOWAR, the May Day Committee, Women for Rights and Empowerment, and many, many others have said no. When we challenged the ticket for an unpermitted march, and this is back 16 years ago, the city declined to proceed. That was in 2009. 16 years later, the same restrictions, which they tacitly acknowledged at that time would not withstand a court challenge, remain. The city keeps agreeing, but the permit requirements do not change. We've heard how there are serious barriers to many people to discourage political expression, and they have to go. We hope this is the last time we have to raise this. We saw many people here, several people here have spoken about the police, and I just want to comment that we saw some really absurd actions by the police during the past year of demonstrations to stand with the people of Palestine, forcing everyone onto the sidewalk and then themselves taking up the street which was completely empty since they put barricades at either end, pushing us into one lane and taking up the other themselves, having 30 cops there one day and almost none another. Many times they actually delayed the marches, and if their concern was inconveniencing motorists, well, they did their best to do so. Their presence was never needed to enforce anything because the marches were peaceful, they were organized, and they were serious. And the only people who were disruptive, in fact, were the police. So that's the one thing. I want to raise another serious concern about this bylaw, and that's the language around harassment. Because of time constraints, I can't read it all, but the following should cause alarm. Section B, harassed includes but is not limited to feeling tormented, troubled, worried, plagued, or badgered. Really? A person who feels worried or troubled is being harassed? That these are the same thing? This is seriously? I mean, just think about it. No doubt Daniel Smith feels quite troubled about the allegations of corruption in the awarding of medical contracts to the extent that a wave of firings have taken place. Many people in this society feel troubled about the words and stands of others. Why on earth would a bylaw provide an opportunity for someone to try and silence people they do not agree with? An opportunity that, of course, we know is the kind of thing which is used by those who already have power and money and wealth, at their disposal. I'm not raising a hypothetical issue here. False claims that the marches for Palestine were anti-Semitic or hateful were amplified in the monopoly media. You're no doubt aware of the actions of the City of Calgary police, who arrested the organizer of a rally in defense of the Palestinian people and against genocide, and charged him with causing a disturbance with hate motivation for leading the slogan which resonates across the world, across the entire world, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Many people would call this police harassment, and I would be one of them. Your bylaws must
Apologies,
not fall.
Peggy. You're out of time and the chair stepped away, so I'll just step in. But really appreciate you being with us today, and there might be some follow-up questions from committee members once we get there. So now we're going to move on to our next speaker. I'm going to check if Kimberly Fath is here, either in person, I don't see in person, or online. Going once, Kimberly. Okay, not seeing Kimberly, we'll circle back in a few moments. Marin Edwards, Bylaw, are you with us?
I'm here.
Please go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, so I'm speaking on behalf of Women for Rights and Empowerment. When people fight for their rights by gathering in public spaces, you are asking us to apply for a permit with requirements completely at odds with the right of citizens and residents to exercise their right to freedom of speech and collective actions, the $2 million in insurance, the liability to pay for police, and at least 6 weeks' notice. The bylaw allows discretion, but you know this. To know this, you'd have to read the whole bylaw. To the best of our knowledge, a ticket has not been issued for parading without a permit since 2009, when ECOWAR tried to challenge the ticket, and the lawyer was informed by city administration that they would not proceed. So I'll just note that that happened the same week as the Supreme Court decision regarding the Greater Vancouver Transportation Authority versus the Canadian Federation of Students, British Columbia component. So why entrench these permit requirements? What aims does this achieve? How does this improve safety or accessibility in public spaces? When I fill in the civic events form for International Women's Day, Take Back the Night, or other rallies and marches our group organizes on a yearly basis, I use the fields provided on the internet form to respectfully decline to provide payment, insurance, et cetera, et cetera. I explain that the groups marching look out for each other and keep each other safe. Nevertheless, we are happy to notify the city so that transit and emergency services can be notified regarding the route and timing of our marches. The Civic Events Office then informs the Edmonton Police and whose response is often completely inscrutable. Sometimes they appear, most times they are nowhere to be seen. On one occasion, the EPS did intervene. They entered our venue. They threatened me. They held up the forum, which I was chairing. So lots of problems in the past. But why not make it simple for groups to notify the city of their plans? Why treat rallies and demonstrations as if they were the same as like a beer festival or other private money-making ventures? Why threaten participants marching to take the stance that their conscience demands with fines, even to the point that each and every participant could be fined? The only purpose I can see in this is to intimidate people and discourage citizens and residents from participating in political life, and to allow the police to act with impunity to target some groups and facilitate others. I think it's clear to everyone who's watched this issue develop out of the encampment sweeps last winter that the bylaw reflects an inhumane view that public spaces are for some, but not for all. Those whose poverty, trauma, or addiction cause discomfort for other users of public spaces are maligned as the threat to safety, when in reality, they are the most threatened, the most vulnerable, the most violated, the most harassed. As a woman who has fought my whole life against violence against women, I refuse to allow notions of safety to be weaponized to attack our unhoused sisters and brothers, especially since unhoused women experience horrific violence that has to be understood as part of an ongoing genocide. If we want true safety in our city, we need safety in our society. We need housing and healthcare for all. We need a humanized approach to drugs and addiction. We need an end to police impunity. In short, safety requires that our inherent rights as human beings are respected and upheld. I urge you to send this bylaw back. Humanize, don't criminalize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we move on to Earth. I believe you said you were online.
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Towel, welcome. Mio Gisigal, it's a beautiful day. Kutsagitsin. Nanaskomon, thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of Bear Claw, Beaver Hills House. Bear Claw Beaver Hills House recognizes through our observations on the streets that unhoused individuals, whom are most Indigenous, are increasingly losing their lives while living outside. Furthermore, the number of those suffering from amputations, such as fingers and toes, continue to rise. Their lives are so undervalued by those in positions of authority that they often remain nameless, and in their deaths are rarely reported. We consider the revisions made by this bylaw to be inadequate. The provincial government, Edmonton Police Services, and the City of Edmonton share responsibility for these deaths. Together, you have further marginalized the most vulnerable in our city. Over the past years, those in positions of power have wielded their authority to make the lives of unhoused individuals increasingly unsafe, resulting in dire consequences. Forcefully dismantling their tents and taking away their possessions, treating these human beings, our fathers, our mothers, grandmothers, grandfathers, sisters and brothers, members of our communities as mere objects, yet profess to uphold lofty ideals of reconciliation while the ongoing effects of genocide persist. What a contradiction. The city has invested several hundred thousands of dollars in erecting fences to prevent individuals from setting up encampments. How many more thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars will be spent on issuing fines and attempting to collect those penalties from people who are already in vulnerable situations? It's essential to examine what actions are being criminalized. Is the city unaware that a sidewalk is classified as a roadway according to its own bylaws and provincial regulations? All forms of panhandling have effectively been criminalized through subtle manipulation of language. Additionally, a bus stop falls within the definition of a transit station. Does this mean individuals are not allowed to linger at a bus stop either? We understand, as you do, that such bylaws are not enforced uniformly among all Edmontonians. No businessman in a tailored suit will be asked to move along. The conditions facing our people and all those denied a life of dignity and security stand in stark contrast to those who assert authority. I must emphasize that you are violating the inherent rights of our peoples who have inhabited these lands since time immemorial, and whom you've regarded as mere obstacles to be hidden from public sight. It is crucial to recognize that you must cease the criminalization of the most vulnerable members of our society and instead uphold the rights that are intrinsic to all human beings, including women and the indigenous inhabitants of Turtle Island and Amisquachi, Wiskahikan. Unhoused people gather in transit stations to keep warm. They build encampments to protect each other and have at least some shelter. They may urinate in public because there are no public washrooms. They smoke in public spaces because there are no private spaces. And yes, they may do drugs in public spaces as well for the same reason. To prevent unhoused individuals from congregating in transit stations, we must provide safe and warm spaces and access to washrooms and showers. It is essential to ensure that everyone has temporary housing in conditions they find acceptable. Only when we uphold the right to housing and guarantee a life of dignity and respect can we, with good conscience, propose regulations and transit stations and address substance use in public spaces. Let's move forward with a focus on humanizing, not criminalizing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lindsay Moon.
Hello, my name is Lindsay. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a settler who has spent the better part of 40 years living in Musqueam, also known as Beaver Hills House or Edmonton. I was a downtown business owner and a vocal advocate for community in Ward O'Damon for the majority of the last decade, working with the city on many initiatives such as public washroom strategies, Recover Urban Wellness, as well as building a socially active business program with Reach Edmonton. I'm speaking to you today in firm opposition of the bylaw. I spoke in opposition last year, and much like the proposed bylaw revisions, you will note that my talking points present very little change. Revisions on the proposed bylaw still do not reflect what it was asked to outline, which Councillor Rutherford stated as, and I quote, "The goal of this bylaw is to create a clear and equitable regulation for the public." This bylaw remains anything but equitable, as it is ultimately more criminalization of houselessness and taxing of poverty, indicated by the fact that activities with a low public safety risk are fined at the same rate or even higher than activities outlined to have a higher public safety risk. The high fines are proposed for things that unhoused people are unfortunately required to do in public for survival. Legal or not, bylaws that punish people for drinking or using drugs in public spaces, for example, are inherently anti-poor laws. Quite frankly, the revisions stated in the new proposed bylaw are a joke. To quote from the excellent document titled, "What's Still Wrong with Bylaw 20700, the city staff ignored much of their own GBA plus analysis, documented in attachment 4 of the report, including their recommendations for changes that would make the bylaw less harmful to the most marginalized communities. The rationale for ignoring their own recommendations and set out in attachment 7 of the document can basically be summed up as, we don't want to see those people. The proposed bylaw continues to further criminalize those living in poverty while restricting.
Sorry, just a
Are
sec.
you pausing my timer then?
Yes, I will pause your timer at 3:06. Just a reminder that I've already given warnings on this.
I haven't named anybody. You said not to name people. I haven't said anybody's name other than a direct quote about you, Aaron, on the call for the thing.
I know, but I also don't think that okay.
I'm not violating anything you outlined. I haven't named any individual person. You can't ask people to have speak and discourse if you don't want to hear things that you don't like to hear. I haven't named anybody directly, which is what you said not to do.
The characterization of staff is what I had problems with in terms of what they think, and that is what I wanted to just flag. Please.
What staff did I say? Who said something? Who characterized? I didn't characterize any staff.
Okay, you will continue your time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The proposed bylaw continues to further criminalize those living in poverty while restricting public protest and giving more power to the already overreaching system of policing within our city. Though it is my hope that this council will choose to vote this absurd bylaw down, I am continually disappointed by the governing body's choices of who to prioritize when it comes to who they will center. In short, this bylaw outlines policies that mirror harmful UCP legislation and fascist rhetoric. I have said before that we need only look to the last provincial election to know that Edmontonians do not align with UCP-style politics or policies. So why do they continue to be reflected in these proposed changes? It is no secret that this province is already creating a police state and an overreaching arm into municipal governments. The last thing we as a city need to be doing is giving officers, police, bylaw, or otherwise, more leverage and justification to inflict harm at their discretion, most certainly affecting the most innocent of our civilians or those who wish to speak up to defend them. I would be very willing to share my accounts with this council over what I have seen the ways I've seen police act at rallies, sweeps, transit stations, and so on prior to this bylaw. I'm all flustered now. Thanks so much. Edmonton needs you to do better. I beg you to vote no today. I'm quickly losing faith in our council and its administration. There is not enough time, nor am I allowed to critique the presentation given this morning by city staff, but I would like you to ask yourself and consider that if the inclusion of a broad view of Edmontonians was reflected in these proposals, would you have 3 full panels taking up your entire day to speak today? How many of those who spoke in favor of the bylaw are being paid for their time to be here today? I'd like you to ask yourself whose voices are being centered here. Please take a serious look at how the proposed bylaw continues to miss the mark and is a waste of our time and taxpayers' dollars. A councillor who put forward the bylaw asked that this bylaw ultimately improve the overall experience for everyone interacting in Edmonton public spaces. I will repeat. What remains clear to any critical thinker is that this proposed bylaw will not improve the experiences for everyone. It will in fact cause real harm. We cannot speak to public spaces without acknowledging that these lands are Indigenous lands first, and that these types of policies perpetuate colonial practices of violence and harm inflicted on our Indigenous population, who I will remind you make up the second largest body of urban Indigenous peoples across so-called Canada. How do anti-poor, censorship-centered bylaws align with this city's commitment for reconciliation? I am not suggesting that things around safety in our city do not need to be changed. I am not naive to the situations that our downtown core is facing. I am telling you that these bylaws are not the way forward, despite what some in favor have spoken to today or may have you believe. Endorsement of this bylaw is personally, in my opinion, a lazy, disconnected, privileged way of taking actual accountability for the community many claim to care about. Also, it's a protest, not a parade. It's meant to be disruptive. We don't register for things like that.
Thank you. I will go on to Fiona Lecoq.
Fiona Locock.
Lecoq, sorry. Thank you. Please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Hello, Council. I am Fiona Locock. I use they, them pronouns, and I will be speaking on behalf of the Edmonton chapter of Food Not Bombs. We are an organization that provides free meals to people experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. We would like to vehemently oppose the proposed bylaw on the grounds that it disproportionately punishes homeless people for daring to exist and survive in the public eye. Under the new bylaw, people would be fined for trying to warm up in an LRT stations, for using or possessing drugs in public, panhandling while intoxicated, toileting outside, putting up a tent for survival purposes, and having a fire for warmth and cooking. These are non-dangerous, heavily stigmatized activities that people resort to when they have no other options, and yet we are fining and policing these activities as though they are an imminent threat to public safety. They are not. They are ways to survive in a city that does not provide for them. There's only one 24-hour safe injection site in the city and no safe smoking sites. I can't think of a public washroom that is open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and I looked. I know that people still have bodily functions outside of when public facilities are open. We do not have accurate data on if there's enough beds to house all of the unhoused people in Edmonton. From my own personal experience, it can take months or even years to access low-income housing. To punish people for warming up in an LRT station, or for pitching a tent, or lighting a small fire to keep warm in a city where it regularly gets to minus 30 degrees Celsius, is to ask homeless individuals to choose between fining and police harassment and freezing to death. It is not shown anywhere that fining drug use prevents or discourages drug use, but it is known that fining people in extreme poverty, it creates undue stress and hardship. In addition to fining, the city has not considered the negative repercussions of being surveilled, harassed, and scrutinized by so-called peace officers when one has nowhere else to go and no power to fight back. Getting repeatedly fined and chased out of spaces that should be safe for all people to exist in is hugely damaging to one's sense of personhood and personal safety. If a person is experiencing poverty and homelessness, they likely do not have the money to pay a single fine, let alone the multiple that would a single day living on the streets under Bylaw 20700 would incur. This would result in them being jailed for no other reason than trying to survive while being poor. This bylaw leaves it up to a peace officer's personal discretion to decide if a behavior in public transit space is disruptive or dangerous to public life, which is unacceptable and disproportionately puts homeless people, visible minorities, drug users, and mentally ill individuals in danger of the personal biases of enforcing officers. Punitive measures are repeatedly shown to make drug users' lives worse. Kicking people out of warm, publicly accessible spaces increases the risks of overdoses in places ambulances and paramedics can't get to them, and increases the risk of freezing to death in winter and heat stroke and dehydration in summer. This would also increase police monitoring in already heavily policed areas, leading to disproportionate ticketing and fining, as well as public feelings of discomfort because the cops do not protect us, they make us unsafe. This bylaw was written without the input of the people most affected, and much of it is focused on effectively banning homeless people from public spaces so that the rich and affluent business owners do not have to be reminded of their simple existence. The potential money of high-end restaurants and shopping districts should not be valued over our people's lives and well-beings. For people without access to private spaces, public spaces are the only space they can exist in. These bylaws would not make public spaces safer, they would only make public space actively hostile to people who have no choice but to live in them. Our city's most vulnerable populations should not be punished for having basic human needs when it is the lack of public infrastructure that has failed to provide to them. We urge you to thoughtfully and heavy revise and reconsider this proposed bylaw. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Brandon Smith, online.
Yes, I am here.
Please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Thank you for listening to me. I haven't prepared anything, so my talking points won't be as elegant as everyone else's, but and much of it will be repeated, but that kind of warms my heart and gives me comfort that so many of my fellow Edmontonians feel the same way. I would like to just state off the bat that I am in direct opposition to this proposed bylaw, and I think it should be completely scrapped in its current form and redone from the ground up. There's a lot of points about this bylaw that I completely disagree with and I think are laughable at best, but I'll just touch on the two main ones, being the very transparent and obvious targeting of a certain class of people with all of the fines, which seems to be the only method that the city administration and council agree with. Just a very simple quote, but if the penalty for a crime is a fine, then that law only exists for the lower class. The unhoused, the poor, everyone else, it doesn't mean a damn thing. And I think that this is abhorrent treatment of so many of yours and our fellow citizens in this city. There is absolutely no need to continually attack them. And if anything, if you want to spend your money in a more efficient, effective manner, try actually investing in services that will not only help pull everyone out of poverty, but countless literature and studies will show you that the more dollars you spend on social services and protections for the public will save money for the entire city in the long run. And if you're wondering where we can get some of this money, I would like to direct your attention to our immensely bloated police budget that is approaching $500 million a year. This very council voted to approve the formula to continue increasing the funding, and everyone who voted in favor of that should be ashamed. I think it's completely clear that the city administration only cares about certain groups and demographics' opinions. They completely ignored most of the city's own recommendations through your own GBA diversity and inclusion report, and yet haven't changed anything, even remotely enough, in this bylaw. And the second point of the bylaw that I'd like to touch on is with regards to more enforcement around public protests. I personally have been very active in all the protests around the city for quite some time, for any number of different causes, be it with Pride Corner, supporting LGBTQ rights, and counter-protesting very hateful gatherings of people who don't want queer people to exist, or be it protesting basically any decision that the UCP makes, any kind of policy they want to put in place, or be it protesting against Canada's complicity in an ongoing genocide in Palestine. And during all of these protests, the only time that any of it became unsafe is from police interaction, is from enforcement. Every other time was safe and happy and a great community to be around. Defund the police. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jay McKenna? Jay, are you with us?
Hi,
Sorry.
my name is Jay McKenna.
Sorry, just a second. Sorry, Jay, you're coming in really muffled.
How's it now?
Oh, that's much better, much better. Okay, please go
Okay.
ahead with your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jay McKenna, and I live in Ward O'Damon. I'm a student as well as a volunteer with Climate Justice Edmonton and Hares Outreach. Today, I'm representing Climate Justice Edmonton and will be speaking against the revised Public Spaces Bylaw. This bylaw, which remains deeply flawed despite the widespread backlash it received this time last year, is harmful and discriminatory and gives law enforcement sweeping legal cover to make life more difficult for poor, unhoused, and racialized Edmontonians. Police and peace officer violence is on the rise in Edmonton. Despite the majority of councillors elected in 2021, including most of the members of this committee, supporting freezing or reducing EPS's budget, this has been far from the case. Instead, the budget has risen 20% since 2021. We have seen disturbing scenes of police and peace officers aiding in the destruction of encampments and violent behavior towards unhoused people and minorities. By increasing the likelihood of interactions with law enforcement, this bylaw creates ample opportunities for these disproportionately affected populations to be brutalized. All fines, however small, are disproportionately harmful to people who have less money. For people who are financially comfortable, a $25 fine is easy to pay, and they are probably not profiled and targeted for a fine in the first place. For people for whom $25 is a barrier to payment, failure to pay the fine will eventually lead to an arrest warrant and creating a criminal matter, all from an issue this administration views as minor enough to have a token fine associated with it. For many, public spaces are the only spaces available to them. Driving people out of sight into isolation or cold, both of which have the potential to be lethal, does not change this fact. Dumping more money into EPS, bylaw enforcement, and an expensive administrative process to create this deeply flawed bylaw does not change this fact. We implore that you instead invest in safe shelters, affordable housing, good transit, and inclusive, high-quality public spaces that support and uplift our struggling neighbors. When Edmontonians come out in droves to tell you that we do not stand for a public spaces bylaw that needlessly criminalizes the poor, marginalized, and vulnerable, we expect you to listen. Public spaces are for all of us. I encourage the members of this committee to consider how ineffective and damaging this bylaw will be, and urge you to vote against its passing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we go to the last speaker on this panel, Shiza Wazi. Shiza, perfect. Yep, just sit right there is perfect. And sorry I didn't call your name in the first round. I apologize.
That's okay. Only forgotten twice, but that's
You're here now. We're ready to listen. Please go ahead with your 5 minutes. I think your microphone is on. Yep.
yeah. All right, good afternoon. My name is Shiza, and I'm here to speak on behalf of YEG Muslim Vote. We're a grassroots organization dedicated to civic engagement, community building, and voter participation within Edmonton's Muslim community. We also advocate on broader issues of social justice, equity, and community empowerment. I'm here today to speak in opposition to the proposed public spaces bylaw. For nearly 500 days, Muslims and allies have taken to the streets almost every single week in support of Palestinian liberation. These protests are not just symbolic, they're an exercise of our democratic and charter rights to peaceful assembly. Protests allow communities to mobilize rapidly in response to unfolding injustices, whether it's human rights violations abroad or local urgent matters such as police shootings that disproportionately harm BIPOC communities. The concerns we have with the proposed bylaw is that the requirement for a permit is an unnecessary barrier to protests. The very essence of protests are often spontaneous and responsive. In moments of urgency, communities cannot afford bureaucratic delays or discretionary approvals that may prevent their voices from being heard in the first place. We believe the bylaw in its entirety could enable selective enforcement and over-policing of communities that already face harm at the hands of the police. We have seen time and again that policing disproportionately impacts racialized and marginalized communities, including the unhoused peoples who will face punitive measures for simply existing in public spaces with nowhere else to go. Edmonton must remain a city where all communities can mobilize and organize freely, not just those who have the privilege or resources to navigate a permit process. We believe the public spaces bylaw intends to serve as a false sense of security for the small community that feels uncomfortable and unsafe with people's rights to mobilize. We urge the committee and the administration to return this bylaw and mandate more meaningful community engagement, especially with other local grassroots organizations. We also urge you to remove the specific requirement of a permit to protest. Our municipal government should be strengthening, not weakening, our democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, as mentioned, I will circle back to folks on the list that we maybe missed on the first round. So last call for Lou Schumunk. Okay, going to Ahmed Faiz. Nadine Shalafu. Christine Kowalchuk.
I don't know if this is fair, Councillor Rutherford, but I also registered Raquel Farrow in the event that Christine was unable.
You're next. I was just about to call your name.
Okay, yeah, anyways, I'm here, thank you.
Okay, well, you actually can just go ahead with your 5 minutes. We're just doing the last call for this panel.
Okay, much appreciated. Yeah, Raquel Farrow, speaking for Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition. Christine Kowalczyk submitted something as the chair of ERVCC, and ERVCC just wants to go on record as agreeing with the majority of the speakers that this should go back to administration, that we should reject outright, and we have some specific asks that we submitted for councillors to consider. And I got to admit, I just was caught a bit off guard and in the middle of things, and really don't. I think I can cut you a break by saying that's it. Thank you very much. That's my whole 5 minutes.
Thank you, and yes, we did receive the submission, so appreciate the written submission on public record as well from the River Valley Conservation Coalition.
Okay, great. That's it for us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And then last call for Kimberly Fath. Okay, and I will go now to questions of the panel. We will be taking a short afternoon recess in a few minutes, but I think we can get through at least one councillor's questions first. So please go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Hey, is the speaker who was speaking about the feral cat still present?
Shelby?
Yeah. Is she still in the meeting?
Shelby, are you still here?
I see her online, but I'm not sure if she's listening still.
Did you want me to go to another councillor and come back to see if she can join?
Yeah,
for
yeah.
your line of questioning?
Yeah, that would be preferable. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. And Mayor Sohi?
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining and sharing your thoughts. I want to start with Claire Pearson. Well, the street preacher, absolutely annoying, right? But in the last version, there was a proposal to ban such practices. But I heard from you and others during the last round of questions on the previous bylaw proposal that, you know, it also has the potential to express other voices, right? So I want to get your thoughts on that. You're still of that position, as annoying it as it is, but accept that as a kind of a reality and find other means to control hate speech.
Sure, I think there's a difference between being able to exercise your rights and hate speech.
Yeah.
You can't disguise Bible quotes, you know, and that's what he's been doing for years.
Yeah. So there are other mechanisms that we can utilize for such demonstration of hate speech in public places, public spaces, not through the bylaw. Not. So you're still. Are you? So maybe in a simple way, are you of the position that we ban preaching on streets, or we just find other ways to deal with it?
I mean, that will never happen.
Yeah.
We've been at this fight for a long time.
And I commend you for that. Yeah.
But, you know, where do we go from here? Where's that line?
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Now we'll ask that question to administration as well. What are the other mechanisms to control such abhorrent behavior in a public space? May all go to Speaker Wasi. Please come up. Yeah. Thank you for joining us. So I hear your concerns are permitting public demonstrations and the insurance requirements of $2 million and the amount of time that it takes. So I know there was a suggestion in the last panel from Rene Bourgeois that some form of registration, a quick call to city administration, say this is going to happen, right? We are registering, there's going to be 200 people in the public square. Would that work?
Honestly, in the past year, we have seen time and time again that the protests led by Palestinian organizers are very spontaneous.
Yeah.
In that sense, the permit and going through a phone call is another barrier.
Okay.
That's it. To be
Yeah.
honest. It's
No,
another barrier.
I hear you, and because issues pop up so quickly, Black Lives Matter situation, you know, there's need for quick organizing, right? And so permitting does. I didn't know that takes 6 weeks or 5 or 6 weeks, but no, thank you for sharing that. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to take a short recess, just 15 minutes. So everybody can just get some water, get what they need, and then we will come back to questions of this panel. And just to note, Councillor Hamilton, I did ask the clerk to flag for Shelby that you had some questions. So if you want to get back on the board after the break. Thank you.
Thanks.
I will start with the roll call of committee members. Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Stevenson, and so he will be joining us shortly. So, Clerk, did we know if we were able to get a hold of Shelby?
Yes, and she is available for questions.
She is, okay, so Councillor Hamilton, we'll go to you first for questions.
Thank you. And thank you for the grace to get the speaker back on. Ms. Falconer, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
So sorry.
So I heard in what you're talking about a very practical concern for the broad spectrum of outdoor cats, I'll say, because there's I know, and I'll ask administration about this, there are, I think, feral cat colonies, to my understanding, within the city. And then there's just a lot of people who have outdoor cats, and those cats don't, they get like, I grew up with cats. I don't personally understand how people could leave their cats, but anyway, but anyway, so when you're talking about the like how they've been lumped in the bylaw, and I think there's some nuance here. It's relative to them being fed outdoors, right? Like the bylaw itself is just in reference to feeding wild animals, and feral cats are not mentioned. They've just been struck. So it may or may not include feral cats, correct?
Yeah, yes?
Like, as in, because feral cats are not named, cats could be interpreted as being wildlife, or like broadly under the envelope of animals, or they may be, and I'll ask administration about this, be considered pets, right? They're domestic animals fundamentally.
Yeah,
Anyway.
they most definitely are.
So the problem I wanted to pose to you is something that happens way too much in the ward I represent, which is that people, out of a deep generosity and care for animals, leave large amounts of food on parkland. And by large amounts, I don't mean like a cup or like a couple cups, but we do get like pounds and pounds of bird seed being spread, as well as raw meat, dog treats, and such. And so I'm describing what's a pretty extreme example. When you're talking about feeding or caring for the cats, you are talking about what I'm guessing to be a very minor amount of food in order to care for that animal until it can be properly captured and then looked after properly as a domestic animal, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. And I would imagine that a risk to all domestic cats is if people are in fact leaving large amounts of food, including food which could be harmful to other wildlife or lure predators to the area, would also be a problem for the cat population.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, because like coyotes might not even necessarily essentially becoming for the food we're leaving out, but then the increase in cats in that area.
Yeah. So I hear your concerns. What I also want to do, and I'll ask administration about it, is make sure that we don't unintentionally enable that kind of, I would say, very environmentally and like that very destructive behavior for animals of leaving large amounts of food out. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with. Yeah,
Okay.
I would say, like I mentioned, we don't know of anyone that like openly broadcasts that they're leaving it out. If they're aware of a group, it's typically in their yard or business of their private property. But again, if it is in that public place and it's drying more, then obviously we're going to see that increase in the area. So
Yeah, and I'm guessing, or maybe a better way to ask this is, when you are trying to redomesticate so-called feral cats or outdoor cats, what's sort of the number you find your membership is dealing with in terms of managing the population? Is it like single digits, or is it like 20, like larger numbers?
like how many we're seeing that come in, like undomesticated? Is that?
Like at a time, I guess, per instance. So are people bringing in one cat or are they bringing in 30 cats?
I'd say typically it's more like a one cat basis. We are aware obviously of colonies within Edmonton, but I mean we only have the means to bring in single digits at a time. So I mean sometimes we rescue like the ones that are most in distress or most vulnerable, and we kind of go from there.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'll go to Councillor Salvador now.
Thank you. I was gonna ask Shiza a question, but looks like they're no longer here. Maybe I'll direct these questions either to Tess or Claire, and it's related to the concerns that have been brought up around additional barriers being placed in the way of folks who are engaging in a protest and demonstration. I guess I'm really hearing that come through strongly from all the speakers, or a lot of the speakers, I should say, and I'm concerned about that as well. And I'm just contemplating, you know, in anticipation of questions to administration, your thoughts on potential amendments to the language, just to be really clear and really explicit that that is not to be applied to folks who are exercising their rights and freedoms, example, protest, like just embedding that language in there. Do you think that would be a helpful change?
I don't feel like that's my area of expertise in terms of like the legal language
Sure.
and things like that. So I don't want to speak to that per se, but I think just sort of touching on some of the points that were made like by us and by many of the other speakers is sort of just the quick, like the speed at which some of these have to be organized, just, you know, with, you know, current events and movements that are taking place that, or even sometimes counter protests. Sometimes another example is September 20th. The last 2 years there were big demonstrations taking place, and, you know, when we learned of them, we knew that there was going to be a lot of hate present. We wanted to be present for that, to counter that message. Yeah, I'm not sure about any change in the language per se. But I just think, you know, removing administration barriers and financial barriers. I mean, if there's cost to permits and things like that, a lot of folks that tend to be marginalized for various reasons tend to not have the same financial means.
For sure. Okay, that's helpful though. So just being really clear that there should not be additional barriers, whether they are financial or administrative or, you know, bureaucratic, that are getting in the way of that. Okay.
For sure.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I also, hang on here, I can scroll through my notes. This one I do want to go to Claire. I know the mayor was asking some questions just around amplification and sort of the previous version and iteration of the bylaw and now what's in front of us today. Again, I am sort of testing some of these ideas with you before I ask them of administration, but I guess one of the more creative approaches that I am wondering about is having sort of a minimum number of folks gathered that are allowed to have amplification. Like if it's, I'm just thinking of an example, if it's just a single individual that is, you know, trying to amplify and capture foot traffic, is that a different context than maybe like a group that is gathered together intentionally for a protest, a march, something like Pride Corner? Thoughts there?
Sorry, to clarify, you're asking if
amplification might be appropriate in those contexts where there's, you know, a gathering of folks versus if it's just an individual, you know, on a corner trying to amplify a message.
Again, I think it, you know, again, there's a difference between being at a protest and exercising your rights and freedoms as opposed to standing on a soapbox and preaching hate via Bible quotes. Sorry, I think I...
No, and that's really helpful. I'm also just trying to see if there might be some way around limiting amplification, but also still keeping all the things that that are excellent about being able to share people's messages or being able to participate in protests and marches and things like Pride Corner. But I will save some of those questions for administration, but really appreciate your perspectives on that. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And that concludes the third panel. And so now we are going to move on to panel 3. And I am going to start with calling out Rachel Gladue. Are you in?
Hi, Michelle, I'm here.
You're here? Perfect, thank you. Joanna Zhu, please come on down. Yuru Yan, please come down. The clerks will guide you to your spots. Faith Tabladilo? Faith? Darren, can you just please, well, I will call your name first. Darren McGowan?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. Rowan Hanf? Rowan? Okay. Ben Magelnick?
I'm here.
Perfect, thank you. Al Young? Hi, perfect, just come on over. Sherry Heschuk? Sherry? David Plamondan? David? Come back. Eric Estrada?
Online.
Thank you. Abdullah Zoud? Abdullah? Okay. Jacob Cardinal? Jacob? Thank you. And then Mary Joyce? Okay, and like I've said from the other panels, if you weren't here when I called your name the first time, I'll be calling your name and then we'll do one last circle back. So sort of 3 opportunities if you missed that first roll call. And oh, is that name read into the record, I think, right? But I missed it on my list. So Sandra, sorry. Sandra Durr, are you online or in person? Please come on down. Sorry about that. Working with an outdated list. Okay. Just give everyone a minute to settle here, and then we'll get started with panel 3. Okay, and we will begin with Rachel. Rachel, oh yeah, you were online, yes?
Oh, sorry, it's Rochelle.
Oh, sorry, Rochelle, I apologize for saying your name. Thank you for, this is just a good time to plug that in the registration, you can actually phonetically spell out your name. It does help us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. You did? And we should be.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe the clerks, can we get
Okay,
the
no,
phonetic?
it's fine.
Perfect. Just a plug though, that always helps us. And please go ahead, Rochelle, with your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Council. My name is Rochelle Gladue. I'm a 4th-year Bachelor of Indigenous Social Work student and the co-founder of Tawau Outreach Collective. I'm just here to share my perspective and opposition to the bylaw proposals. Prior to the pandemic, I was working in the security sector, often under the supervision of peace and police officers. Since 2021, I've been working in supervisory roles in the shelter systems and supportive housing and harm reduction outreach. Because of my experience, I see both sides clearly. I'm also a two-spirit mom to a two-spirit child. I don't feel safe raising my child here. If I could, I'd also move to another province. Consider how the lack of safety here makes me feel the need to leave my own homeland, the land that you guys acknowledged. I should not feel so inclined to leave my own land, but the city's policies are making it impossible for poverty and crime to be eliminated, making public safety harder to achieve. All systems are interconnected, and from an Indigenous perspective, so is all harm. When one community is harmed, we are all harmed. We must reframe public safety to community safety. These bylaws are ableist. They assume everyone has the same opportunities and abilities. They fail to account for diverse and complex needs. And the message is clear: public survival is not permissible. These bylaws rely on the assumption that Edmonton police will not target vulnerable people and that they will provide resources and alternatives. But how can you trust a service that refuses to be accountable to this very council? Idolizing a service that refuses transparency only creates more harm. And while conduct policies look good on paper, frontline realities tell a different story. I don't condone a pro-encampment stance, but when our shelter systems fail to meet basic ethical standards, with unethical policies that I myself have personally had to enforce in previous shelters, how can it be ethical to deny someone the choice between a tent or a plastic mat on a concrete floor? Denying any form of shelter is unethical when our housing wait lists are so long. Even if we had adequate shelters, they aren't homes. That's not good enough. Edmonton cannot be compared to a province like Manitoba, which is invested in harm reduction and supportive housing for all. Alberta is invested in retributive approaches and forced recovery models, a model supported by our former chief of police. During the pandemic lockdown period, we saw increased social service funding, and while it wasn't enough, it provided something crucial, it proved something crucial, sorry. When there are more shelters, drop-ins, and SCSs, we see fewer issues with public safety and public substance use. And why is that? That's because people have appropriate places to go. So ask yourselves, at the height of the pandemic, a time where there were more shelters and drop-ins, why didn't we see this extent of public social disorder? Why weren't unhoused people flooding public spaces back then? What changed even just in the last 2 to 3 years? The answer is simple: social services were drastically cut. Fewer social services mean more crime and violence. More social services mean less. Imagine if we still had the same level of funding for shelters that we did during the lockdown, and imagine if shelter policies were improved. Imagine if we had even more resources than we did during the lockdown. Social disorder would dramatically decrease. It's also well documented that retributive systems and forced treatment do not eliminate crime or violence or substance-related harms. And forced recovery models will rely on the expanded jurisdictions, which will allow law enforcement to intervene with people who they feel are substance users. This is problematic when there's not enough beds for voluntary admission to detox or treatment. And finally, imagine if those of us running volunteer outreach programs were funded and supported for the work we do, work that inadequately fills the gaps that are left by defunded social services. Instead, many of us are left chasing short-term contracts and pilot positions or pilot projects, while police services receive permanent increased funding with the perks of health benefits. I often hear that, there's only so much within your control, and I do feel that this is something within your control. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody on panel 3 who's been here so patiently all day. Appreciate you sticking it out with us and sharing your voice. Going on to Joanna, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Joanna, and I'm a 14-year-old youth living in Edmonton. As a member of the City of Edmonton Youth Council, I attended a presentation about the bylaw from the city. I also wrote an op-ed in the Edmonton Journal about this bylaw, and you can refer to that for CYC's official stance. I'm here today as an Edmontonian because I believe that this bylaw will have detrimental effects. We often don't realize how close we really are to becoming those who our society, as shown by this bylaw, look upon. I used to believe that that if you were houseless, it was because of something you did wrong. Maybe you developed a drug addiction or blew all your money gambling. Maybe you kept picking fights with your parents or stopped paying rent until you were eventually kicked out. And I know that that stuff does happen all the time. But the reality is that everything can go out of the window at any moment for any one of us. Maybe you start suffering with mental health or an unexpected bill comes up. It could be you or it could be me in their shoes. When we consider this bylaw, I encourage you to actively look at it from this perspective. That at the end of the day, they're humans, just like me and you. We look at these people with disdain and apathy when we dehumanize them. We become so desensitized to human suffering. This bill further desensitizes us by moving houseless people out of our line of sight. We're punishing them for simply existing. Doesn't this idea of hiding houseless people who make you, quote, uncomfortable sound so dystopian? Decreasing visibility of a problem doesn't fix it. This is putting a Band-Aid on a broken leg. When we oppose this bylaw, we aren't ignoring the problems with public safety. The thing is, public safety in this bylaw doesn't encompass the whole of the public. This bylaw ignores the needs of our most vulnerable population. This bylaw doesn't support any of those who need it the most. This bylaw isn't a remedy to substance abuse issues or houselessness. What this bylaw does instead is it provides the illusion of safety while the most vulnerable suffer behind the scenes. Where will the houseless population go in minus 40-degree weather? If someone suffering with substance abuse is fined $25, would that really resolve the issue? Wouldn't they then move into a private space where they're less likely to be found in case of an overdose? The number of opioid-related deaths has risen exponentially since the COVID-19 pandemic. With this new bylaw, these numbers will only continue to grow. Focusing purely on these punitive measures without addressing any of the root causes of the issue simply exacerbates it. I recognize that the city doesn't have the power to make changes like Housing First, but I think that this is a horrible alternative. Even something as simple as putting pressure on other levels of government to pass these holistic approaches like Housing First is a better approach. The harsh reality is that we do not have adequate support systems in place for houseless people. Our shelter system is inherently flawed. First, Indigenous people account for nearly 60% of the houseless population, and the effects of settler colonialism still affect them in many forms, including religious trauma, which is prevalent in the community. So they don't want to go into a shelter that has religious anything because there is that trauma. Hope Mission is the biggest shelter in Edmonton, and they're a religious organization. And even if someone does enter a shelter, what awaits them? A cot, maybe a meal, but also the constant risk of theft, assault, and drug-related violence. Frontline staff are often untrained in mental health and addiction support. This is not a real solution. This is not real support for those who need it the most. I take public transit daily and often see houseless people in transit stations, seeking shelter from the cold, trying to rest, or simply just existing in a space where they aren't immediately pushed out. When I see them, I rarely feel uncomfortable. They're just humans, ones who suffer through so much every day. They're people who are in near constant survival mode, people whose position I could very well be in. What makes me uncomfortable is when I see police officers pushing an elderly homeless woman out of a library into minus 30-degree weather as she cries for help. The majority of houseless people are not violent, and the idea that all of them are is a generalization. This bylaw has so many unintended consequences. These detrimental consequences ultimately weigh over the good effects. To address these issues, we need a more effective strategy. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. I will go to Yuru. Yan?
Hello.
Thank you.
Is the mic working?
Yeah, your mic is working. Okay. Please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Yuru, and I am a youth in Edmonton. I think it's important that youth voices are also heard in regard to this bylaw. I did attend a presentation from city administration regarding this bylaw, so I would say I'm somewhat educated in this matter. When the public spaces bylaw was brought up a year ago, I had significant concerns. While it is great to be able to see that some changes have been made since then, this bylaw still fails to address the underlying issues that probably even prompted its creation. I'm not entirely against this bylaw. I recognize the good intentions behind it. However, I must highlight its profound impact on vulnerable people, especially Indigenous and unhoused populations. Indigenous individuals make up only 6% of Edmonton's population and are the fastest growing demographic, yet they account for nearly 60% of Edmonton's homeless population. This bylaw disproportionately affects a minority group. As a community committed to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, let us not enact rules that target them. Another pressing issue is the bylaw's impact on homeless population. This bylaw essentially criminalizes unhoused peoples for simply existing by adding an additional fine on top of their struggles. A $25 fine might be nothing to us, but that could be 2 or 3 filling meals for someone who is struggling financially. This fine will make it even harder for homeless people to change their situation and access services and support if they can't even pay a fine and end up in the criminal justice system. In Edmonton, there are around 5,000 homeless people, with 20% or approximately 1,000 of them classified as dependent youth. Let me remind you that dependent youth are young individuals who rely on their parents or guardians for financial support and care. Just think about the impact of that $25 fine on them. They're not much different from me, and if I ever ended up in a situation similar to theirs, I would want an inclusive city that will support me to the best of its ability. I take public transit every day, passing by major areas where this issue occurs, like Churchill Station. The homeless people there trying to stay warm don't scare me. They rarely cause trouble or make me uncomfortable. They're just humans trying to survive. What scares me more is the increased policing. This simply highlights another concern I have, which is how this bylaw will be enforced. Will we have peace officers everywhere, finding everyone? If I were honest, it is when I see peace officers forcing homeless people out of trains, or when a young girl is denied entrance into a station because she's homeless that truly concerns me. I saw that girl looking barely as old as I am, shivering on the streets with only a hoodie and a thin blanket. It serves as a reminder of how easily that could be me. Most youth who are homeless are not at any fault of their own. This bylaw fails to address these underlying issues. We aren't taking appropriate support measures like increased supportive housing or improving conditions and creating more space in homeless shelters. We need to consider that homeless people are people too. They have personal identities and belongings, and they have friends and maybe pets, and that could all be taken away if they risk going to homeless shelters. We must respect their decision until they choose to seek help, and they won't get a chance to if we criminalize them or if they end up freezing on the streets. This city should be built on compassion and kindness. We should never be taken away from the most vulnerable. Maybe that will give us the perception that we are living in a more safe space, but is it really? So I urge you all to oppose this bylaw. The harm truly outweighs the good. As a city, I'm confident that we can do better than this. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. I will try again with Faith.
Present online.
Perfect. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes, and we can hear you perfectly, so please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Last Saturday, I passed by 2 peace officers removing a handicapped person from a shared pitway close to the entrance of Churchill LRT station. As I left the LRT station, I overheard them say the phrase criminal offense. I felt uneasy, wondering whether this individual was being directed to a nearby shelter or simply escorted away. I'm faint, and I want to address how enforcing this bylaw would negatively impact every Edmontonian. As someone who frequently takes transit, I understand the rationale behind this bylaw. There is a growing concern about transit safety in transit spaces due to social disorder, such as visible drug consumption, which is prevalent. People who live under these dire circumstances when taking drugs use public spaces as a temporary solution, as there are fewer safe consumption sites. Here in Edmonton, there are only 3 locations, but they have limited space and hours of operation. This is similar to housing, where there is limited opportunity for people to take shelter. We are in the winter season, where unhoused individuals are using public spaces as a means for temporary housing. Getting affordable housing, especially for people under the by name list, would wait months or years to secure accommodation. As somebody on the city's youth council who's present here today in a private capacity, I think about this bylaw's impact on youth. Most youth, especially low-income youth, rely on transit for school, work, and social events. During my commute to school, I often see people occupying public spaces, but not in a harmful activity. However, when witnessing an overdose incident, not only have I never seen an outreach worker in the area, not a single officer or security guard would implement harm reduction, such as naloxone or Narcan. If so, it would take a couple of officers and minutes to provide care to the affected individual. How could we be so sure bylaw enforcement officers will take protocol during a drug poisoning issue if the bylaw goes into effect? The system has little trust, especially in policing and care for vulnerable members, especially with youth who are currently at risk and in need of leaving home. The bylaw would place people who have no home or low or no income at a great disadvantage since they have barriers to paying the fine. Issuing a fine would exacerbate the engagement with the bylaw officer and intensify the situation towards the public. These lives a significant disparity with authority who can charge someone on the offense listed in the bylaw, whether they're in dire need or just a passerby. Several articles published last year cited the city cutting funds for social services, shelter spaces, and overdose prevention teams. Funding these initiatives is vital compared to approving this bylaw and addressing the needs of vulnerable members. I urge you, city councilors, send this proposed bylaw back to admin, as there is still ambiguity in addressing public spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Darren. McGowan?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead with your
Hey,
5
thanks.
minutes.
What's that?
I said, please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Darren McGowan. I'm the owner of Arcadia Brewing Co. I also operate an outreach program through Arcadia called Time for Kindness, which sees us go out once a week all year long downtown handing out clothing items, food, and drinks to community members. We'll also go out during heat waves and cold snaps like you'll see this week. We'll be out Wednesday through Saturday. So we have very good experience with engaging and I'm speaking today to express my concerns about the public spaces bylaw. I believe that a proper understanding of the challenges faced by the unhoused community, along with empathy, knowledge, has not been fully considered in this bylaw. After reviewing it, it seems that reports and statistics have been compiled without truly understanding the realities of those who are unhoused. Your reports claim that there is adequate shelter space, but when I speak directly to the individuals living on the street during our outreach evenings, I hear a different story. Many of them tell me they don't feel safe in the shelters due to trauma, overcrowding, or the environment. I've had personal stories from people telling me that they've tried to they're trying to get clean and sober, but staying in these shelters makes that challenging. I've heard from other community members that being in these large overcrowded spaces can aggravate them, which leads to aggression. The bylaw also fails to account for extreme weather conditions. How is it fair to kick someone out from an LRT station or fine them for having a fire when it's minus 20 outside when they're just trying to survive? I've witnessed this every week when I go out during the winter. We were out last week in the Churchill Square LRT station, pouring hot tea and giving out wagon wheels and hand warmers to people, while I saw peace officers harassing people who were just trying to stay warm. We didn't see them causing any trouble. Another thing we will see in the summertime is people riding their bikes around, getting, from point A to point B, like I said, just trying to survive. How is it fair to be finding these community members who are riding their bikes in areas around 111th Ave, 118th Ave, where there are no bike lanes, and maybe they don't feel comfortable or safe riding their bikes on the road, so they have to use the sidewalks. I'd like to tell you a quick story of something that happened to me a couple weeks ago. I was out on a Saturday around Chinatown handing out sandwiches, and I ran into a community member named by the name of Colby. I see Colby out there quite often, and we got talking, and he got emotional, and he was telling me about how he's trying to grow up and he's trying to remain sober and quit meth, and it's because of people like myself who treat him with such kindness is why they want to turn their lives around. I just feel like that's one story from one person who wants to turn their life around because of an act of kindness. I don't believe this bylaw, as it stands right now, is showing much empathy or kindness. And if we were to think more with true understanding and empathy and kindness, we might hear more stories like Colby's. I would like you to please reconsider this bylaw and make changes that reflect kindness, empathy, and understanding towards our unhoused community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I will call on Roman Hanf again. Rowan, are you here online? Okay, I'll circle back. Ben Megalnik.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much. Hello. I'm Ben Megalnik. I'm a third-year physiology student at the University of Alberta. As a member of the City of Edmonton Youth Council, I had the opportunity to hear a presentation on the revised public spaces bylaw. Today, I'm here to speak in a private capacity as an Edmontonian in opposition to this bylaw because I have concerns about many of the policies. As an advocate and representative of youth, I definitely echo the feeling that youth feel unsafe in public spaces, particularly transit spaces, which I often use myself. As cited by the team who presented the bylaw to us, drug use is of particular concern. However, by finding drug use and discouraging it in transit spaces, this pushes individuals towards solo drug use. I'm sure the City Council has heard multiple times about the safety concerns associated with drug use in individual settings, mainly due to overdose. Drug users deserve safety too, and this bylaw seriously jeopardizes that. However, if we were to open new safe injection sites around the city, this drug use could be diverted towards those safer spaces. Specifically, it's important to have a wide distribution of locations around Edmonton. The current sites are clustered in East Downtown, and while this is where most drug use is consolidated, it certainly happens at more peripheral centers like Southgate and Clearview as well. More safe injection sites, widely distributed around the city, would improve safety for drug users while also ensuring that individuals with concerns about drug use in transit spaces would feel safer while using ETS. Furthermore, I don't believe that finding the houseless individuals who have no other option but to use these transit stations is a viable solution. To me, it just begs the question, what's the expected result of these policies? If it's a cold winter night and a houseless person needs to choose between shelters that can be dangerous, frostbite, and sleeping in a transit station, I think anybody in that position would choose a transit station regardless of any fines. Overall, the result just seems to be punishing people for being in poverty. Instead of uplifting our most vulnerable fellow Edmontonians, this bylaw casts them aside in the interest of improving the perceptions of safety. I believe the real long-term solution is building actual housing. I understand that solely the city cannot fully address this, and although I would love if the province could step in with more funding, I'm not sure if that will happen. With that, I still think there are better solutions out there to address houselessness than what this bylaw presents, particularly working with other levels of government. I also have major concerns with the policies concerning bike infrastructure as someone who commutes by bike myself. I understand the concerns about biking near pedestrians, and I do agree that it's dangerous. However, it's also incredibly dangerous for cyclists to be forced off of sidewalks onto 50 or 60 km/h roads. Until Edmonton has a bike network that is comprehensive enough to provide other viable options for cyclists, I don't believe this policy improves safety for everybody. Everyone in our city deserves safety. This bylaw would harm struggling individuals and imperil their safety, while mainly providing solutions that benefit those with a higher socioeconomic status. It needs to be revised to ensure that it truly improves safety for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go to Al Young. Yeah, please, is your mic on?
Hello?
Hi.
Okay,
There you
perfect.
go. You have 5 minutes.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I will begin by speaking on the regulations on temporary shelters. It was mentioned in the opening remarks that the City of Edmonton shelters can scale up to accommodate more people staying there. This statement demonstrates just a clear misunderstanding of the current stress on our shelter system is under in relation to the cost of living crisis and the economic challenges following the COVID-19 pandemic. Shelters have wait lists in this city. I recognize the City Council has increased funding to social services, but this is not enough. If there are so many funding options and resources available, why are there still so many people taking refuge in transit stations and temporary shelters? Who would choose that? It is unpleasant and unsafe to live outside in the winter. Why would someone choose to live outside in minus 30 degrees? Why would anyone risk frostbite or hypothermia? Why would anyone want to sleep on the floor of a transit center unless they have no other choice, unless they feel as though they have no other choice? It's been stated that we don't have the resources to provide the housing and support that our community very clearly needs, but I find this unconvincing, as we always seem to find the room in our budget to increase funding to the police. Why are we pouring more funding into police services when they have shown that they are not willing to take responsibility for use of force within the cases of Mateus Archangel and various other instances of police brutality throughout our city, including the sweeps that took place last year? We have heard multiple people reiterate concerns around unhoused people, and to be quite honest, I find them to be in good faith, in bad faith in terms of concerns around violence. It is unfair to paint the majority of unhoused people as violent and unsafe instead of as members of our community currently in crisis and in need of support. This bylaw works from the baseline assumption, in my belief, the baseline assumption that unhoused people are unsafe, that they should be feared, and that they are a risk to the public. This bylaw is meant for public safety, but I will reiterate a point brought up by previous speakers and ask you to consider who counts as the public under this bylaw and who will get left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll go to Sherry Heschuk. Is this Sherry's presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Great. Can we go to the second slide? I just wanted to formally acknowledge that we're on Treaty 6 territory, and I believe that the land is also something that we talk about, refer to, and essentially I'm very interested to find out what, if anything, we could do to effectively help keep a number of the protections viable. I believe it is abhorrent that we're hearing some very impactful things that this bylaw would incur onto a number of, I guess, our vulnerable communities and our community, including the ecosystem. So essentially the protection of the natural features. I'm also curious, there were at least two very important referenced documents related to how we are going to be protecting the environment. So second thing is, we looked at varying ways in which a number of the important bylaws would estimate and reduce some of the effects that we have on climate. So can I have the next slide, please? Apparently, this bylaw 2700 also had communications with a number of departments. However, I didn't really see that effectively done with a climate. Next slide, please. We know that the city has not responded with nature-based solutions in a way that would actually make a difference. And why can't we and our municipalities which tend to have a lot of plots of unused land and an admin structure that lends itself, I guess, to how we would help community groups, how we would source community groups, organize and have, for example, a food forest that could become part of a local government service profile. So one answer could be nature-based solutions. Next slide. We have food forests that are growing organically within our river valley, and I believe that the one bylaw that would be created to penalize those people who were interested in creating these food forests will not be able to do that because of the stipulation that these are public spaces and trees planted in these public spaces would be a violation and a fine of $250. Next slide, please. Places like, organizations that work in our spaces have to fund themselves. And I understand the grassroots component to a lot of these actions and actionable supports, but we're really not helping them by saying you can't plant a fruit-bearing tree. So it would be really helpful to understand why that's the case. I don't see the reasons in any of the research that I see, nor do I see it as evidence in any of the supporting documents. This was also in the attachment 5 on ecological integrity, and I just find that that is a bit of a misnomer. It's not really creating anything by saying without a permit, which I understand you would also have to go through the process. The city doesn't offer that many permits to do this. So thank you. And next slide, next slide, please. We've been experiencing a lot of climatic variances. Even within the River Valley, we've had some uncommon events that would take place or has happened. We've lost a lot of our launches. They're closed. These are the launches for our recreational paddling. The bylaw that also would be incurring some impact would be any kind of launching that would happen outside of a designated launch. And as you can tell, when we have flooding, there is no way we could launch in the areas that are provided by the city. So we have at least 2 bylaws that would create some barriers, and that would be 61 under part 11 for launching of a boat outside of designated area. As you can see, there aren't many places. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm just gonna go on to, is David Plamondon online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead, David.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Plamondon. I'll be speaking towards the bylaw in 2 capacities. One, as both a business owner and the executive chair of the Alberta Avenue Business Association. And secondly, as an Indigenous citizen of Edmonton. From the Alberta Avenue Business Association perspective, we have several issues with the bylaw as it currently stands. The removal of the amplification section of the bylaw creates a disparity between how other aspects of the bylaw handle disruptions and feelings of unsafety. As many of you likely know, there are numerous opportunities for individuals to utilize amplification devices to promote various religious rhetoric. And while we do support the opportunity to express yourself and your beliefs of religion freely, we also feel that when you use an amplification device and present that information in an aggressive manner, it can also create a very strong feeling of unsafety and discomfort for many visitors to Alberta Avenue and to other neighborhoods that have that experience. So as it stands, we have a significant issue with that. The second part of the bylaw as it stands right now that we have an issue with is the disparity of policing and enforcement that is listed under quote unquote entertainment districts. We don't feel that that's particularly fair to other areas and other neighborhoods of the city who could use additional resources and support to help our businesses and representatives of our communities feel more safe. It feels like that provides an opportunity for organizations and businesses who have a disparate level of wealth to exercise more control through the office of the city manager and through the bylaw officers and creates an unfair advantage to those areas that wouldn't be at present in other neighborhoods. So From a BIA perspective, those are two significant concerns we have with the bylaw as it stands. As an individual citizen, as an Indigenous person, as a business owner, and as somebody who's lived in Edmonton for 25 years, I'd like to echo many of the sentiments that we've heard already today. This particular bylaw, as it stands, has a disproportionate effect on folks who are already vulnerable, who the system has already failed, and who are already experiencing unhouselessness and poverty. There's no reason why somebody should be doubly punished for having to do the bare minimum, do what they can to survive, whether it's being outside in a shelter or being in a transit station if they're not fully actively using in transit. I'm a big proponent for creating more of a sense of safety within the city, but until we address the underlying issues that create this disparate level of poverty that particularly disproportionately affects Indigenous people, we're not going to get to a position of where we feel safe. We also need to remember that these individuals are human beings. They are people, and they deserve to be treated with the bare minimum respect that people deserve to be treated with. They do not deserve to be dehumanized. They do not deserve to have whatever meager belongings or homes they have destroyed by city representatives. And I call on the city of Edmonton to do better. Your job as city council and mayor is to serve the citizens of Edmonton. And the citizens of Edmonton are every single individual that resides within our boundaries, not just the folks who own homes, not just the folks who own businesses, but the folks who, again, have been disproportionately affected by systems that they don't have control over. There's so much rhetoric right now and so much disparity in terms of who has wealth and who doesn't have wealth. And it's so easy for us to create this internal and physical gap between individuals who have fallen on hard times and think that they're worse than us or that they have failed the system or they have failed themselves, when in reality, the system has failed them. And I call on city council to do better to recognize that. I'll also say one last piece. The city of Edmonton has an Indigenous framework. The Indigenous framework calls on the city of Edmonton to do better, to engage with Indigenous communities, to listen to Indigenous voices, and to create safe and inclusive spaces for Indigenous people. This bylaw runs directly contrary to what the Indigenous framework says that it's set out to do, and it doesn't represent the values that I believe that the city of Edmonton should be representing and should be promoting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we will go to Eric Estrada.
Hi. Here, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Please go ahead.
I want to start by recognizing the difficult task of trying to regulate the city's public spaces while attempting to support fairness during a crisis out of your jurisdiction. I have heard all morning from many people in the public that they're upset and concerned about the direct and indirect impacts on this bylaw, while at the same time, I personally get to see the daily challenges of small business owners when someone under the influence of either an illegal drug or a mental health crisis threatens their lives and livelihoods. The intent of this bylaw is undoubtedly good, but imposing it on the entire city may have been a little too ambitious when there are many items impacting behavior outside of your jurisdiction. City Council has enacted other bylaws defining where are the business improvement areas that they recognize, with the purpose of promoting those business areas and or business as a shopping districts. Annually, City Council appoints BIA boards and budgets. Yet, when it comes to regulate the shared public spaces, it doesn't consider all the 13 BIAs, as shows in the report, only engage with downtown. It is difficult to promote areas as a shopping district with when the primary reason for no shopping is open drug use and feels of unsafeness. I think you already have set the boundaries of where you want to see more economic activity happening, more vibrancy and diversity. And even this proposed bylaw recognizes entertainment district that is not even mentioned anywhere else in the reports other than the redlining bylaw. It wasn't mentioned on the previous report either. It just showed up on this one. And I'm curious to understand the thought process behind acknowledging this district and not the others that City Council has created. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And I will call for Abdullah Zood. Abdullah? Okay. And then I will go to Jacob Cardinal. Your turn.
My name is Jacob Ralph Adrian Cardinal. I am Nehiyaw. The hat I wear is that of the president of the White Buffalo people. Yes, I can look at the statistics presented and see that Indigenous people have a higher representation in the homeless population, but that does not mean homelessness is an Indigenous issue. There are many more statistics in an unrelenting trail of broken trust that will also showcase what has led to this overrepresentation. You know, First Nations people did not have any homeless before your governments were put into place. This is an issue for the entire city, the province, and a national problem for federal and treaty governments. The Public Spaces Bylaw affects all Edmontonians. Respecting the diverse needs of equity-deserving populations is integral, but while remaining under the ever-strengthening grip of capitalism, we all may one day need some type of equity initiatives. We have a $600 million hockey rink that people freeze to death outside of. Snow clearers and EMS have a name for the frozen people they find on the streets. They call them popsicles. How many more popsicles will this council allow? According to you, the #1 public concern is relating to drug use in public spaces, not the rising number of people freezing to death. It is known that people use fire to attempt to keep their limbs in the annual hypothermic conditions we experience here in Amiskosiwa-Skygon. Why has this council allowed conversations about bikes to be in the same slide deck as sheltering in encampments and fire use? On one hand,
businesses across Canada are for all of us. I encourage the members of this community.
Sherry, oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Just give a few more minutes or seconds to the time here, to Jacob's time. Sorry about that, interrupting you, Jacob.
I'll just restart that sentence.
Yes, please start from wherever you'd like.
Why has this council allowed conversations about bikes to be in the same slide deck as sheltering in encampments and fire use? On one hand, a leisurely activity and a method of transportation. On the other, a harsh reality and a necessity to stay alive. I believe this crossover gives way to a lack of empathy as the policy is convoluted and is inherently larger than any one individual. One person having to use fire to stay warm in Edmonton in 2025 is one too many. Fining people for survival is wrong. It is known that this bylaw will not correct the systemic issues which have been known to be negatively affecting Edmontonians. With a holistic framework being absent, we are further subjugating people based on their means of survival. I recommend that the relevant bodies do not move this forward as it would be inhumane to do so. Specifically, the sourcing of data. 6,500 people in a city of over 1 million is an insufficient scope. The council must do better at understanding the wants and needs of all Edmontonians. On top of the questionable data, the pieces on temporary shelters and the use of creation of fire are what I would like to bring attention to, while recognizing the importance of all the voices and concerns of all those here and all those who were not able to be here today. It is stated on slide 19 that we know there are sufficient shelter beds to accommodate those sleeping in shelters and outdoors. And from what I have heard here today, this is actually wrong. And so I leave unsure about the facts. If the facts on page 19 are to be true, if Edmonton does have sufficient shelters, this is known by this table. This is known by Jason Nixon, and yet you all know that these beds go unused. It is careless and inhumane to look past the valid reasons as to why these beds continually go unused. Inhumane, as according to Alberta Health Services, Edmonton saw 110 amputations with a diagnosis of frostbite during the 23-24 year. That's up from 71 the previous year, and surpasses the previous record of 91 amputations in 21-22. This is not the number of people experiencing frostbite. These are amputations. When I think of the word amputations, I think of war. Are the City of Edmonton and provincial government at war against homeless people? From my understanding of these policies and from my conversations with the people most affected, I believe you may just be. We are on an upward trend here that is being further progressed and rationalized by policies that put the interests of businesses over the interests of people. Other groups believe Edmonton succeeds when businesses feel safe, and that we need business community to do well. What about people feeling safe? What about people doing well? I believe Edmonton succeeds when its people succeed. I have learned a great deal as a commerce student, but the most integral piece has been that people and planet must always come before profit. From a sociologist's perspective, violence throughout the mainstream media has influenced the public's conception of violence in their lives and in society, making them more fearful and helping them to develop what is called mean world syndrome, the belief that the world is more violent and brutal than it really is. I understand my privilege as a large man to feel safe. As a scholar, I recognize that capitalism thrives on the mean world syndrome by increasing the subjugation of marginalized people in the name of public safety. The final piece that I would like to add, and I'm going to go over time, but it's a couple sentences and it's pretty interesting. The final piece that I would like to add relates to fire once more.
I'm sorry, Jacob, I've been really diligent on time.
Oh, I got cut off.
Please, I think they added more time, didn't they? Did you add more time? But somebody will okay, just finish, sorry.
The Ku Klux Klan celebrated Daniel Knott's mayoral victory by lighting a fiery cross on Connors Hill. The mayor approved their request, as evidenced by his official correspondence. And so your offices have given their support for the KKK to burn crosses in the river valley, and yet it is the same offices that wish to make it a crime to create fire in attempt to avoid frostbite and hypothermia in the same river valley. I am the first generation in my family to be born in any city. I will raise my children in a place that I am proud of. This bylaw must not move forth as it is currently read.
Thank you. And I will go to Mary Joyce. Mary, are you with us? Okay, and Sandra? Yes, hello. Can your mic on?
How's that?
I don't think I think it's good. Yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
I'm speaking on behalf of Kathleen Pulabusi, retired postal worker and union activist. This afternoon, as you gather to consider this bylaw, thousands of education support workers were out there in the frigid temperature, picketing in our city and in other locations across Alberta. Potentially close behind them are 250,000 public sector workers who are in bargaining, including my own union, the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, who will again be in a strike position in the spring. If more than 1,000 picketers gather on a sidewalk, which, as has been mentioned, is part of the definition of a roadway, what purpose would it serve to threaten them with tickets? Surely such tickets would not survive a legal challenge. The revised version raised the number of people who could gather without a permit from 50 to 100, but both numbers are completely arbitrary. Unions gather their power by gathering workers together to have strength in numbers. Workers fight in their numbers for the wages and working conditions they require to do their job safely and effectively, and to be able to live in dignity. Too often governments align against workers, for example, denying their rights to strike or limiting where and how workers can picket, such as the provincial government has done here in Alberta. The city has included in the bylaw fines for impeding vehicles. A fundamental part of a picket line is to discourage crossing of the picket line. Today, workers on strike are usually severely constrained by labor board rulings limiting the amount of time a vehicle can be stopped. By allowing the strikers to explain their cause to those trying to cross the line, your bylaws appear to negate even that opportunity. When governments take such shameful actions, they stand against the very people they should be accountable to. Why every level of government, including the city government, has funneled public money to private corporations in various pay-the-rich privatization schemes, workers are struggling to make ends meet with stagnating wages and fast-rising cost of living. Many workers know that they are only a paycheck or two away from being unhoused. Of course, working people want to be able to access public spaces for all kinds of purposes, including the annual Labor Day barbecue, where union members gather to feed each other, and community members in Giovanni Caboto Park. My own union also has various grassroots initiatives of members who also do year-round outreach to bring gifts of food and clothing to our unhoused brothers and sisters. There are any number of groups and individuals working to make people in our communities feel safe and appreciated. These are the kinds of efforts the city should be building on to promote safe and accessibility public spaces for all. Unfortunately, the city has been moving in the opposite direction. For example, removing access to public washroom facilities. Criminalizing people in the wrong is the wrong approach. Whether they're talking about union picketers and rallies or marches where people of conscience take a stand, or unhoused people gathering together for mutual safety and support. Send the bylaw back. Humanize, not criminalize. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am going to go to questions of our panel. Please go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll start with Joanna Zhu. I read your article that you co-wrote with Yuru Yan and want to focus on public protests. It is my understanding that currently, if a protest is taking place in a park, you are required to apply for a permit, right? But if it's happening in a public square, for example, outside the city hall, you don't have to, right? So, would you like to maintain the status quo then, as things are now? Are you okay the way it is now?
I think that with things like in parks, like if you're going to rent like a picnic bench or something in a park, you have to do it ahead of time. So I think that parks are kind of like a special case, because in public grounds, like in the city hall or like near the legislature, I know this bylaw doesn't encompass that. Like it's kind of different to a park.
Yeah. So you don't want you do not want to have that extended to spaces like public square, where you want to keep it as it is now, which is that you don't have to apply for a permit. That's my understanding, but we will clarify on from administration. I think is a valid point, and I am actually thinking about what we can do to not require the permit and not require the insurance. We'll ask that to administration if there's a way to keep the status quo, and what has been the rationale for extending that from parks into public squares such as Churchill. On to David Plamondon. I really appreciate the perspective you're sharing, and David, are you there? No.
Yes.
Oh,
Sorry,
David.
I am here, Mr. Mayor. I'm here, sorry.
Thanks. I really appreciate the perspective you're sharing, and I really understand what the core issues are: investing in social services, programs, housing, addictions, treatment facilities, and detox. Like, we are badly lacking those, and this council has been investing, but more importantly, advocating to have those investments made into the city, including housing investments, right? But that go beyond city's jurisdiction and city's ability. But we do have the situation, for example, public transit. Like, public transit is also a workplace. It's not just a public place, it's a workplace. A lot of people work there. A lot of people go to access service. Transit is used by a lot of vulnerable population as well as racialized communities, newcomers. So how do you create that balance that everyone feels safe? Which we're hearing a lot of concerns that a lot of people do not feel safe using an essential service that is important for their own mobility and community needs and getting to work and school.
And I respect the desire from the city and from the council to want to create more safety.
Mm-hmm.
I also recognize that there are less levers that the city has to pull. My primary concern is that isn't going to address the underlying issues or make things safer for individuals. What this is going to do is be more punitive to those individuals who are already vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in full support of what you're saying, making transit feel safer for both Edmontonians, transit employees, and anyone else who needs to participate in transit. But again, we need to shift our focus and we need to shift our narrative away from villainizing and demonizing people who have already been failed by the system and address the underlying issues that have gotten them to that place. That's where the conversation needs to be had.
No, absolutely. And, we've been stressing that point ever since I got elected. But you're aware, though, like the approach that our bylaw officers or peace officers take is based on engagement, education, and then there's another step, like enforcement, encouragement. The enforcement is the last step that they would take. They'll do those three things first.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah, no.
That doesn't seem like it's a reality that's been echoed by many other speakers today and what people have witnessed. But of course, we only see what we see in those incidents. But again, I think that the focus needs to be putting more pressure on the province and the federal government, which has also been addressed by other speakers.
Yeah.
We need to be able to actually leverage what Edmonton brings to those provincial and federal relationships. And we need to demand more from those who are supposed to provide those supports.
No, thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Sherry. Heschuk, are you still online? Sherry? I see you're online. I'm going to come back to you with a line of questioning just in a second. I think I'm going to stick with the...
Yes.
Oh, Sherry, you are there. Okay. I was just a bit confused by your presentation in terms of, because the clause 51 does mention, no person should plant a tree, shrub, or other vegetation in a public place unless they have permission. So, roots for trees or something like that. And you're of the position that people should be able to just plant any vegetation anywhere?
No.
Okay, I misunderstood that. So what were you trying to say there? Because it also does talk about, I saw the one slide you had on the food map, and I know that it does, and I was glad to see this in there, that harvesting of edible products for personal use does not apply, so that people can still do that.
Yeah, so under the permitting process for anybody who wanted to plant a tree, they have to go and get a permit. And so the city actually supports that. However, it's permit only. So when we actually looked into this with a Nate Capstone group, we found it was very limiting. So essentially, you are allowed to plant a tree, but you need a permit, and they only give so many. Also, guerrilla gardening may sound like it's problematic, but essentially, it's restored a lot of the riparian area around the river valley, which we see when we have a number of the issues related to flooding. So we've actually experienced it quite a bit.
Because we've talked a lot about the nature-based solutions and the work this council is doing. I'm happy to follow up with you on that and see where we can push further on the nature-based solutions, because I hear that. But I'm unclear as to what you would want amended or changed in section 51?
No, fine. I think that when we actually work with community groups, we're looking to try to find a workaround for planting trees, and it becomes, again, a limiting factor. So we understand that it's an impossible thing if we're being asked to get a permit first. And I'm a partner in parks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's challenging though, and this is the challenge we're facing with so many of these things, is there's so many intersecting policies too, right? So I think about council has a lot of, and we've had a lot of conversations at this council about trees on public property, trees on private property, trees. We've talked a lot about trees. And there's policies in place that then administration administers. So I wonder if the challenge or the barrier is this policy, or if it's another, or the rigidness of what and when and how can it be planted from another tree policy in our public spaces.
Yeah, just promote that there can be a private tree bylaw. That's the most important one I think I really want to propose.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Thanks.
the clarity there. And then I guess I'm going to go to David Plamondon again, if he's still online.
I'm here.
I think you're the one that talked about how we like this idea of like villainizing a demographic of people. And I hear that. When I read the documents, when I've read through the bylaw, it is, and in the original iteration of this, in the discussion that happened a year ago, it's about the behaviors, not the individual or their situation. But did you want to speak to that? And
I
your
think
thoughts
there are
on that?
behaviors that are outlined in the bylaw that I think many people would agree with. Aggressive behavior and panhandling, for example. But I think there's too much ambiguity and too much room for a bad intentioned or a perhaps ill-mannered or somebody who's having a bad day to describe or determine what would be determined as aggressive. I also think that, again, when we're penalizing folks who are already falling through the systems, who are already unhoused, who are already suffering from addiction, who are looking for a simple place to stay warm or simply a place to not lose their limbs or not die, which is going to put further strain on all of the systems and create more barriers for them, we're penalizing them by implementing fines that we know they're not going to be able to pay. So again, I think there are elements of the bylaw that are valid, and I think there are elements of the bylaw that do address valid concerns, but I think there's too much of a focus on penalizing folks who are already suffering from being unhoused, being in poverty, and being, again, having been failed by the system.
Thank you, appreciate that. And I recognize and I want to thank my colleagues for their patience. I know we did go over time. That was a bit intentional just because I didn't want to tell the panel, please wait and come back for maybe or maybe no questions. So we have concluded the panels now and the questions to the speakers. We will take a break here for dinner and reconvene at 6, I believe, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. If we could reconvene at 6:04, just to give us a full
give
hour,
everybody
that
an
would be
hour,
fantastic.
sure. So 6:04, we'll reconvene. And in terms of just orders, I think at this point, let's just get through what we can today. And since this already has to go to council, let's send it to council at the end of the day with wherever we're at. Okay, thank you.